Mhm, mhm. I need to be able to. I wish we could. I bet you. Streamlabs does it. Don't mention them while we're on with fucking StreamYard. But I bet you StreamYard has a system where you can just push notifications to all your socials when you go live.
Maybe.
So
A San Diego dog getting pretty popular online. Her name is Watchdog Luna. She's known for her stunner shades, flashy watch, her painted nails, and hanging her whole front leg out of her owner's car window. That's adorable. One of Luna's videos was even reposted by the top dog himself. Of course, I'm talking about rapper Snoop Dogg. Luna's owner says he drives around because he wants people to pet his pit bull, and he wants to get our community to smile more.
That's funny.
We need Luna here, like,
and we are
sitting next to us. Yeah, we're smiling. Thanks, Luna. That watch, though.
Oh my gosh.
What time is it, Luna?
Oh, so cute, and I love them pit bulls.
She doesn't though. She's got a little sheepdog looking thing.
Listen, not every
We've seen your dog,
that I
Jenny.
do is going to be
Don't lie to me.
great. In fact, some of them are going to be pieces of but not today. Oh no, this is going to be a great story. I'm just warning you. There's going to be a lot of poop, okay? Like,
Epic.
we're talking about a lot of poop.
He's literally shoveling shit.
No, do what? This is somebody's fetish, though, right?
I don't know, but that might be copywritten music.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it's Jenny. She always has to put copywritten music that we have to go around.
the mini horses and the mini ghosts. Okay, so we gotta get them. Whoa, okay.
That sounds like royalty free. I think we're safe.
I don't know.
Okay, Rachel.
It probably is, but who knows?
So
Stream break.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll move on.
Thing I wanted to say is props to you for shouting out the child-free by choice. We don't really get enough.
You just have to want it.
Or not want it, right?
Exactly, right?
Super
By
laggy.
choice, you have to not want
That's
it.
us.
But on a serious note, I like when people in the public eye talk about that because
I
it's
agree.
a very taboo subject. People look down upon people who don't want children. I mean, I want to talk about my woes. Like, what am I going to do with all
Come
my
on.
disposable
Okay, it's starting to-
income?
That's
Starting to
right.
tick up.
guys-
It's almost on. It's just been so laggy
Oh, really?
on this video. Yeah.
Mm.
Keep going though. It was almost caught up.
Get to day drink and nap.
I know,
Those are the two
that's
things.
right.
People
Day
Our two
drinking
favorite
and-
things. On average, from birth to 18, a child costs $1 million.
I know. I research it from time to time
Yeah,
just to remind
the-
myself of why I don't want children. We have to be equally representative on this show. You
We
know?
do.
So we've got people with children and we've got the rest of us. Hey, traffic is not
What
so
is
bad.
Bosch
Let's
doing
just
with
say you're trying
Jenny?
to go to the restroom
Was
and
that
you
guy
close the
Bosch?
door.
Or were you
That
talking
little
about the
kitty paw
horse?
goes under. And they're like, "Arr," and then they're like, "Wow."
They just want attention.
No, the thing is they want to protect you because they think you're vulnerable when you're on the toilet defecating and urinating, so they want to protect you.
You know,
I believe her.
What
Listen,
was going
not
on?
every
All right, we're not doing that one again.
I did the tweets.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to tag me in the Insta story, we don't have to do the Insta story right away though.
Yeah.
You can get to.
Yep, I lost
Now that's
connection.
public domain.
That's it.
Uh-oh.
Did you get a haircut?
Yes. Well, no. A little while. Yeah, last week.
Well, I don't think I saw you last week. Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
we saw
Did
me
you have your
briefly.
cowboy
I was
hat
wearing a cowboy hat on.
Okay, hold on.
Tut,
Whoa.
tut, 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 tut. Are you having a problem with your ear canal? You want me to smack? I can help you with it. Everyone, please. avert
I
your-
could use a good smack. All right, hold on.
Jenny.
Is it good?
I think it's like over the years, my ear has
It's
stretched.
very inappropriate
they
for work.
say that happens. That your ears get bigger as you get older.
Well, probably that, but also
Putin
because
doesn't
we stick
respect
our
women enough
IP
to
in
have
the
them
same
interview
ear,
him.
Over
right?
and over again.
Over and over.
That's why maybe you should alternate.
I know, but this ear is exposed. So I don't really want cords.
Because when I first met you, I thought that girl has a lopsided ear canal. Her left ear opening is much bigger than her right.
I think that's what's been holding me back this whole time in life.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
We prepare the engines?
Let's do it.
Fuel them, please. In 3, 2, 1, ignite.
Well, good morning to you. I'm Jenny Milkowski.
Oldest person in the world.
According to Guinness World Records, a French nun by the name of Sister Andre has officially become the oldest living person. She's
'You're muted.
118 years and 73 days young. She is partially deaf and uses a wheelchair, but she still tries to keep her mind active, we're being told. Sister Andre explained.
Is there evidence she's alive?
They get me up
Jenny?
at 7 a.m. They give me
Is there
breakfast,
evidence this
they put
woman
me
is
at my
alive?
desk where I stay busy with
Doesn't look
little
like it.
things.
Staff at her retirement home says she also has a glass of wine each day now.
118
French and
years
Catholic.
old.
Yeah, no thanks. Look, one of my
Yeah,
best
I'll
teachers,
say what I
I'm
said
pretty
yes.
sure she was a French Catholic. Maybe she wasn't. What is Elvira? Where is that from? Wasn't her name wasn't Elvira, it was like Elvira.
Weird.
I don't know. Sounded foreign to me.
Imagine.
And she was Franciscan as well, which is different than French, you know? I don't know. My child brain is putting these things together like blocks.
What she saw and when she was as a child to what they have done now.
Yeah.
And then
This
like,
guy sucks.
what
It's
will
her
be
worst
like
co-host.
Another 119 years into the future. Well, what will we be getting around in? What will we be
But I
wearing?
think this
What
is
will
like
we-
where
I think as a
the
species,
desk
we're all going to
anchor-
have enormous thumbs.
when the desk anchor show they gave her, it's with this guy who's like just
yeah.
not like you're killing Jenny's chemistry here with this guy. This is what you're gonna give her. Oh, you know, after all those incredible traffic reports.
Yeah, we probably will.
Yeah, you know,
From all the our
yeah.
hands are gonna have to
geez.
fit like our phones somehow.
Right.
I just think of all the things that we're going through now, all the emotions and heartbreak and hard stuff. You look, if we live another 90 years, it's just crazy.
The medical advancements alone would be breathtaking. I
Yeah.
bet.
Crazy.
Oh my god, that guy is awful with her. What a charisma suck.
Look, it's RuPaul.
Now I'm an ex-gay.
Elon Musk tells Don Lemon,
I
quote,
want to do the Uganda rip, right? The mix is so bad I can't salvage it into a soundbite,
Really?
right? Because he's like, they have the DJ over the video, you know, and that's because
That's so funny.
which is like such a Ugandan filmmaking thing, you know, like they like it's so like you think of now you'll see all these like churned out AI videos where it's like the puppy was sad and it's some like dog video,
Yeah.
right? You know, the dodo had already written a story about. And it's just taking that like dodo article basically and turning it into an AI to voice over this video about the sad puppy who then gets
It's like all the
adopted or
space
something.
videos. Yeah.
Yes, space videos. That's another one. So like, think about that with like African cinema, right? So like, the way the filmmaking culture evolved is that you would have somebody like on a mic telling you what was happening.
Interesting.
Because it's not like you're gonna have like a full-fledged like voice cast and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's almost like a narration of what you're watching.
And like because Hollywood, like none of them are like actual like actors, you know. He just like they just like film the scene, you know, and be like, this is what you do, you know.
Yeah.
But like they're not like trained to like read lines and stuff. He just makes the best action movies, right?
That's so funny.
So then he comes in with the DJ. And like, you know, that
I'd love to
pulls
see
the
what he
movie
could make
together.
with a big budget. That would be interesting.
He's now that he's going back to he just because like their first movie is where the Commando thing is from, which is by far like the shittiest quality movie they have, right? But now he's doing the sequel to that. But before that, he made a movie called Crazy World, and that is pretty high budget for him. And then he also has done music videos for people. Like different bands have done music videos there.
Weird. Like what? I'm really curious. I want to see an example.
I'm looking it up.
Contract is canceled. End quote. Now, in a moment, I'm going to speak exclusively with Don Lemon, and he has clips of the nearly hour-and-a-half interview with Musk. Clips like this one that we received from Don's production team.
It's always funny when you see RuPaul out of drag.
Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think? Do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
Oh my, he's such a douchebag.
We're gonna have more clips from Lemon's interview with Musk.
No, man, he's so
in a statement earlier today.
He plays 4D chess all the time.
He thinks he's so cool.
He's got thinking that you can't even comprehend.
Lemon writes in part, quote, "There were no restrictions on the interview that he willingly agreed to. We had a good conversation. Clearly, he felt differently. His commitment to a global town square where all questions can be asked and all ideas can be shared seems not to include questions of him from people like me." Now, CNN reached out to X for their comment, and their response is, quote, "We reserve the right to make decisions about our business partnerships. And after careful consideration, X decided not to enter into a commercial partnership with the show." Now, this decision coming as Musk had, of course, publicly courted Lemon and has repeatedly made a commitment to free speech when he bought Twitter again and again and again.
Well, I think it's very important for there to be an inclusive arena for free speech where all, Twitter has become kind of the de facto town square. Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people.
Why is it not coming up? There we go. Isn't he already doing that?
Yeah, he already does that.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
You don't like to say things you don't like. Otherwise, it's irrelevant. I really can't emphasize this enough. We must protect free speech. And free speech only matters, it's only relevant when it's someone you don't like saying something you don't like. It's damn annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like. That is a sign of a healthy, functioning free speech situation.
Again and again and again. And remember,
all right, I literally
Musk's
found the
X
best part.
Has over a quarter
All right,
billion.
check this out. It's literally like a death metal band. So like I can only play like a little bit of it, right? And like I said, like these have like higher budgets, right? So you can tell he has a high quality camera and stuff, but like he also like it shows like he's given tours and showed it in his editing platform. It's literally just like computer hardware like stitched together. Like there's not a case. And he says that he basically goes through a computer every movie because they burn out because he basically just has to like buy the scrap parts.
That's fucking
to, like
awesome.
get enough to
I
render them and
that.
shit.
That's awesome.
Okay, anyway. So I can only play a
That's
split
really
second
cool.
of this. But it's Eradicate, Heaven Shall Burn, and they hired them to do a music video for them. Isn't that fucking awesome?
That's sick.
Active users. A quarter billion people on this planet resolve it. Use it. It is the town square. And joining me exclusively out front is Don Lemon. So Don, you do this 90-minute long interview with Musk. You sit down with him. This is the culmination. He had actively courted you to come on one of his tweets. Have you considered doing your show on this platform? Maybe worth a try. Audience is much bigger. It had been public. Then you had reached a deal. I'll talk about that later.
Say that.
Then he texts 24 hours after this 90-minute long interview, which is the first of your show launching. He says, contract is canceled. What happened?
First of all, it's good to see you, Aaron. Thank you for
too.
having me on. That's a good question for Elon Musk.
Why did he
Quite
say
frankly,
it like
what
that?
happened. I don't know. As I said in my statement,
Seemed catty,
I
Don.
felt really good about the interview.
What do you mean?
Oh, listen, you just don't. You probably don't speak gay like I do, but that was catty as fuck. You know,
Shitting
because
the
he got
bed.
fired from them. Look at, they even put on their former CNN anchor. What a cuck.
Sure. I must have missed it, but I'll keep listening. I'm sure I'll do it again.
No.
I
Just,
said to him
"Oh,
as we were
wait,
doing the
Charlie,
interview,
nice
and
to
it was
see you."
tense at moments. But you've been involved in tense interviews.
Yeah.
I said to him, I think it's good that people see folks like you and I who have different worldviews come together and talk, as he says, have free speech.
What are you talking about? You
Free
both hate
speech is
poor
only
people.
important when someone you don't
What?
I said, what is he talking about? They both hate poor people.
like, or I would say someone who doesn't have your same point of view, or someone is, if they're allowed to speak freely and to say their point of view. Apparently that doesn't matter to Elon Musk. It's just for maybe talking points for him or rhetoric, because it doesn't seem to matter when it's about him, questions about him from people like me.
All right. So when you said that, I wanted to play some of the clips because some of them are illuminating. These are clips that you shared with us. This is a part of the conversation with Musk where you ask him about hate speech. Here it is.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement theory as it relates to Democrats?
I don't have to answer these questions.
The Great Replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do.
What a nerd.
What a wanker. What a wanker. And then what? Cancels
You think
the show.
he's so cool.
What a cunt. I hope Don Lemon. I hope there was some kind of contractual obligation.
You know who would have
and he
done
gets a
this
massive
interview a
payout.
lot better is Taylor Lorenz.
Mm-hmm.
Because hear how Don Lemon, how slowly he's asking these questions. Taylor
Yeah.
Lorenz would keep asking questions faster until he was spun
Yeah,
up.
she's unrelenting. Yeah.
Yeah.
She wore down Chaya Raychak. It was fucking hilarious. She did really fucking well.
Do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or that
criticized
there was-
constantly. I could care less.
Illuminating in so many ways. All right, I have two things I want to ask you about that, Don. First, the Great Replacement theory.
Right.
As you bring it up, you know, he has tweeted. A tweet
This
he
is
shared,
true too.
increasing
Can you
illegals,
imagine if Kunk fucking did
voting
an
power,
interview
causing
with
them to
Musk?
recruit
That would be
more.
so good. Her doing Putin would be funny too.
It would be pretty funny.
If Dems win President, House, and Senate, they'll grant citizenship to all illegals, and America will become a permanent one-party deep socialist state.
Wait, really?
Right? He
Can I
has
get in before
gone there
that?
directly. How much does he stand by these ideas?
Well, he didn't quite seem to understand that he did, originally he did that with Jewish people, sort of a Great Replacement theory thing that he did with Jewish people, and he got in trouble and he had to go to Auschwitz and answer questions and apologize and go with Ben Shapiro. But he doesn't understand that sort of rhetoric that he talks about, the Great Replacement theory and migrant invasion, that's what radicalized shooters use in their manifestos. Those exact
high
words.
quality and then dog
The
shit.
people who go and shoot up people, whether they be Latino people.
Yeah, my internet's cracking the shit, so I have no idea what's going on.
Mm.
Who live in Texas, or black people who are in a supermarket in Buffalo, or Jewish people who are worshiping, those people use the same rhetoric, that they are tropes, that they're either racist for Latinos or black people or for Jewish people. And I wanted to know if he felt any responsibility as someone who has one of the largest social media and information platforms in the world.
250 million people.
A 250 million people. I think it's 455 or 500 million users a week. And it doesn't seem that he feels that he has any responsibility with that, because he
so by the way,
we should
really
start a fundraiser.
By the way, not only is the PayPal link that still not have the www in front of it down there, but the Mesopotamian symbols you spent all that time putting in between the names and stuff don't render on YouTube. So they don't even show up. Yeah.
That's lame.
It just looks like squares, like the image not found squares. You know, when your phone doesn't have the emoji and it just gives you that rectangle.
That's disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
That's very disappointing. Anyway, we should totally do a GoFundMe so we can get BG to bite Elon Musk. We'll raise money. It's a good idea.
To facts.
Here's another clip. You talked about ketamine in this particular instance, something that he has discussed before. Here he is.
Oh, you know what? It's fine. If that's actually how
You talk
it works.
about your ketamine use and depression.
Just needs to be broken up more.
Elon K-holes himself.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you didn't know about this? He's like,
no.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You also have said, and
the reason I should say, like the reason I mentioned
bro, the lag.
the ketamine prescription on the X platform.
It literally looks
Do you
like
want
a
to
GIF.
share it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got one bar of connection, so it's probably better
looks
if
like a
you
GIF.
do it. Yeah.
I
Where
don't even have
minute.
anything set up for it yet, though.
I'll keep playing. Just bring up the actual interview.
Because I thought
That's what I
maybe
was
this
gonna
was
do.
something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression,
They pay
should consider talking to their doctor.
Thing too.
What?
Do you think they're paying Don for the things that they're inserting in this CNN segment, or do you think these were provided free of service to promote his own interview? Just they're robbing Don again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which one it would be.
Right, you're gonna
if
have
I
to
was
monitor.
him, I would make them.
You're gonna have to monitor, so make sure you have the stream open on your other screen from YouTube.
Sure.
We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show.
Everyone, this is literally the first time I've heard of it.
We weren't canceled by
Well, I mean, we promoted it. It has been promoted. He definitely did do the promotion work to throw this down.
Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer
Yeah, you can
some
do the
exclusive
Instagram
content
thing
on his platform,
now that we switched
Elon
here.
Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio.
That's because that's the thing now. The whole we're dedicating and we're getting exclusive contracts to Twitch or YouTube and stuff, it's just dead now. Now that especially with like stuff like StreamYard and Streamlabs, like the multi-stream stuff, it's just like people can make more money doing what we're doing, you know, and asking people for donations and subs to our Patreon to get their names at the bottom instead of like dedicating all our time to like focus on one platform inside their algorithms to get their metric up. See, my thing is on one bar now that I'm screen sharing too, so I don't even know if this is going to look good. So you'll have to let me know on the monitor.
Yeah, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon.
You know what?
As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules,
the little boxes look fine. That's fine.
That's why I was waiting. I was like, go see the boxes and see if they look fine.
Or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know.
Oh, also, I just want to mention, make sure if you donate to these nice people in Ukraine who are drone pilots, not to mention that it's for drones and stuff on PayPal. Just, don't put anything in the memo. Be smart about stuff.
Say 5th gen census.
Hope is that you learned something about both Elon.
Plus, it's not actually for drones. It's just it's other stuff that the pilots need. They don't need to have their drones crowdfunded. They have them.
Car repairs and shit.
Yeah, car repairs and shit. And then Kafa helps other people who are fundraising as well with the money that's gets donated to her.
Yes.
And me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X.
Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16
Oh my
months.
God,
It's the
what a
fastest construction
wanker.
project in the United States.
It's 3 times the thing of the Pentagon. Okay. Who cares about the Pentagon size? The Pentagon is not huge.
It's
I'll say Jack told me to
So
promote
I'm here,
terrorism.
as you know, I'm on the
If
platform
anything,
because
B, she did.
you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah, you're not though.
Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that
You're
is
not, though.
because there are no
Cool.
conditions on this
Flagging
interview.
hard.
You said that, we'll speak to you for an
Huh?
hour. I don't like sound bites. So I
What'd you say?
Lagging hard.
Told you.
Lagging hard.
It probably looks better on your screen
Hey,
than mine.
welcome that. So let's get
Or it might just be StreamYard.
into it. So we're here in Austin,
Maybe.
South by Southwest is going on. We're
open
at
the
the Tesla
monitor,
headquarters.
which will just make it lag
You
more.
are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand.
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But it's but we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as the media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes.
Yeah.
X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Doesn't look that
Well, I
bad with
think
what I was pulling
I
up.
see the
But I think
X
it lags the
as,
most when you pause and unpause on my.
it's already the
Yeah,
number one
I think so.
source
On
of
mine,
news in
but
the world. So it is number one. Yeah,
I was gonna say
the number one way that people actually are informed
for you
about
it was
any kind of
lagging in the
news during
StreamYard
real-time
feed
events
itself.
is on the X platform,
Which would have
formerly Twitter.
reflected on the stream.
There's
What?
nothing even.
Which would have reflected on the stream.
Yeah, it was, but it like I'm not sure if what it looked like to you. Like so when I'm streaming here, is it lagging in the StreamYard or only lagging from YouTube?
It was lagging in the StreamYard and reflected that in the stream. But it
It
wasn't
might
as
be
bad in
it
the
might be
stream.
an issue internally with StreamYard then.
Possibly.
Let me check the It says it's regular definition, so
I can open a
Post for
support
real-time
ticket.
news.
yeah.
So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now put an entire book.
He needs media training ASAP. They've always said that. Like he wants to be Steve Jobs, right? And like be at the product launches and stuff, but like he's fucking weird. And nobody understands what he's talking about. And he's trying to say all this like technical mumbo jumbo, and nobody can understand what he's talking about. But yeah, for me, it looks like it's not lagging on both of my monitors in the StreamYard and then in the playhead itself. I don't know. Chat, how does it look for you? Shit? Who looks better, Jack or me?
Post an entire book to the platform. You can do long form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
That's not what Twitter's for. Bro, have you like tried to use Facebook nowadays? Like, it's crazy how shit it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No,
like, I was I guess I
can't
should
say I
start
have.
using this just because of like this 5th gen and stuff, but like I post and like it's not even seen, so it's like who cares? I have like thousands of friends too, you know?
And some of the stuff that we do, long form video, interview shows, what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said it would be great to have Maddo, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there
a wide variety of viewpoints. That it's we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, and that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the
What about
platform,
fascists?
so users can hear different opinions.
He loves those.
They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view,
Okay.
and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but I don't know. I'm used. Well, let's just say I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Do you see why these words are just fucking pointless now? Because it's everyone defines them themselves, just like how the word Zionist means nothing anymore.
Yep. Just ditch it. Get rid of the left, right. Just see you later. Goodbye. It's not that hard.
Did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw yeah.
That's why leftist as well. I'm doing my best to phase it out. Soon I won't say it at all. It will just be commies.
Yeah, not. I saw segments. Yeah, but CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Why do you say that?
No.
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
No, they put it in the center.
So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am.
They do put it on the left in some of this stuff.
Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of
lagging,
fairly bucketed into right or left. I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some.
Here, you take it back over, because I can't open up tabs and do research if I'm hosting. And if it's bullshit,
I'm talking to StreamYard.
Okay. On the left, but not everything. Or some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer?
Like, this is generally how it's arranged, right? And like, I just think this is wild what they have in center. Like, News Nation, Market Watch.
What the fuck?
The Hill, Wall Street Journal, right? And then then it's like center left. They have Politico, and I thought CNN is over here with MSNBC and Democracy Now.
What the fuck? In the same space as Jacobin. Okay, bro.
Yeah. And Democracy Now, The Nation, Fox. Right? That's wild. Fox News is all the way in with Blaze. If anything, Fox News would be, according to this chart, Fox News is center, because News Nation is just about Axios, News Nation, Christian Science Monitor. Like, what? What is going on?
Maybe
so strange.
How much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. It's a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. we're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio video calling, so you can not
Nobody
just
asked
do
for
text
that,
TMs,
bro.
you can do
They
audio
just
video
want you to
calling.
make.
We improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So, the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left. And that was really, I think,
Just
a lot
stop
of it
promoting
being located in San Francisco, Berkeley. And so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I used to get, I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything.
There's still tweets, don't.
Fag to
sure. It's the internet, that people will do. I mean, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now, and that even it's moved into sort of MAGA land conspiracy theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left,
it's been proven that
because
that's not
of
true.
arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left wing or right wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. When they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning?
Oh, you mean the company?
Who gives a
donation?
shit?
I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees, people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question to you, leading into this, is about MAGA. And speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was not done. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and
wow,
said
bro,
Donald
you're
Trump
so
came by for
cool.
breakfast. Is that,
Look, I'm big timing the
just so you
former
know,
president
Uh-huh.
of the United
What'd you
States,
discuss?
bro. Oh man.
Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What
I bet.
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked.
So do you.
I don't recall him saying anything that he
Hi,
hasn't said
do you want to know
publicly.
how to fix this?
And that was it. It was just a
Stop.
breakfast.
Elon
ask you for money?
wants to.
He
Elon
didn't.
doesn't like talking.
Did he
He
ask you
likes
for a
smelling
donation?
his own
No,
farts,
he
bro.
No,
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
that's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion.
It's crazy. You see this a lot with right wing, right? You
Mm.
just follow up questions with why is that? Why not? What makes you say that?
Mm.
They start insulting you, be like, "How do you not know this? Aren't you supposed to be the news?" And it's some like conspiracy theory that you're
Yeah.
asking him about, right? This is like such an attitude where you see how he's getting all catty because Don asked a follow-up question. Bro, you're in a fucking interview. Like, why are you getting all huffy
With
and
a
puffy?
journalist, yeah. Cry less.
I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No,
not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No,
you're not leaning towards anyone because you've been.
I'm leaning away from
bullshit.
You're leaning.
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
That's a great question.
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election, so we'll see.
True.
Who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president, and at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you've been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple of weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates?
Don, this is awful. I got to tell you. Too slow. Your graphic queue in there sucks. Is this the quality of the photo that you're pulling from Twitter? Did Elon post a photo this bad quality? Like the car could at least be in focus. Like, oh, it's supposed to look fast. That's why it's not in focus. Look, dude, I can accept the background. Blurring the background makes the car look fast, but what the fuck am I looking at here?
Yeah, even real car photography, the car is in focus.
EV, I mean, Tesla stock is down in the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
Oh my god, I hate his little sting sound, bro.
But what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding.
You see how he has to rotate his fucking socials because he has all these different names?
Yeah.
Isn't it nice not having to do that?
It's pretty good.
We
got very
selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team. And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have.
I watched a video of someone shooting it.
I put some of those in the
really
stream list, but they were never clicked. So the
Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in.
Never saw them.
Several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once a decade product. It is so special, and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean,
bro, you think that's your best project? Please cancel his government contracts now.
Cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we
sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe.
Oh my god, shut up.
It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla.
Oh my god, take away his government contracts right now.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
Oh my god.
I'm getting Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So
bullshit.
That's by far faster than any sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting.
Jack, comment? Car expert?
Roller coasters can't even launch that fast. Shut the fuck up.
What is he talking about?
Roller coasters, I've been
what
on
is he
the
saying?
world's...
What is he saying?
He's saying that a
Acceleration?
car can go from 0 to 60 miles an hour in under a second. I've been on the world's fastest roller coaster, and it goes to the top speed of 200 kilometers an hour in about 1.5 seconds. That was hard to achieve. They have to use magnets and like railgun technology, essentially.
Yeah, they spin them
Good
up.
luck. Good luck.
I've been on the dragster at Cedar Point. I think that launches at like
It's very
150
similar. Yeah,
miles
it
per
would be
hour.
very similar. Yeah.
Except the drags, I think they shut it down because it kept getting injuring people or something.
Interesting.
And
Don't be a pussy.
and then the Hulk, which I stand by, is the best roller coaster of all time at Universal. It launches you somewhere between 40 and 80 miles per hour.
Okay.
But it does it up a hill, right? So it basically eliminates the chain in the beginning. So it takes like so there is a short like there's like a whole storyline behind it because it's Universal, they like to like
It goes through like a train bit and it has a story.
Well, no, he's trying to cure himself, so he's in like some sort of accelerator that's going to shoot him around a planet. Right? And so like you're Bruce Banner in the ride. That's the kind of the point. And so like he's like launching the thing up and it's saying like everything is normal, and then it starts going air, the red lights start blinking.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh no, not again!" Like it's on the voiceover, and then it just shoots you out. It's so fucking good.
Well, that's kind of like the Superman.
It does take you up the hill halfway, and then as you're going up the tunnel, it shoots you.
Interesting, because the Superman at Movie World in Queensland is kind of like that. It kind of takes you through like a tunnel and tells you a story. Shit shakes, and then it goes like, "Look, Superman," and he says his line, and he fucking like pushes you out the door, and it's straight up a fucking straight up a vertical thing. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's so sick. But if anybody watching is ever in Japan, John is wrong about the best ride. If you are ever in Japan, there is a theme park right at the bottom of Mount Fuji called Fuji Q. Go there.
And does the ride also have a good theme where you get to be Bruce Banner as long?
It's
not just the thrill. It's got multiple elements.
It's better.
There.
Every single so they have 4 record holding or previously record holding roller coasters. Every single one has its own unique theme song. So when you're lining up, it has its theme song playing. I still have videos of it. It's great. But this one is called Age Nika, I think is how you pronounce it. But it's basically mass hysteria is the name of it. That's essentially what the word means. And the ride, if you've ever been to Six Flags in California, I think it's got a smaller version of it there. I think it's called the X2. But basically it has seats that individually rotate from the actual car itself. And the car goes on the track and your seat is rotating. Each side is different, so it's 2 rides in one. It's the best thing I've ever been on. I ruined roller coasters for myself.
I don't know. This Hulk ride looks really cool. It's just basically like it depends on like it's loops though. That's mainly what the ride is.
Okay. Well, they've got one of these at this park as well. It's got 145-degree drop.
Let's get back to the show.
Let's
Think about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Oh
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels.
Oh my god! Are we playing this game now?
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, like kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
F1s.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the
Elon. Fighter jets are controlled by little sticks, my friend. They don't have these. Imagine going 3 times the speed of sound, and your little wheel is like, let's go left. You're like
Have you
this, and
seen
you're
the
like, fuck
Raptors
me.
controls, bro? It's insane. It's literally just like the dinkiest joystick.
Yeah, they always are. It's really funny.
Like the
But
Raptor is
it's a
right here, so
fucking
you just have to
joystick.
like lean your hand,
Yeah.
and it
It's
like
also to
does
counter
everything for you.
G-forces, so you can still move it under G-force, which is why the center one have gone to side ones, and why they don't use fucking yokes, you moron.
I don't even know what that is.
It's it's like
Egg.
an F1 steering wheel.
Egg.
You know the F1 steering wheels?
Egg.
It's this. It's just this. It just looks like this. It's this. It looks like a PSP. That's a yoke.
Roadster that we're gonna make.
Or a Switch.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, make somewhat of a nerd technologist. So I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
And lately, I've been playing Diablo.
Minecraft.
But I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me.
Why do they always say Quake? Why? Every single time.
Quake's
every
a
one of
classic.
every one of these boomers that says they play video games is like, I was very good at Quake. No, you fucking weren't. Shut the fuck
Quake
up.
is a classic, bro.
Because we're talking about
Without some obscure random game that only you would know about, like Croc, the Legend of the Gobbos. Like, fuck yourself, you clown. No, you fucking didn't. You don't play video games.
like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great
All
nephew
the games.
loves
All of
Fortnite
them.
and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So
Fortnite.
that helps you relax, right? So
yeah. And the nice thing is if you've got friends in different cities
I
and they're
got
playing the same
this
game,
guy.
you can both go online at the same
It was
time.
like a viral
and,
post or something, so it might not
Mhm.
have happened. But he said that he was working at a game store, and the mom came in and said, "Do you have fork knife?" And he says, "I think it's Fortnite." And she goes, "No, it's definitely fork knife," and left.
That's awesome. Their kids are definitely being telling them fork knife as a meme, and they've totally believed them.
No. This is a long time ago. Like
That's
when
so
it first got popular, when they first released it. Shit.
Yeah.
play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess
Generally, if you play video games, you kind of like disconnect from reality, including your phone. So if you played video games in your downtime, you wouldn't tweet nearly as much as you do. So once again, I'm calling bullshit.
yes, I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP or player versus player platform.
Shut up.
So in video games,
Just shut
there's player versus like environment.
Oh my god.
Where you're not
Shut
playing
the
against
fuck
other
up.
people.
Shut the fuck up.
And then there's PvP,
Shut the
which is
fuck
like
up.
hardcore. You're actually
Shut the
playing against
fuck
other
up.
people.
Shut the
And,
fuck up. Oh my
So that's
god.
blowing off steam for you.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
hate him so
it
much.
is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously, I use it for to post jokes, to post,
Oh my god.
you know,
To tell
sometimes
Nazis they're
trivia,
doing cool posts on
sometimes
Twitter.
things that are of
Yeah.
great
Right.
importance.
There is
So you do a
PvP.
lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're
Is
doing
that what he
this,
said?
are you
Yeah. He explained PvP and PvE and was like, Twitter's like PvP. Shut the fuck up.
sober when you do it?
Almost
Are
always,
you
yes.
under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No, I
You have no
Bro,
idea what
you
you're
have a
talking about.
ketamine problem.
It's just so embarrassing. At least have some
I had one
humility.
puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you've had.
This is true.
You have the ketamine
You are
prescription.
garbage. Okay, you're garbage.
What's that for?
Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, you know.
He loves a bit of cat.
It's
crushes them up,
it's something I'd say,
snorts it through a dollar
There
bill.
are times when I have
100 probably.
sort of
high roller.
I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain.
Bro,
Like depression,
you've
I guess,
asked
you know.
there's people who had to leave your company because you got them addicted to drugs, because you promoted this culture where people have to lick your dick and think you're so cool to keep their jobs, right? And then you pressured them into doing drugs with you, and they had to leave your company
Insane.
to get sober. So they lost their jobs anyway.
That's insane.
Or like depression that's not linked to any negative news, and then ketamine. Is
Bro, what do you
helpful
mean?
for,
Depression
getting
isn't
one
linked to
out.
hearing negative things or having bad things happen to you. That's not like this. This is what pisses me off so much. That it's like, oh, you're taking antidepressants, but aren't you happy? Yes. Like depression doesn't mean sad. That has nothing to do with sadness or sad things happen to you. It's like people say, like, if you say, oh, I'm just really depressed today, and you don't have depression, it's like saying, oh, I'm so OCD, I gotta be organized.
It's out of a negative frame of mind. Well, listen, in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Oh my God,
Listen,
shut
I think
up.
that ketamine
Actually,
and
I
drug
support
therapy
this.
No, I just mean
Give
in
me
general.
ketamine.
Do not take medical advice from Elon Musk.
I agree. Let's do ketamine.
You think Joe
Let's get
Rogan
into a nice-
taking medical advice from Joe Rogan is bad?
Also,
do not take
medical
it from Elon
ketamine
Musk.
is like a once a month thing where you like go see a therapist and stuff.
Yes, it's ketamine
He's
therapy,
taking it
though.
like he has a prescription and is taking it like recreationally.
Mhm.
It's like oh, I'm gonna microdose mushrooms until I feel better. Macro doses every day.
It's fucking hilarious.
Is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from an actual, a real doctor, not like, you know.
Yeah, but
A real
do you feel like
doctor.
you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use
Yes.
too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in like, 16-hour days. That's normal for me. And
He plays
it's
video games, guys. 16-hour days. Video games.
rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have like, a situation where I can be not
Literally
mentally
contradicted
acute
himself.
for an extended period of time. Like I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Every day.
Well, it'd be like a
It's
small
how I sleep.
amount
I
once
can't hold
every
myself
other
to
week or
sleep.
something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's
Yeah,
not
that's the dose. There are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
You don't use it.
Yeah, I think it's just, like I said. I think what I find ketamine is if you like literally like a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then
Ketamine
is helpful for getting you out of a depressive.
Because
mindset.
they're too noise canceling. I can't
If
hear
you
myself.
can't handle life,
I need to find my
if you
earbuds because they're
can't
too
handle
noise
life,
canceling.
if you can't handle life, if you are stressed at your job, if you are really down at your luck, you know what'll help you? Fucking
A
ketamine.
bullet to the brain.
Shelve some fucking ketamine. That'll help.
A doofus.
Suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have like a case of like extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing, but once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Turn it off with ketamine.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances? And also, and
if you want to counter the ketamine, take some MD. Just the powdered form.
Wall Street as well.
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. You know, are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined.
Oh my God!
From nothing. So
Wow.
that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we
How'd
had
you do
the
that?
best-selling car
Was it
on
selling
Earth last
tax
year.
credits?
So for an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
the reason I should say, like the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned
Sure
it.
you did, bro.
Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things
Finally.
that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border. You said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections. So how is that possible?
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If
we have
immigrants,
Jews,
which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's very strong bias
Only
to a
earbuds I
Democrat.
could don't have the little rubber on them, so I'm
The
not
more,
about to
the more
jam
that come into
in
the
my
country,
ear.
the more they're likely
Fair enough.
to
Put
vote
those other
in that
headphones on the
direction.
one side works, so.
It is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, to Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is like how? So there's a few ways of this
I got a
works.
graph.
One
Too
is
simple.
that when
Sometimes
the census is
naive.
done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not.
Sure.
So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state,
Bro,
or,
he's literally trying to
in a
justify
particular
great
state,
replacement
that's-
theory.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. All you need to say is that great replacement theory is a specific thing. Because remember, there's that RAND survey that I brought up, right? And somehow great replacement theory was way higher than these other extremist beliefs. What people don't understand is that great replacement theory isn't the we don't want our white race replaced. That's just racism. That's not a conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
You can believe that and just be like, I don't want any, people who aren't white in the country. You can just believe that and be a racist. The conspiracy behind great replacement theory specifically is that the Jews are specifically engineering this to replace white people, and the Jews are waging a genocide on whites.
And they're using migrants to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to switch back to these because
So the idea is that the instability, I think, is also a part of it, that they're causing the instability to cause migrants to flee, blah 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 blah.
It's crazy because those are
wild.
also way too tight because they're like, I guess they're kids' headphones. That's what I was able to find, right? That's probably why they're like, already my head hurts from wearing them, but at least I could hear properly.
Yeah.
But I can't hear myself, so.
State will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net
My head
loss
started
of blue
exploding from being crushed.
What?
I said that's what I was looking up before my head started being crushed
No.
by child headphones.
Right.
States of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, like, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment.
Hang on, I'm not listening to him, and I want to be able to dissect him specifically.
Well, you want to know what the problem with what he's saying is that, okay, sure, they're going to lose seats of representation, but they're in America, you fucking idiot. Whether they're illegal or not, policies affect them. Changes affect them. Not necessarily do they need to vote, but they should definitely be counted.
So
What the fuck are you
obviously,
talking
the
about?
nation's most populous states are home to the most immigrant voters. Okay, now look, California, right? Immigrant eligible voters in millions, right? So it's like, and then it's percentage of eligible voters who are immigrants. So California has a lot of voters who are immigrants, but not compared to like people like, look at Texas being all the way up here, but it's not even in the top 10 on this side, right? Like New York has way more. New York, all the blue states have way more immigration than the rest, right? It's just like, shut up.
Well, I can't imagine why.
Okay, so top birth countries: Mexico. Look, New York is Dominican Republic and China, right?
Weird.
Mm-hmm. New York, New Jersey also has Dominican Republic as well.
Philippines, California, interesting. New Jersey.
It's because it's funny because I always forget Puerto Rico is technically the United States. I'm like, oh, I'm surprised Puerto Rico isn't at the top. You know,
Yeah,
in New York.
Counts, yeah.
So
New Jersey.
Florida. That's another. So let's just process this, right? In thousands, right? So by far, the immigrants that are making up the population in Florida who are having children and being family there are ex-Cuban. Do you know who ex-Cubans vote for? That kind of puts a hole in it, doesn't it?
A little bit. Crazy.
All right. Anyway, I wanted to hear specifically the dumb shit he was trying to say about.
Interesting that Texas, the second were India and Vietnam. The second and third. That was very strange.
Well, India's is because there's a big tech sector growing there.
Right.
But also another interesting. I can see if I can find it, but it's like if you exclude Mexico, what are the top immigrants in every state?
That would be interesting.
Because some of the states, it's not even Mexico, you know.
It would be interesting.
Electoral
It was really
college
easy
is in
to find,
place
actually.
is to balance that, so that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the electoral college is there. The electoral college at this point,
okay, pause.
At this point in our history,
pause. Oh my God! Here's Don Lemon about to give his take on the electoral college. That's also going to be wrong, I bet. So it's excluding Mexico.
Okay.
Honky, 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 honky.
Dude, look at India flooding the Midwest. Crazy. Ethiopia. Somalia, that makes sense.
You know, Guatemala is another interesting one.
Germany. The fuck?
Where's that's interesting.
Two Vietnams. Honduras.
There's another Vietnam in Oregon.
Interesting. Philippines to Hawaii. What's the Alaska one?
Philippines.
Really?
So Philippines is that makes sense because they're more on that side.
True. That's very random though.
So like, look, it's the Somalians in Minnesota that are communist agents.
Yeah.
I have other graphs though. So like this one is, oh, this one's kind of
Yeah,
low
of course.
quality, but this one it has, you can't even barely see it. It's the same thing except Mexico's not excluded, and they used flags, and that one has a rock in Michigan. You know, because it depends on when the graphic was made. But
Yeah,
boy,
look at all the Mexican flags.
that's low quality.
Gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states, because it tends
this
to be
is why I
smaller
wanted to
and
hear
less
what
popular.
he was saying
that statement
instead of
is,
looking stuff up.
What you said is true, but what I said is also true,
No,
which is
not.
that if, as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously very easily on there. It's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in census. And that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about
He's really
this
pushing
Jewish
this.
conspiracy, you ended up
I
apologizing.
didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives.
This is what's
In my
really
view, there's
dumb
a
about the
basic
right wing
incentive.
is that they don't understand the fact. The scary part is that they don't know what great replacement theory actually is. Right? So, and it's because people who actually believe in it, like Nick Fuentes, has pushed it and normalized it with the fucking dog whistling, right?
Yeah.
And hidden it behind these things that do have statistics, right? And it gets into it. So all you have to say is great replacement theory is a conspiracy theory. And you have to say, if Elon just said is a conspiracy theory that the Jews are responsible for it, and that's just ridiculous. Right? And then they would say, and then all you have to do is when he's like, oh, but do you think that like Mexicans are taking over this country? You can say, that's not what great replacement theory is, to be clear. And you can keep reiterating that and distancing great replacement theory, but they didn't want to. They wanted to normalize this thing into their normal everyday rhetoric. Because immigration has become basically, now that they have abortion and that didn't go well, this is the next single issue that they're going to press, right? I found a really cool map. Check this out.
Can you scroll the? Can you? Oh, you can. That's awesome. Maps.
Right, so here comes China, right?
Gold Rush. Destroyed by a fire. Oh shit.
I was gonna say because this interface is like dog shit. I can't tell what I'm clicking on. Like, is there supposed to be a slider here? You know?
Maybe. Are you clicking or dragging?
I'm dragging now because so it's like this is what I was looking at because the Chinese Exclusion Act comes in at one
look,
point.
Cuba's already coming.
Yeah, and then this is like because the Civil War is tied to Cuba and stuff. Boom! You see now there's no Chinese Exclusion Act. When did that get signed?
Yeah.
When was that? I swear it was earlier than this. 1880. That's probably when it expired. The Chinese Exclusion Act is when they got rid of it. So then in 1880 had that explosion. So this is what they're mad at. It
The
used
Chinese
to be.
Exclusion Act was passed by Congress and signed by Chester A. Arthur.
In what year?
10-year ban. So
in
from
what year?
82 to 1882 to 1892.
Okay, see, I was right.
Mm.
So they were destroyed in a fire.
Yeah.
Once that, so literally that killed their Chinese immigration. But like, this is what they're mad about. It used to be all white people coming in. There's China and Mississippi right there.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is Reagan, right? Reagan comes in, all Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Clinton, all Mexico.
Jesus fucking Christ. The invasion's coming. They're invading. Fucking hell. There was still a China there. Pennsylvania, I think it was.
Yeah, also Massachusetts has China.
Interesting.
It's fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals, and you don't need a conspiracy in that case because you have a very basic incentive. You could say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into
which is not great replacement theory.
Buying some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the great replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory.
Thank you, Don.
And
thank you, Don.
Did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you did a political stunt.
Lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the great replacement theory, but when it comes to the actual great replacement theory, originally it was started about Jewish people.
Thank you, Don.
In the country, and then
I'm
now
loving
people use
this
it for Democrats.
I've never heard somebody actually lay it out, and this is my issue. Like Taylor Renz kind of implied that it's supposed to be about Jews when she interviewed Shia, but I think there's a big problem. Take something that's like literally elders of Zion rhetoric type stuff that comes from that type of speech, right? And taking that replacement theory, like this is the Nazis, right? This is what they believed, is that the Jews were replacing people. It's literally elders of Zion shit. Yeah. And when you start normalizing that with just everyday Republican racism, I think that's more dangerous. If people think that they can like shame people into not being racist, and that's why they have this reputation that the left cancels everyone.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's much more dangerous to start associating them with Nazis and basically exile them like Nazis, because that's just going to leave them only with Nazis. It's like there's cheat servers where everyone who's been banned from the game goes to a specific server, and those servers are like hell sites because they're so broken all the time.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to get legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
The great replacement theory is a neo-Nazi
then you
trope.
don't subscribe to
It's
great
in the
replacement
neo-Nazi
theory, Elon.
But he
Even
wants
with
to. He
Don's
really
help
wants
telling
to.
you what it is. Don,
He
like
really wants
this is
to.
supposed to be Don being uncharitable to you. He literally like specifically like, this is the specific out. All you have to say is this. He literally spelled it out to you, and you're still so fucking dumb that you think this is still an attack against you. Fucking right wingers and needing to fucking be the victim so much.
Silly goose. Silly goose.
Manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter.
Damn, Turner Diaries.
Manifesto where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch shooters manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people
murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion. Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything in it. It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you?
I mean, yeah, you can say that about me too because
moderated
I'm
yourself,
quoting like terrorists and stuff, right? And but they're retweeting terrorists. But you're literally like, you've said the actual truth to these things, bro. Like, just stand by what you have to fucking say. It's so Weasley. Like, they're such cowards. I say that's the thing that I say about the only time it's appropriate to reference Hitler. Oh, about strategic bombing, right? Because Hitler said that the Reich, Germany's dead without the Reich, so they can firebomb Berlin for all I care, because there's no Germany without the Reich. So it's like strategic bombing doesn't work. That's the only time it's appropriate to reference Hitler when you are talking about why you shouldn't do indiscriminate bombing, even if they're huge terrorists who like cut the babies out of women and stuff. Still, indiscriminate bombing will not work against them.
Better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates
I don't
to
have to answer these questions.
Great replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
Why
care.
not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest
you hang
social
out with
media
Nazis.
and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not with just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system,
which already existed before you were there.
In order for community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts.
Yeah, unless it's on you,
which is subject to this.
No, you get them taken off your post after they get community noted.
I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. So that's why we open source our algorithm.
Which is good.
I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported.
Listen, he quoted before even October 3rd happened.
Yeah.
Or October 7th happened. Right? So he was doing, it was 2022 to 2023. Anti-Semitism went up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
That as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content?
You talking to me? Did I have a Mean Girls Freudian
substantially.
slip? Because I just quote Mean Girls in general. What did I say?
You said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this, and
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic
it's an awful
and
sound.
racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from
How many
your own
views?
content policy,
How many views, Don?
these posts should have been.
Yeah, I want to see the views
Oh,
and
October
likes and
3rd.
interactions.
That's probably
so
where
why
it came
haven't
from.
they been deleted?
Like, bro, he just
why are they
told.
still
He's
there?
not showing the
Did you-
views on him. Didn't he? Come on. I mean, we got to side with Elon on this one.
No.
Like he just said. So as far as like hate speech being up on the platform, it's definitely up. But what Elon said is that he said this from the start, is that like posts that are more edgy and get reports and stuff. So if you mass report a post, it lowers its visibility, right? He just was saying that. So then Don is showing him these fucking posts and they have no view counts on them or likes or shares on them. What's the engagement on those posts, Don? Because I can find bad shit like that on any website. And again, I'm just saying, this is Don just needing to do better journalism in this case, because you could easily own Elon on this if you just, it's like Brett Cooper. They find like posts that have no engagement to back up her fucking show opinions. Like, there's so little effort being done here.
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
No, they're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed
Were they
social
Twitter
media
users?
To radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying.
No, I don't love censorship.
Bro,
Then why
they were
I
on
believe in
Don.
moderation,
They were
but
on
I don't believe in
8chan, not
censorship.
Twitter. Okay, can we just like acknowledge that? Like, I'm not saying Twitter's great and all. It's really gone downhill. But come on, the shooters that you mentioned, the fucking Christchurch terrorist and the Buffalo shooter. I'm pretty sure the Buffalo shooter specifically was 8chan shit. And what about the fucking Florida shooter? What did he call the stripper? My ringer's girl was the stripper called? That the guy would always, he said the name of the strip club by something girl.
I cannot fucking remember to save my life. I wish I did, because it's fucking hilarious.
I mean,
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
We can go look it up. That shit, best done stuff. But that dude was Hispanic, and you want to say that? Oh, Elon is on record being like, he's not a Nazi. He's not a Nazi. If Elon actually did his research, he would be able to say, well, for example, this Hispanic shooter who I said who's not a Nazi also referenced great replacement theory and followed people like Nick Fuentes.
Yep.
And also wasn't on Twitter, right? Like, I'm trying to think of terrorists. Like, ISIS has used Twitter but that got filtered out very quickly. Like, I'm trying to think of like any type of like terrorist action that happens there. Somebody gets radicalized through like Twitter. And we like know that it's normally 8chan and 4chan type shit.
Yeah, it's always a bit more than Twitter.
If it's dramatic, it really goes down that hill, like that road. So there might be people like there's
possibly. It's very possible.
Reddit as well is another one you see more than Twitter, and nobody's talking about Reddit like that, even though it has like influenced these types of things. Like, where would incels be without Reddit? And we're not gonna like shit on Reddit like we're shitting on X. And again, I hate X, but this is me being fair and biased and unbiased.
Twitter.
Yeah, I know.
Censorship
I just hear it so much.
Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't
No,
you
it's
think
not.
free speech is one thing, right? Or not,
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it
Yeah,
down.
Discord is another
If
one.
it's not
Dude,
illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale.
have you read the new article about the fucking like what is it called? It's like hurtcore, when they fucking like blackmail minors into cutting themselves up and stuff. But it's like associated like this person they did this article. It's really good. It's long as fuck, but it's about one specific type of like Lincoln group, and like Order of Nine Angel stuff is in there because they do like people link to them. Like it's the one guy who got arrested. It's mainly about him. I only remember their first name. I have to find them.
Certainly doesn't help.
Or bring censors.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not.
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying.
Some people, yeah,
no,
people on 8chan.
I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. So if those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I agree.
To the laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like you're applying a differential standard to.
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never. When I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would
either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
It does if you're fucking liking it, my dude.
Mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that. That's because the mainstream media has like whatever 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts today.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules. What you're suggesting is censorship.
I couldn't find them because
what I'm saying is
I couldn't find them because you don't. It only searches the on Twitter instead of their like name. So I was typing in Alley and nothing was coming up. I'm like, God damn it! When their tag is A Winston.
Yeah.
I guess have a disagreement because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say, and that's why I'm asking you why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because.
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech.
We don't promote.
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful. But if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. Okay. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
Everyone has the opportunity to read the internet.
I can't even find this article on his site because the way he fucked up articles.
You don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform.
And find their work.
So I see how you feel now. You don't agree.
Use the
we don't agree on
quotations if they shared it with a specific word or something that you remember.
Yes, you want censorship,
because the name of the group is 3 numbers, and I don't know what 3 numbers they were.
No, I want responsibility. I think
you desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a censorship,
you want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility.
Okay.
I think
found it on their Substack.
Responsibility to
really quick. It was really easy to find on their Substack. So it says Yeah, so it's like they did this multi thing, and it's 5,000 word plus article.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Multiple groups have come together to like research and write about together. So the group is what it's called. It's like there's dark quarters in the internet, and then there's 764, which is definitely not a headline they picked, right? But it's all about. See, it's like these guys go into like Roblox and shit, and it just goes through like in details their victims and how they were groomed and stuff. Okay. But the one guy like who led the FBI to finally do something, like you've seen pictures of him if you've looked up Order of Nine Angels.
Got a picture of him for people?
Yeah. I literally typed in Order of Nine Angels or arrest, and it immediately came up. So this guy right here, right? So he's got this is that whatever Ligma flag in the background. That's one of their
Yeah.
Yes, it's I know it's not angels, it's angles. I know. It's just in my head wrong. See, and then he's got a shirt. It says Kitty Fiddler, and it says I'm addicted to child pornography behind him. This is what they would do. It's like all about how this guy and his group would. This is so nerdy. He's got like this is like blood seals on him, like signing his soul away to the devil and stuff. Like, cool, bro. They're so cringe. Yeah, it's literally wrong in my brain, and I don't think it's ever going to be fixed. I was good about it for a while, and now every time I bring it up, I need to get in the habit of just saying ONA. That will help me. But there's no evidence he actually joined them. He was just trying to. He was literally
really?
I want to join, right?
That's pretty funny.
So it says affiliated with a satanic pedophile cult, not necessarily Order of Nine Angles right there. Because but yeah, this article is really, really good. It's really wrong. I didn't know how long it is before I started reading it, and I'm just reading it like, God, when does this fucking article end? There's so much information on this shit in this article. And obviously Telegram is going to be where most of this shit goes down and stuff. And also somebody who's affiliated with this is the Jan 6 girl who's like kind of hot, and you can totally find her like masturbating on the internet and showing her boobs and stuff. You know that Nazi girl who was at Jan 6? She stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop.
Oh, that one.
She's obsessed with Nick Fuentes. She's like, I'd fuck her. Then she starts talking about like crazy shit about how because who knows, she's part of this type of shit. Like she's been in these groups that some of these are. There was a lot left out too. Did you read this article? I assume you did. There's obviously more, but it's still a lot. And also other publications are going to be doing articles with this whole like collaboration project they're doing. But I think Unicorn Riot has also done something on these people or someone similar, because there's they spawn different groups as the Telegram channels get shut down. And
they splinter off.
Yeah. So I think I might be conflating both these articles, but Unicorn Riot, who are obviously super independent, pretty similar to, they do a lot different than what we're pursuing, but the on the street journalism and stuff that they do is obviously something that we're going to be funding.
People want the law changed. They should talk to their elected representatives.
Yeah, not criticizing the article, but it was so fucked. Yeah, it was hard to read. It was a fucking intense article. All the shit in there. It was bad. Really intense shit.
Fighting to beat censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails, and I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Right.
Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right, that's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true? And what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, such so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that
He's
may
just
result.
rambling. It's literally just rambling at this point.
People dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no evidence.
Saying they have not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I think
the interesting thing is when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said, and so people can then make their own decision based on the replies, the rebuttals, and the community notes.
I think that's fair, but I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately
you can just send me stuff on
nowhere
Twitter and
in
stuff.
the thread,
because we're going to have to film more
soon.
soon.
Say that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI.
By the way, we have to shoot the intro for the next episode.
Purely speculative. There's research on DEI and medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered.
Okay.
That DEI is affecting medicine. Actually, only 5% of doctors are Black, and a small percent.
Yeah, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay. So, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, is a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there'll be immediately in the replies, people correcting me. There'll be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
Do you think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Just so you.
Whereas if you consider
They do
conventional
that,
media,
right.
that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I just checked
I think
Twitter, right? And like Bonka's on here fighting with somebody about me, and it was mad funny. Like Black Redguard made a hilarious post, and I just wrote Lamau on it, and apparently that was too much for this person, right?
I guess so.
So it was former President Obama arrives at 10 Downing Street for a private meeting. He said he's definitely not there for the food. Hilarious, right? So of course I'm gonna write Lamau because it's a funny joke, and it's like you're literally a naphoid. Go fuck yourself. What?
That's so random. What the
Sex
fuck?
talk and worshiping it like it's a religion is ground for public flogging. Okay.
Weird.
I criticize NATO a lot, and I do it from an actual effective position who understands them.
But they don't get that.
Bro, they literally are bombing like the people I support right now. Like fuck NATO. NATO is the reason why Ukraine is losing, and not losing, but being invaded, and it's not
Yeah.
because of the bullshit story that they have, but because they could give them the gear and the training to end this conflict if they wanted to, but then they don't want somebody who can steamroll Russia on the border to NATO countries, so they won't do that. So at the end of the day, when they do this thing where it's like, if we don't help Ukraine, then they're gonna fight us. Like, shut the fuck up, NATO. Shut the fuck up. Help Ukraine then. You don't. Shut the fuck up. You're literally holding on to all these weapons in case you'll have to use them tomorrow after Ukraine ends up losing the war, when you could just make them not lose the war.
Yeah.
Like, fuck NATO. Like, defensive cartels suck. This is what happens. Like, the Ukraine is in the position it is because NATO is a defensive cartel. On the other hand, they keep Europe from fighting in the rest of Europe. But at this point, so does the EU. So, but we'd see. I don't know if the EU could, if a real European war kicked off. I don't think the EU would be able to counter it as effectively as NATO.
No. I think so.
Okay. So I just want the research. So when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because
Ukraine
medical
invades
standards,
NATO?
DEI
This is why,
calling
but
medical
this is the
standards be
reason
lowered?
why,
Do you
like, I
actually-
don't want Ukraine to join NATO. I want Ukraine to win the war and not to join NATO, because then they'll do stuff like bomb Iran and like actually stand up for like people that NATO won't, because they're a fucking private clubhouse that needs to. They're literally the Brotherhood of Steel.
Believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a
But
doctor,
you're saying if we lower the standards, but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't
or have
think
been
that
lowered?
is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're
This
saying.
is so funny.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. But I said if we lower standards, people will die.
He's
Why
laughing in
respond
his
to
face.
something
That's so
or
funny.
Put something out there that has not happened, because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board certified surgeon, or an oncologist,
Who's
or
lowering
something
standards? I'm so
where
confused. Where the fuck is he getting this shit from?
If you make
Well,
a
this is what they
mistake,
believe for
causes someone to
DEI.
die.
Didn't you hear? What's that racist black guy? Jesse on your mom's house talking about how the pilot was black and they're going to crash the plane.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. It's that. Okay.
Then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors? Or
that's what that's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay, the evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off, this
mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight. Do you remember that? You responded to a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Who is?
But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
they will
opinion.
cite.
Hold on, I have something for this.
In the replies to this,
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
The information is cited.
Huh?
I just searched NATO on my tweets and stuff.
Yeah.
Find a positive tweet that I posted about him. I'm not looking that hard.
Struggling.
You know, someone tell Vosh this is what NATO does that's bad, bombing Kurdistan. You know, there's things where I put NATO in the title. Communists defending Hamas have not mentioned NATO's second army bombing of Iraq and Syria. Not only frequently back, but people's pressing my friends, right? It's so rare they actually have principles. It's not about ending occupation. It's about choosing which state's boots to lick. That's me insulting communists because they won't criticize NATO, by the way. Just here we go. I have some old friends I've lost touch with here. This is about a bombing, right? Just to be clear, this counts as NATO aggression, yet communists don't care. They only focus. They don't focus on Kurdistan because they hate them. Current bombardment from NATO's Second Army. High potential American-led forces engaged Turkish assets, civilian infrastructure bombed. Nobody ever wants to recognize that NATO's Second Army. What NATO's Second Army does in Kurdistan. Bosch's defense of NATO is pee-pee poo-poo. Turkey is creating an Article 5 scenario that would inevitably have Russia and Iranian forces engaging in NATO directly. So this is people who are saying that they're starting a war, right? They're always saying, oh, this is the next war. Putin's moving his nukes up. China said something strange. And it's like Turkey, NATO's Second Army bombing Syria right now is going to create the Article 5 scenario, not the fucking Russian border where they're fucking actually watching shit. NATO's Second Army has done more than the IRGC has in the region, but nobody cares about that, I guess.
I guess not.
You know, that's all it is just criticizing NATO doing this and doing that. So that person Balding is a boss hate watcher. It's just funny. I just love it when people criticize me for things that just literally aren't my position. Because they're like too radical to actually see a position. It's just funny to me.
They're direction brained. I explain this all the time.
Are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens. And I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, debate. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And then they'll be proven in the thing and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely, despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty.
Remember when
panel,
I said they're literally
sure
blaming wokeness
what that had to do with flooring
on Boeing now, or wokeness on these Boeing disasters?
I actually didn't know that. That's
I said
crazy.
it last stream. That's what they keep doing. They said that the door panel fell off because the factory was
because of wokeness.
diverse.
Yeah, great. Epic.
Right.
Yeah,
and Don is like, hey, there's a woman pilot and she landed that plane. He's now blaming the woman pilot for the reason for the panel coming off. What are we doing, bro?
Someone needs to stop him.
It's not him.
Crazy.
It's not him.
Elon.
Like Tim Pool is gonna say the same shit. It's
true.
They're all fucking parodying each other.
Yeah.
That's it. This is their focus. And remember, we were watching DeSantis. Right?
Yeah.
And that was the first time we really heard people throwing it out, like DEI, 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 and like we didn't even remember what it was at the time. We had to keep looking it up whenever he mentioned it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh, is this going to be the next thing that they target?" Right? And
Yeah.
DeSantis fell off, but everyone who liked him were all groypers.
Yes.
Who's worshiping Elon? The groypers.
Mm-hmm.
Who does Tim Pool listen to? Groypers. How long is left in this? I have a funny thing to talk about after.
15 minutes.
Okay, let's finish it up.
Lowering the
I have a
standards for
funny side
pilots
tangent.
when it was a
Well, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure. I believe at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered?
What?
Right? Because the
I
standard.
didn't hear what you said. I don't know if anybody else could.
I explain what I said.
Yeah.
So the standards being lowered is like stuff like stock buybacks and like enriching shareholders instead of actually looking at the product, right? Is that DEI? Is when the companies do stock buyback and cause this type of infrastructure at their company? Is that DEI?
Must be. Has to be, right?
That you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women.
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't?
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Right.
But you're implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color or women because someone is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent.
He's not saying that, Don. Come on, you can at least give him a little here.
Why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
That's a better
I'm not
question.
saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. You don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Oh, also,
do you know that studies show?
I know we have to get through this, but there's
Yeah.
there's updates on Next Benedict. Their family's lawyer released a letter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we can look that up after my whole thing
Cool.
here.
Yep, we'll do that.
Well, we can look him up. So your reaction to studies show and understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah,
so I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity in their leadership teams have reported higher innovation rates than those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies and they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be
I just saw this. This is about Ron DeSantis' black son. His staff. That was his staff. His staff were all groypers and shit.
Yeah. Because that came out in all his stuff with Nazis.
Yeah, so like the DEI stuff, this is a groyper narrative that's now hitting the mainstream. So it literally started growing within people who were, not just them, obviously, because those guys are on Reddit and watching Nick Fuentes. Like it obviously comes from groypers, which is going to originate from Nick. But the DeSantis campaign put this, and it was really started pushing these narratives into what they were going to focus on, because and that's why he was really popular with these young Republican Americans, because I think we might have a thing with Sam Cedar talking about this lady doing the graph, but like there's like polling that just shows like all young Republicans are groypers. Exaggerating. It's not obviously not all.
Of them.
Yeah. Exaggerating. It's not all, but Right.
That's it.
I want to ask you about there's a federal government EEOC. They are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against Black Tesla employees, as well as
This is such a great transition.
What do you say to that?
Well, there's I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So you're saying that this is not true, it's not happening?
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave perfectly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke
I did
mind
not.
because you talk about that a lot. You write about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain.
Titties in bio.
Do you know what the term woke actually means?
Ooh, nice. Hit him with
It's
it.
come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean, it's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything on trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
And what do you do?
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm
interesting.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should
look how
not
uncomfortable
make
he
this
is.
a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we just treat people like people.
I agree, but
don't
he's
agree
not
that there's
saying it the
this
way
country
that
was
you
founded
need to
on
say it,
racism
and
and
he's got
founded on
no
slavery
actual
and
intention behind
many
those
ways
words.
inequities.
Also, Don Lemon
that
is an
still
idiot when
continue
it
on to
comes to
exist.
this as well. Neither of these people should be talking on this issue.
Every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country, and obviously slavery was present in about half this country, and no, but was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing.
I don't
of
know
the past,
why,
because
like I didn't notice, like they were actually saying, like when I said it was the 3 numbers, they told me 3 times, and somehow I missed all those tweets, but read everything else they said. So I saw it on the YouTube monitor, went back to see if it even showed up on StreamYard, saw it was there, and even got more confused.
What is 764? What did I miss?
It was the article I pulled up. That was the name of the
okay.
group.
in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No, everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
Did I just hear
we are all
fire
descended from
alarm
slaves.
noise?
All of us.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less
Fire alarm
recent? That's
test
it.
noise?
So
I didn't hear it.
What future do we want? Is this something we want to make part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal.
Like racist.
But what
Treat
the evidence
racists like they're
shows.
racist.
Elon Musk really does seem to be a gigantic cunt. So we should treat him as such.
Apartheid Clyde?
That's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because of the color of your skin.
What advantages did the color of my skin give me?
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people who came here as slaves.
For me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away.
It'll never go away.
If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
It'll never go away.
Why do you believe that?
Why is
I
it
think I'm just making
central?
a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever.
Why?
It is here.
Does it make you
Just treat
uncomfortable?
people like individuals.
Why does it make you uncomfortable, Elon?
Do you have any
Why are you
desire to
uncomfortable
Treat people like
talking about that
individuals
situation?
by
many
refusing
people
to
of color,
use
even
your own
trans
daughter's
people,
pronouns. Is that treating
how
her
they
like an
feel about this
individual?
country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
At least I hope it's a daughter. I'm not
Because he has billions of dollars. Fuck them.
And they just get to be that.
No, his son. You know, even though they would always be his son technically. I don't know. It is his daughter though, right? Everyone, if I'm doing a no, let me know, chat. She changed her name. He has like a trans daughter, and she changed her name to not even be associated with him. Yeah,
I don't blame him.
Because
but I'm
that's
not
how they
sure
feel.
the person's gender.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think, is a real shame. Look, I've had incredible opportunities
and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color,
right?
But I've also been
very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have, and I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past.
It's his eldest daughter. She changed her name.
Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it's.
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond the questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the.
But don't use their pronouns.
Their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that. Exactly. All I'm saying is that that's not happening and it's not equal for everyone.
Look how many cards Don has.
And I
Jesus.
am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been, and in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that, and I cannot. I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that, so I wouldn't speak for them and just say you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights.
Say it's a class war, Elon. Say it.
To talk about the trans rights movement.
Say it's more about class than race.
Why do you believe
say
the
it, Elon. It'll prove you're not racist.
Virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is
unhappy. The woke mind virus has made me very sad.
People's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that. I think.
You mean focus on individuality?
Fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so
embracing individuality.
Okay, thank you for that. But I would
beat the whole black and tans. Oh God.
We're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression.
Yeah,
falls
I think
the
way
Amendment as well.
Don addressed that, putting himself into the scenario instead of being like, "You can't do this," right? Don was like, basically, I think Don did a really good job right there, specifically of like, kind of like breaking through something, you know, like a barrier, the woke mind barrier, you know, where he's like, I don't know what it's like to be you either. Like that little that like appeased him by following that up, you know, and like helped ease the tension, which made what he was saying like sink in just a little nanometer more into Elon's brain.
Can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or with a use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they.
The answer is
they can
yes.
ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do.
Who's doing that?
Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made.
You know how you solve this problem? If someone comes up to you real cunty like and is like, "You must use my pronouns." You know how you solve this? You say no and walk away. Problem solved.
Yeah, which doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen. And if it does happen, it's in some crazy scenario that has these crazy people there.
When I managed that Dunkin' Donuts for a little bit, one of the things I hated was like, because I was dealing with customer using the gendered sir or ma'am, there was definitely, I know a specific time where I said sir, and it was definitely a trans woman. And like, I was just like, why are we using sir or ma'am? Like, that's where we need the DEI right there.
Greetings, customer. What can I
Yeah.
get you?
Greetings, valued customer. Thank you. Here's your order. Okay, hang on, valued customer. We can do better than that too.
Please come back later, valued customer. Yeehaw. Just fucking robots.
Yeah.
X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left.
But
the platform.
nobody's
All
ever
advertisers
been like
that
a
left
dick
X
to me.
on
You
.com. You
know?
said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying publicly.
I don't really think it happens. And
The
the
only
videos
time,
that you
like-
see are very, very, very isolated. Like,
Well, the thing is that
unstable
I'm
people.
not doing it on purpose to hurt somebody.
Yeah, that's also, you're not
And
antagonizing people.
and like, there's that famous one, that It's Man video, you know?
Mhm.
Like,
My
from
name and
what
leave
I've
is
heard-
It's Ma'am. Of course I know this video.
Yeah, from what I've heard, that like the store clerk was antagonizing that situation.
Yes, yeah. So I think what might have happened, and I kind of understand, is like someone's being an asshole to you, so you kind of just poke at them a little bit, I think is what was happening. And it just turned out that it was that they're poking at. It's not an excuse. It's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Yeah, it's an old
However,
video though.
It's a
you
very
know?
old video.
But I think but
the
you don't see
store
what
clerk
happens
was
before it
definitely-
starts. And from what I've heard
Yeah.
from before it starts, it was already like antagonized to this situation.
Even in the video, you can hear them still antagonizing them.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time they were like, "It's ma'am,"
Yeah,
they
but
were saying
the
sir.
way the video is framed, it could seem like they were making a mistake. You know, they were just like so
True.
automated. Like I said, I accidentally have done it. Like I'm misgendering that totally, because it's not like you can ask like, and even then, you know. So like I'm just saying, I think pretty much as long as you're just like like, especially if it's someone you've known for a while, and you have to adapt to them transitioning and stuff, you might say the wrong name and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Nobody has
Yeah.
gotten mad about that.
Yeah. Because it's understandable.
Yeah.
Like, it makes
so like
sense.
nobody is actually doing that. This is all created this is a crisis that was literally created by Jordan Peterson.
Mhm.
That doesn't exist. This mandatory "you must use my pronouns" thing.
Compelled speech thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which if fuck me, if it was happening, would be an issue, but it's not.
Look to the future rather than the past.
We're usually more afraid of getting yelled at for enforcing our pronouns being misgendered. Yeah, that's why I always do any, because like I don't care, just whatever, like I just whatever you want to label me as,
Whatever
like,
feels natural. Yeah.
whatever. Like I'm beyond comprehension, but you can just label me however you want, bro. Like I don't want anything to do with it.
Beyond comprehension.
Yeah, that's a quote from Mass Effect.
Instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past, because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
No, we heard this.
Yes. Well, not every.
Did you hear that? You tell me you didn't hear that squeak.
Yeah, that was in the video.
Yeah.
That was totally in the video.
Yeah, fire
I know
alarm
that.
low, right?
I know
Somebody
that
needs
that's
to
real.
change the
And for-
batteries on a fucking fire alarm.
Possibly.
That's what it sounded like to me.
For someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it.
I didn't say that you said
I'm
it.
saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond
Get your
questions
dick out of my
of
mouth,
race and
Don.
gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, you know, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that. Exactly. All I'm saying is that that's not happening and it's not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone. And I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been, and in spite of it all. But I know the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of
What,
things
you
that
have to go
people
back?
maybe
You
have
blipped
questions about when it
something?
comes to
No,
trans.
I accidentally hit. There's like mouse buttons on my mouse, and I put it back like 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, that
I'm
makes
just
sense.
trying to catch up.
Gender people, even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So
Who's Joe Biden?
Why can't people
fucking
choose
Twitch just
to
randomly
identify
throwing
with
it, like
the gender that
just
they feel
trying to
comfortable with, or
throw
with
in the
musical
random
pronoun?
shit. We're not even on whatever they're doing.
It's very funny.
Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they
Chinese Joe Biden.
feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a simple
Biden.
question whether they mandate that others do anything.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I
Okay.
believe, as you know,
I don't give a shit about advertisers. Let's go to Russia.
Hang on, I do have a thing though.
Oh, your
I'm just,
thing, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like making something real quick. I'm trying to make something work out real quick.
Right now we have 2 people on Twitch and 3 on YouTube, I think.
I can't get the formatting right on this. I was gonna do the whole like, "Hey, look what's behind me" gag, like I did with that bear, but
Yeah.
here I'll just show you what I was gonna do it with. I don't since I'm gonna do this whole thing about this Al Qaeda guy. I can't. I don't have time to format it to be the virtual background. But this is what I was. So like it's actually a fucking really dope point in the game. I don't know. Like if we end up playing it, it's like a big spoiler. It's like, but it's the central. It's like a central plot.
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Off the whole series, right?
Okay.
And it builds up to it, and like so, it's like this moment that literally sets up the entire like what the series is about, and
Okay.
like it's just so. But it's basically this is what it looks like in the game. So it's funny to put it on a manatee because it
That
looks
is
like
funny.
that's what the manatee is telling the kid. Okay, so so Abdullah Azzam, he did the precursor to Al Qaeda. It's called the Mektal Khadmat, which means Afghan Service Bureau, right? So I spent 2 hours looking for a specific video of this one guy because I wanted to get a soundbite from it, right? And I kept typing in random things like vintage MAK guy, vintage, like, spelling out Mektal Khadmat, like old interview, 90s, blah, blah, blah. The reason why is because you'll see when it actually credits him, but I was specifically looking for this video to rip the sound bites from it. And I went on a little bit of a deep dive to research this guy. There's barely anything about him. And all the accounts I could find about him besides this like interview that we see on this looks like public access. I know he did other speeches elsewhere. Like the Mujahideen would do tours to raise money for jihad around the world.
Okay.
But that was the whole issue with 9/11, and while the Al-Khifa Refugee Center was connected to 9/11 funding in Brooklyn. But this guy, the only mention of him is like in The Caravan, that book, and then like Take Me to the Mountains, which is Abdullah Azzam's book that I could find. So it's 2 different books about Abdullah Azzam. He's mentioned briefly in there. But the reason why I mentioned that, because it pretexts the really, really funny part of the research I did on him, because there's almost nothing on him. But before that, I'm going to show the video of this guy doing this interview. And by the way, YouTube, this is not like technically he's not Al Qaeda. We're not a violent organization. Nothing is going on here. But wait until you see the subtitle they throw underneath this guy's name, and you'll understand why I wasn't able to find it, because I was Googling Mektal Khadmat and stuff.
Does this have any relation to the word Mujahideen itself? Because many people here, they say Mujahideen, and I don't know if the word itself has a meaning to many of the Americans over here or not. Could you please explain to us?
Yes, I will. I would like first
the
to
relation of
clarify
this word.
something about this, that many people in America, I noticed this. This is my first visit to USA, but I noticed that some people here.
And now I know that's really hard to read because it's old public access footage, but do you see what it says underneath his name?
Director of the Afghan Mujahideen Service Officers in Afghanistan.
Right? So that's the Service Bureau, Mektal Khadmat, right?
Yeah.
The reason I couldn't find it is because I wasn't looking up the American version of the name to find this dude's interview.
That's funny.
It is. This guy is a fucking crackpot, but anyway.
From X lectures I had, misunderstand the word Mujahideen. They have bad information or bad understanding, or let's say misunderstanding to that word.
Listen, I am the most Al Qaeda one here.
American,
we're the Mujahideen.
Hijack planes,
We're the Mujahideen.
aircrafts like those who hijacked the Kuwaiti aircraft. We are against this completely. This is not jihad. This is nonsense. Jihad is fighting for the sake of Allah.
بيت dar zanga
You hear what he said though? It's like this.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, like this is like a precursor group to Al Qaeda, and he says it's not people who hijack planes, right?
Yeah.
Like the people who hijack Kuwaiti airlines. I think this is associated with the Palestinian movement type hijacking at the time, which is where like there were the Taliban did one later. Like this is way before the Taliban. I don't think there was one associated with Afghanistan until the Taliban came around, but I'm not positive. I think most of them were more of the like Palestinian type thing.
Yeah. Palestine.
Like that one girl. The one girl who she's like she's an Assadist, but she has like really base quotes about women in the movement and the resistance and stuff. She
is that
got
the famous lady with the famous photo?
Yeah, she's like the Palestinian with the rifle, you know?
Yeah.
She got arrested for hijacking a plane, I believe.
Interesting. I think I just shared a post about it.
Of Allah, fighting for the path of Allah to protect our religion. We make jihad against those who prevent us from performing our, religion or from following.
Yeah. But hang on, this is where the soundbite is.
Our divine revelation in Quran. Those who prevent us from performing our prayers, like the Russians doing, by the way, one man, it said in the Russian television, when they asked him why you could weep for the path of Allah to protect hijack planes.
Oh shit! I think he already said it.
They think Mujahideen are people who attack people, or have hijack planes, aircrafts like those who hijacked the Kuwaiti aircraft. We are against this completely. This is not jihad. This is nonsense. Jihad is fighting for the sake.
There it is. This is not jihad. Make sure you put markers for that, by the way. Right. And
my brother, this is haram.
So,
they killed him.
Damn it, I opened it in the wrong tab. There's the whole thing of this I found on Internet Archive, right? But like it's such a funny question. She's trying to ask this guy who can't even fit in the chair. It's like, so do you like the United States, like democracy, or or you think you're gonna fight us later?
What are we doing?
Isn't
I
that
can't hear
interesting?
anything.
Oh,
I
sorry.
can't hear anything.
Am I not sharing audio?
You must not be. It was
you hear
before. That's weird. Yeah. That's
One
very
second.
weird.
Let me just restart it.
Uh-huh.
She's asking him, what do you like the United States? Do you know after they're trying to figure out if he's winning the war and stuff.
Yeah.
This is what they're here for, is to recruit for the war and raise money. Because
I cannot hear it.
you can't hear it.
Still can't hear it.
Maybe it's a you problem.
Can everyone else hear it?
Yeah. We can't hear it, they say, see?
See? It's not me. It's a you problem.
I have the audio flicked. Nothing?
No, nothing.
Weird.
Very strange.
And it was beforehand.
Very, very odd.
Well, let me full screen it. I mean, why can't I actually?
That's very strange.
Let's do the entire tab or the entire screen.
In Islam, we have our freedom in opinion. Everybody has the right to stand for the governor, the ruler, like your president, and say you are wrong.
Feel closer than to the United States form of government in terms of, would you rather have a democracy and have America help you? Is that what would be to help your cause? Would that help?
No, I don't think this will help, because I think that we do not need democracy. We need Islamic government, which is.
So that's what I was trying to play right there. It's like we don't need democracy, we need Islamic government, right? So like even this is like Azam is a controversial figure, right? Because it's like he's a borderline between like founding Al Qaeda and a genuine revolutionary, right? It's like it's in between, just like how a lot of guys associated with Palestinian causes. By the way, this guy's Palestinian, right? But already they're saying that's thing like the Sharia government, right? Like the Islamic government.
Yeah.
And what's different is that Masood, on the other side, he was actually calling for more of like an Islamic republic, similar to Khomeini, where they actually called him a Khomeiniist because his idea of government was more closer to what Iran had, where like they can select certain candidates, like they have to be like, you know, you have the religious council able to select the presidential candidates. That's what Masood wanted.
Huh.
Is what you call maybe democracy, but in little different way. In Islam, we have our freedom in opinion. Everybody has the right to stand before the governor, the ruler, like your president, and say you are wrong. Everybody is allowed in Islam. But now our rulers in our countries do not let you talk. And as a matter of fact, I am always to speak always the truth. I fear no one but Allah. I shared in the battle. I had dignity now. I fear no one, no intelligence, nobody at all. I'm expected to be killed at any time. I don't fear, because I know I will go to heaven, to paradise. In our countries, we are suffering from not being ruled by Islam, so nobody can talk. Nobody can say anything against the government, or can criticize the leader or the president. You can't say in Jordan, King Hussein is wrong. It's impossible. He's always right. In any other place, you can't say President Assad in Syria is wrong. He's always right, even if he's wrong.
I understand.
You see like while he's kind of crackpotty and rambling, I think this is really important because it really enshrines a lot of the foundations of how I talk about Al Qaeda, and this like deepens an understanding of them. So what he's saying here is that in their countries, they can't criticize the governments they have. They don't like the monarchy in Jordan, right? Jordan is a central pillar there. Syria was another one that Al Qaeda had always wanted to overthrow, right? So he's talking about these two countries saying you can't criticize those governments, right? So this is see how this is starting to link to how Al Qaeda becomes that anti-government organization.
Yes. Yeah, very much so.
And then there's one more.
This
one I also found interesting because it shines a light on how much we knew at the time about the Stinger missile operation, right? So as you know, why am I forgetting the name of the CIA operation that armed the Mujahideen? The most expensive intelligence operation. Why am I blanking?
I have no idea. I can't help you. I'm not sure what the operation's called.
Operation Cyclone. So, Operation Cyclone, most expensive thing in intelligence thing in history. But as you know, they were pushing the captured Egyptian arms, right? They were giving them to Egypt and shipping them in to arm the Mujahideen that way, right? No American weapons until the Stinger missile, right? So this guy, who's part of the Afghan Arab movement, which is just kind of a generic label they gave people who were foreigners who were helped mainly financed by Saudi Arabia.
Here in the United States, about the help the United States is giving to the Afghan Mujahideen.
I see.
What would you say about this?
Well, I'd say
what
that
kind of help
the help, as far as I know, is help given to Afghan Muhajirin, not Mujahideen. They are giving, of course, food supplies and things like this to Afghan Muhajirin, but to Mujahideen, the leaders told me, all of them assured me that the only kind of help, military help, is the Stinger missiles, anti-aircraft, and these Stinger missiles are given to Pakistan and purchased by, maybe paid for by Saudi Arabia, given to Pakistan, and then it is sold. I swear by God, by Allah, it is sold to Mujahideen.
So
sold by $70,000 each.
So the U.S. sells it to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia gives it free to
Yes.
Pakistan, and
Yes.
Pakistan sells it
to Mujahideen because Pakistan is in need of money. They charge 70,000. Whoever charged it, I don't know. They charge $70,000 for each missile.
Sheikh Tamim, let's go back to the question of the arms that the Mujahideen
Right,
may
this
be
has got to be
getting
public
from
access,
the
right?
United States, because there are many
Surely,
people
right?
who talking about this, and they're gonna stop their help to the Afghani Mujahideen.
It's
So
like
I'd like
people
to
in the United States are bitching about how we're giving you money. So tell us about how we're giving you money.
to just give us some details about this. This is the first thing I wanna. This is the first question I want to hear the answer from you. And the second one, was there or is there any direct
They keep doing this
talks
too. They flip it.
between
They better choice
Mujahideen
footage from
and any of
Afghanistan.
the
Like this is so
leaders in
public
the United
access.
States?
You know,
Yeah.
like they got
Any
they got
representative from the United
you know,
States?
so
like
funny.
video elements in.
As the best of my knowledge, I have been there in many battlefields in Afghanistan, many fronts over there.
Would you
I
believe it?
swear by God, by Allah, I have never seen any American weapon there.
Isn't that
The only
interesting?
American.
I've never seen any American weapon there because they weren't giving him American weapons. It's not great.
No.
Interesting. So he's saying like, you haven't helped us at all. You've only given us Stinger missiles because that's what it's supposed to look like. Even somebody
Yeah.
that close, a Mujahideen leader, did not know what was going on with the Peshawar 7. Like he is just outside the like main Mujahideen guys.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this is where it gets really funny because I started looking up and doing some research on this guy. So this is like not this one. This one. Okay, so this is literally like a terrorist like, you know, forum. You can see like, you know, this is like the Taliban did this, you know, flag thing, you know. But it says here, interview conducted in Ohio, US. 1989, when he traveled to America with the intention of losing weight to participate in the Afghan jihad against the Soviets. In America, he also taught young Muslims as they began to compete to book him for lectures in Islamic centers. Blah, blah, blah. It reached a point where he was booked, blah, 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 blah. Conference sold out. And then all the way down here. The unique thing about him was that he was not killed in battle, nor did he die in Afghanistan. Rather, he died of a heart attack in Orlando, Florida.
That's amazing.
That's
awesome. That's epic.
This is Abdullah Hassan talking about him. That was a sad piece of shit. I'm pretty sure this. Yeah.
That's so funny.
From a heart attack in America. He went to deliver some lectures about jihad. And he left. Main purpose being to lose some of his weight. He said to me, "Oh, Sheikh Abdullah, I have become heavy. I cannot participate in the battles. I need to reduce my weight, and I will return, and I will." He reached 900 kilograms or 90 kilograms. For taking the battles, blah 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 blah. Martyrdom on the battlefield, so he left. He used to call and say, "Look, I lost weight," and then there's pictures. Like here's him in the past, right? Like, and this was made by like this is why I say like a lot of these terrorist networks were way ahead on like the using the internet and stuff, you know, and like tapes and distributing and stuff. Like there's tons of videos like this with Abdul Azam, and they have the English subtitles already on the bottom that they distributed to America to help fund the Afghan Mujahideen. You sending me private chats?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, there's only one little part left here.
Yeah, but I'll be back.
Oh, literally, I'm going to be done after this, and then I have to find something to queue up. So just send me.
I sent you the link. That's the next one.
Anyway,
and
this
it's
is
on the Ukraine Russia playlist.
So the only thing I was able to find about him besides those things is that he was a Palestinian, right? And it says here he fought alongside Osama bin Laden in the Soviet-Afghan War. He was known to be the most aggressive of the Afghan Arab Mujahideen commanders, repeatedly pressuring bin Laden to launch an attack on the Soviet base, right, before fighting in this battle where bin Laden was actually injured in this battle. During the battle, he reportedly walked around with a Quran in his hand, praying for martyrdom. Crackpot, bro. Even bin Laden was like, bro, you need to chill out. Your ideas are stupid. You're way too extreme.
And now to Putin declaring victory.
I need to know if when I switch to this, if my audio will be restored, though. And people can hear. So you all let me know if you can hear this or not.
In an election with no serious challengers facing him. But Russians around the country protested, inspired by the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burge has the story. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Michael. Any moment now, Vladimir Putin is expected.
Well, oh, I missed Johnny Jizzo. Jack, you didn't tell me Johnny Jizzo came. One-sided. I was one-sided when we were fucking talking about a guy from Al Qaeda, like Johnny Jizzo. Where are you going? Like, why are you so pressed, Johnny Jizzo? Slutsky, no.
Expected to celebrate at a rally in Moscow's Red Square. His victory was never in doubt. He is now the longest-serving Russian or Soviet leader since Stalin. The White House calling the election obviously not free nor fair.
Everyone can hear.
This morning, Vladimir Putin reaffirming his iron grip on power in a stage-managed election. Putin claiming his highest ever victory, a whopping 87% of the vote.
Highest ever victory. I think that's really badass to double down like that, being like, they like me even more now.
Candidates were Kremlin approved. Virtually all opposition leaders are in exile, jailed, or dead. And for the first time ever, Putin uttering the name of his longtime political rival.
No, now that he's dead, he'll say his
died
name.
In a Russian penal colony last month. Putin claiming in his victory speech he agreed to release Navalny just days before he died. Navalny's wife, Yulia, voting in Berlin. While other Russian exiles there chant Russia against Putin. And thousands inside Russia heeding a call to converge on polling stations in protest Sunday midday, with queues forming in major Russian cities. One polling booth set ablaze in early voting Friday. But dissent in Putin's
my
Russia,
favorite video.
an increasingly dangerous game.
Like that, what a boss. There's actually not much dunes in Afghanistan. There is in a certain part where it's very like rocky and craggy, but anyway, can you believe Johnny Jizzo thought I was one-sided, presenting the entire Mujahideen's philosophy? Only real 5th-gen viewers know Johnny Jizzo.
The authorities clamping down, banning any candidate campaigning against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, ballot boxes taken to people's homes under armed guard, according to Ukrainian officials. The US calling the vote there blatant propaganda. Well, Putin does enjoy widespread popular support, but 87% of the vote is simply implausible in any democratic election. And with the war in Ukraine dragging on, it's hard to say how solid Putin's regime really is. Robin?
That is true. All right, Tom. Thank you. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here.
Shut up, George.
Independence is threatened, and he defines that threat as the U.S. sending troops to Ukraine. Putin warning the West just 2 days ahead of Russia's presidential election. And as Ukraine launches new attacks in Russia, Well, we're following all the developments. Our foreign correspondent, Patrick Reevell, joining us now from London, along with national security and defense analyst and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, Mick Mulroy. So, Patrick, let's talk about the Vatican here, also doing damage control after Pope Francis said Ukraine should have the courage to raise the white flag and actually negotiate an end to this war with Russia. I mean, was the Pope really suggesting Ukraine should essentially surrender to its oppressor?
Hi, Kira. Yeah, I mean, these comments by Pope Francis have caused a lot of upset in Ukraine and among people who support Ukraine. I mean, yeah.
I think that was it's not that it's inaccurate framing. I just think that was a little bit too strong a framing for a journalist to be doing. Like, that was like some Fox News level of like pre-framing there. Like, is he suggesting like they should bow to their oppressors? Is a little strong for bland news.
Yes, I think his sentiment basically was that if it should take courage basically for Ukraine to admit that it is currently losing on the battlefield, and therefore it should try and accept defeat and negotiate on Russia's terms.
If Prigozhin was alive, would he have run? But there's some interesting Wagner stuff, by the way, that we might have time to look at. Depends on what we get through. Because like there's also the picture of all the guys in Africa who are voting in the Russian election, all in their masks. And it's like obviously all Wagner troops too. That was very funny if you saw that photo.
About the war, Pope Francis has said things that have upset Ukrainians because they feel that he essentially is looking at it from the Russian perspective. He's always, in many of his speeches, especially in the first year of the war, he often seemed to be equating the two sides. He seems to be suggesting that they were more or less on the same standing, even though, of course, it was Russia that launched an unprovoked invasion into Ukraine. And so Ukrainians really struggle to see, to take these comments from him. And they say, you know, why is it they should have the courage to surrender? Why doesn't Russia have the courage to withdraw its troops? Kira?
So, Mick, how much of a concern is this Putin nuke warning to NATO countries?
I can't believe, like, I literally was like, I have to let my chinchillas out, right? And now I can't tend to my chinchillas because Jack needed to go poop while my chinchillas were out.
It's not like he hasn't made these threats before.
That's right, Kira. I think President Putin realizes that his military was wildly overestimated in their capabilities. And now every time he thinks he's threatened, he starts talking nuclear weapons. As you pointed out, he's done this many times before. I don't know that this is any different. There's multiple different kinds of nuclear weapons. There's strategic, which of course would be massive. And there's also tactical, which could be used on the battlefield. Both are bad, but one is much worse than the other. And that would be the strategic.
I hate this shit, how they have to be like, actually, there's two different types of nukes. Shut up!
So, meanwhile, Patrick, Ukraine is also launching dozens of drone strikes into Russia today. What's the latest on the fighting?
Yeah, today is actually, it appears, the largest drone strike into Russia since the full-scale invasion 2 years ago. I mean, the Russian military says over 60 drones were launched into Russia. A major oil refinery caught fire during those attacks. And this is the second day of widespread drone attacks launched into Russia. Ukraine has also, in the last 2 days, launched a major incursion across the border into two border regions involving dozens of pro-Ukrainian Russian fighters. It appears that some of those fighters are still in a village on the Russian side of the border, very close to the border, but still over the border. And Russia claims it's repulsed the attack, but it appears that fighting is ongoing there. And obviously all of this is timed, it seems, to Russia's presidential election this weekend, when it's clearly expected that Vladimir Putin will receive a fifth term. This seems to be an attempt by Ukraine to try and have a psychological impact and to try and make clear that things are not going all one way for Russia. Kira?
All right, Patrick, Mick, appreciate you guys.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out.
CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen is live in Berlin. Fred, Putin's comments were part of an extensive interview on Russian state television that aired just days before Russians are heading to the polls for what is to be expected once again, a clear victory. And I say that in air quotes for Vladimir Putin, another 6-year term. He's made nuclear threats in the past. What, if anything, should we read into these new ones?
Well, first of all, I think it's key when he's making these nuclear threats. And I think you're absolutely right that obviously this interview happened just days before the Russian election is set to take place. The main day, of course, being on March 17th, but there is some early voting that's actually already going on in some places right now. So obviously trying to drive home the message that Russia, despite the fact that maybe things aren't going as well as they would have hoped on the battlefield inside Ukraine, of course, at the beginning of the full-on invasion of Ukraine, the Russians were talking about all this being finished in 3 days, and now we're more than 2 years on, and still Russian progress is slow at best. To show that Russia is still a very strong nation. And I think that there were several messages in all of that despite the fact that there are economic hardships, of course, for a lot of Russians, that many people have lost people on the battlefields in Ukraine, that Russia still has the power to take on any country in the world, including the United States. And I think that's one of the big messages from Vladimir Putin in that interview. I want to listen into some of what he had to say.
Our triad, the nuclear triad, it is more modern than any other triad, and it's only us and the Americans who have such triads. In general, if we talk about the carriers and numbers of warheads, we are more or less equal, but ours are more modern. Everybody knows it.
Bro, your carrier more modern than the United States?
When he talks about the triad, he's obviously talking about the fact that
the nuclear triad, which Donald Trump didn't know what that was.
Russians can deliver nuclear weapons on land, sea, and in the air. Of course, the Russians have a big submarine fleet that's able to do just that. So that's something that...
Do they? Because we've seen that like new great submarine that they're supposed to be rolling out to counter the new U.S. submarine. It constantly is in dry dock, and the only place it can dock, we can see what they're loading onto it now. So we already know, we can guess what its mission is before it even launches now. Great Special Forces submarine, Russia.
Vladimir Putin is once again putting out there. You're right. It's not the first time that he's doing it. Of course, in all of that, also a message to the United States, urging, of course, the U.S. to stop helping the Ukrainians. And the Russians have been saying that all this has the potential for a direct confrontation between the U.S. and Russia, which Vladimir Putin is saying the Russians are ready for, and certainly nuclear armed. Bianca.
Interesting, Fred, that one thing that Vladimir Putin didn't discuss was what's been reported, that Russia has fired a top naval commander. This is unusual, given the fact that Putin seems to hold on to loyalty as opposed to competence. But we have seen Russia take a number of hits, specifically in Crimea and its Black Sea fleet, even though they're struggling among the Ukrainians on the Eastern Front on the battlefield. They do seem to be successful when going after Russian ships.
They do. And I think one of the things, first of all, you're absolutely right. And the Black Sea Fleet has taken a lot of hit. And the Black Sea Fleet, quite frankly, has also been pretty ineffective so far in this war. Some of the warships that the Russians have in the Black Sea and some of the submarines as well have been used towards Ukraine, but aside from that,
he's speaking too quick.
Much effect
tripping over his own words.
Has had. You remember in the early stages of the full-on invasion that there were Russian landing ships just outside of the port town of Odessa, where a lot of people thought that a big amphibious landing was about to happen in that area, and the Russians really never managed to project that power. In fact, they lost some areas in the Black Sea, like for instance Snake Island, which is an island off the coast of Ukraine that Russia had held for a while. So certainly it appears as though, if it is true that he really did sack this naval commander, that Vladimir Putin seems to be fed up with that. But one of the things that the Ukrainians have said, that despite the fact that they are having those troubles on the Eastern Front, that they are having a lot of success hitting the Black Sea Fleet and hitting it with low-tech equipment, like, for instance, unmanned sea drones, which they say have had a huge effect against Russian ships. And the Ukrainians say that so far, they've been able to take out around maybe even a little more than a third of the Black Sea Fleet.
Well, it says Russian troops present
for the Ukrainians to be able to take out, especially in light of the fact that the Ukrainians don't really have a functioning navy of their own at all, Bianca.
Yeah, it's estimated they're taking out about 15 ships since the start of this war. Fred Pleitgen, thank you. Time now for the exchange. We've got an expert view on Putin's threats and their timing. Just days away from what we noted, an election where Putin is all but guaranteed to secure another 6-year term and continue delay.
No, they're already out. To get him back.
Threat, saying that he's ready to use nuclear weapons if his country's independence is threatened. And he defines that threat as the U.S. sending troops to Ukraine. Putin warning.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't think so.
No, this is the one we just watched.
It was CNN.
That's the one I watched before this.
Okay.
Here, we'll let this guy say he's bluffing.
Joining me now is CNN's military analyst, Lieutenant General Mark
Already got it.
Hertling. He's formerly the commanding general of the U.S. Army, Europe, and 7th Army. General, always good to see you. First, let me get you to respond to these threats. Once again, nuclear threats from Vladimir Putin coming
Is that
just
the guy
days
that the
before
fly
he's
landed
expected
on?
to lock in another 6-year term. There had been reports that the U.S. was quite concerned a couple of years ago in terms of Russia potentially using tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Not to say there's no attention to these new threats, but how worrisome do you view them?
It's always a consideration, Diana. You know, it's fascinating that the Russian military has just under 6,000 nuclear weapons. That's, as Fred just said, the air, the sea, and the land-based. That's much more than the United States has by themselves, but when you consider the United States, France, and the UK, all nuclear nations, it's about the same. There's about parity. Russia tends to have more of the tactical nukes, and when you say that, that's a tough thing to talk about because those are low-yield nuclear weapons, but they're still devastatingly effective and efficient on the battlefield and beyond. Russia has had some experience with nuclear accidents like Chernobyl. So they know a little bit more about radiation poisoning, and they should be a little bit hesitant to
talk about how they poisoned all of
northern
northern
because they know
Kazakhstan.
the challenges associated with them. But what I'd say is having exercise and conduct training events with Russian military, they always tend to end their exercises
But
with
you don't
a nuclear
understand.
blast.
This
That
guy's
usually
an
is what they call
expert.
index when something like that happens. So they are not loath to put that at the forefront. And Mr. Putin has repeatedly used the bluster on nuclear weapons. And you can't ignore that because they are such dangerous weapons, and he has so many of them.
Yeah, you do have to take
What
it
about the
seriously.
other
In this state,
Yeah, you do have to take it
television.
seriously. Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah,
Shut up, lady.
Before the war, Oleg Basilowicz
Should be
was an
louder.
artist and writer.
Could
but
be.
on the day Russia invaded his native Ukraine, he signed up for military duty. While on the front lines, he found snippets of time away from his duties to maintain his passions. First, he painted with watercolors he brought with him. That changed one rainy day in sodden terrain when the 59-year-old discovered he could use mud too.
We were under heavy rain and everything was a lot of mud around. The mud was everywhere. And then when I started to trying to wash my hands off this mud, and then I understood that this is not the mud, this is the paint actually, because the adhesion to the hands, to the spades, to the boots, to everything was really very high.
Basilowicz is a first lieutenant who serves as the deputy commander of an artillery battery. He has served in the
That's why
Eastern
he has the
Donetsk
time
region
for it.
and
I just love
southeastern
the way they.
Zaporizhia region,
This is
but
like.
have both
I
seen
thought this was Voice
ferocious
of America for a second, just because of how unique this story was.
Yeah.
But like this, like the type of shit where they clearly like you make this shit with your own recorder. Like they might send it back to the studio and have an editor put it together. Like that's mainly what we would do.
Yeah.
Like at local affiliates and stuff, we would get these stories and stuff that we could edit together and stuff, or we'd get complete stories. But she's very quiet on the voiceover, which makes me believe that she's like, you know, just with a recorder, like in a hotel or something, you know, or like in a apartment where there's like people talking or something.
just fighting during the war. His works, featuring mud, clay, and ash, are being exhibited this month at the 11th century St. Sophia Cathedral that lies in the heart of Kiev.
Look how efficient he
Actually,
is.
I never made this painting for exhibition. I made it for myself just in order to keep my sanity.
Yeah, as a coping mechanism. That's
Because
what I thought it would
if there is
be.
no aesthetics around, if there is no good feelings about the nature, about everything I see,
I have
why
to
to
fix
live
the
there?
Pandora's box.
What to fight for? This is the beauty. This is the culture. This is what we produce. So we are not only fighters. We
Fucking
also
hell, they're great.
need something beautiful around, and we need to notice it.
Part of his exhibition in the cathedral consists of experimental works made from ash to depict snow seen in the forest. Other drawings show country houses, a cat or a dog, a moonlit meadow, soldiers passing
These
through
are
a wood
crazy.
or atop a tank.
Look how good those are.
Basilowicz is currently on leave to undergo surgery in Kiev for an injury unrelated to conflict. But he says he will return to the front once he is recovered.
Jesus Christ, these old guys in Ukraine.
Russia's
man.
Wagner.
They don't give a fuck. They're like, fuck it.
I mean, like,
Going down swinging.
that's the thing. Is like Ukraine has a real lack of young people.
Mm.
If as fucked up as this is to say, this is my Ethan Klein moment. This is where I get canceled. Just the fact that so many old people, well, I mean, 35, 45 up, right, are in the war.
Yeah.
Like, it will minimize a later population crisis where there's not enough like people to take care of people, like how
I mean, that's
a lot of
literally
these, like China, Japan, Korea, like they're
Yeah.
all going through these crises,
That's
which is like
literally
kind
what
of like
they're-
perk to war. That's not what I'm trying to make it out to be.
That is literally what they are saying. Why they don't want to mobilize the population again.
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally the reason. So they're very aware of this. So it's like
paramilitary group was active in several African countries, including Libya, where its fighters aided General Khalifa Haftar in return for access to Libyan oil and gas. They were frequently accused of committing human rights abuses. In June last year, Wagner's chief...
Haftar didn't return the salute. He just kept his hand held out.
Because he doesn't respect them.
Mm-hmm. Because they're not military.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Evgeny Prigozhin led a failed mutiny against Moscow, and the group was disbanded.
Yeah, very similarly, but they were not forced to do that. They actually volunteered, which is actually kind of similar because a lot of these people did volunteer in Ukraine.
Yeah.
But yeah, the people around what was it? What was the
Well, yeah, Ukraine like has
Fukushima.
Ukraine has,
Around
like,
Fukushima, they were very aware, and they've actually almost made it livable again.
Also,
It's wild.
Chernobyl, right? So, do you know? Have you seen the HBO series or anything actually about Chernobyl and the cleanup and stuff?
I've seen 3 of the episodes, and I know quite a bit about Chernobyl. Yeah.
So, like the liquidators, like because of how they cycled them, they had to keep bringing people in and stuff. Do you know about how they lied about how much radiation was leaking? So the robot they brought in immediately broke because literally particles destroyed it.
Mm-hmm. They could only keep a person on the roof for about 4 minutes, I think it was. And then they had to rotate
what was
them.
happening though is that they kept a timer with them, right? And these older guys were taking, when the young guys came up to do their liquidator shift, the old guys just took their timer from them and stayed out there. Yeah, it happened a lot. There was a lot of people who did this, who were out there for a long time, as long as they could take.
Interesting.
Cleaning that shit
as
up.
a sacrifice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because they understood,
crazy.
like, like these are like, they're young men with families and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's a good thing to do. Like if you're at that age,
we're likely Ukrainians too, because who was nearby to clean that shit up?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Russians fucking them over again.
Prigozhin died in a plane crash 2 months later. That left a dilemma for the Kremlin, what to do about Wagner's operations in Africa.
After that so-called mutiny, the decision was made it would be better to have it more, in-house rather than outsourced.
According to an analysis by Britain's Royal United Services Institute, or RUSI, Moscow has rebranded the Wagner Group as the Expeditionary Corps of Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU, with a target of recruiting a further 40,000 troops to serve in the force. Its aim is to secure Russian interests over...
That's why they took out Prigozhin.
Look at how long that plane is.
It's a long boy.
Seas, including access to mineral resources, while also reducing Moscow's vulnerability to Western sanctions, according to the report.
What they're doing is just expand their colonialism.
You hear what they're saying? You know what that meant?
And now they're...
What would Wagner be doing in Africa to mitigate the sanctions power on Russia? Yes.
I like gold.
Very much focused
Are you done?
on
sure you're
African
done?
countries,
You look
but they have plans for Latin America as well, some Asian countries. They will also have, political
Oh, like none of my
technologists.
clothes fit because I've lost so much weight. I'm almost under 200 now.
Good shit.
Which, you want that translated to your weight? What do you use?
I know what it is.
Stones?
Kilos. I know what it is.
How many kilos is that? How many is 200 pounds?
About what I'm at, I think, which is about 92 kilos.
Oh, just like didn't the guy we just saw, he wanted to get to 90, or did he want to lose 90?
I think he wanted to lose 90, didn't he?
Lose 90, okay. 'Cause him getting to 90 is wild if that's the case. That dude has never been 90.
I'll just do a quick calculation, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty much there. Because
He
220
did- I mean,
is
he did try, he was working
100.
off the weight. He was calling to Tom saying, I've lost 15, you know?
Yeah, okay, so it's 91 kilos basically. So yeah, pretty much where I am. Because 220 is 100 kilos. I only know that because it's a significant weight that people go to.
Media experts, intelligence officers who specialized in political.
I just did a big clean out of all my fat guy clothes.
Warfare,
That's kind of cool.
economic operations. So pretty much everything to be able not only to infiltrate that global South countries, but also to establish pro-Russian regimes there.
Moscow is actively marketing that offer to African governments.
They sell this conception as so-called regime survival package.
The Rusi report says Russia helped to foment
Where
military
in the
coups
UK
in
is
parts
that
of Africa.
accent from?
He's not from the UK.
Are we sure? Where's he from?
He sounds Eastern European.
He's from the
Whatever.
Royal Institute.
I know. He's not British. He is not British.
Okay.
And is
I
now
just can't
seeking
even
to
identify it,
displace
and I can hardly understand British people when they talk. So that's what I assumed.
Western influence. France and other European nations sent troops to Mali in 2013 to help fight an Islamist
I mean, he could be like
insurgency.
Romanian or something like that, some obscure Eastern European country.
But they were withdrawn in 2022 after a military coup. A UN peacekeeping force also pulled out last year. Several hundred Russian-backed fighters are now in Mali supporting the junta. Moscow has also backed military governments in Niger and Burkina Faso. Speaking Wednesday, Russian President Vladimir Putin denied any plan to oust
Feel bad for the
Western
people in
influence.
Mali.
Well,
'Cause, go on.
I just want to be clear because this is just like when they say Iran backed, right? Like Russia is. Don't get in your box and scream because the car drove by, mister. Russia is backing these people because they're forces who went up and uprose against Western forces. It's not like Russia orchestrated these things.
Yeah.
Right? They probably communicated and said, "Hey, if you do it, well, we're with you." You know, like it still had the coup still had to be done by other people. That's not like a CIA coup or a, GRU coup or Wagner coup, right? But like also like these juntas still have a tremendous amount of support, and it's unclear to say like if there was elections who would win, because obviously in any of these elections there is a whole thing where it's like they have a type of system where it's like they approve the candidates, like this region is not, I mean, Niger was doing pretty good with democracy. Like they had a good nice little streak, but a lot of countries will have this like struggle with democracy. Like this has been the legacy of Haiti for the last, like especially like 80s, right? After that, there's like eras of different like politicians that are like, but it's still not like that democratic. But it was like goes back and forth. Like then it would be like a military regime, then democracy came, and I think that's kind of what to expect in a lot of these places, just because of the instability. And so anyway, it's it's not like these people aren't necessarily like supported by the people, right? And you could say like, oh, it's because of propaganda and stuff like that, but they have a legitimate grievance of ISIS, right? And they think that the government was ineffective against ISIS, so they
and that's what happened in Burkina Faso.
Yeah, and they think the military is like that's what they need. And honestly, the federation that they're forming, they basically have like a NATO thing going on as well. They made like an Article 5 clause to help counter like ECOWAS threats, and that immediately got ECOWAS to back down and lift the sanctions on them. So it helped out all of those countries in the federation. They have been like they've been functioning pretty well to move things forward.
All things considered, yeah.
From the region.
To be honest, overall, we do not have national tasks at the Russian state level there. We're just being friends with them. That's all.
That's so true, though. Like what he just said. We're just being friends with them. That's all. That's basically what it is at the end of the day. Any of these state relationships, you know.
Fire.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Her comrades call her the witch.
Nice.
Why I have this call sign is a secret, and I've already said I'll reveal this secret after the war is over. But to give you a hint, it's because I can set the sky on fire.
Bihar is
Epic. We should try and get her for our first interview.
Well, she doesn't speak
after
English.
The war. Oh, really?
But the other girl who is in her brigade does speak English. I forgot. Demon.
Yes,
is her name. But Demon would be a good one. Like if to be able to reach out and get Demon on a call would be cool.
That would be cool.
From the Donetsk region, she moved to Kiev in 2014 after Russia-backed separatists started hostilities in Donbass.
Nice.
In Kiev, Bihar worked as a lawyer. But the day after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine,
look at this shot, dude.
That's a good shot. That's a really good
literally
shot.
Like the jump back like to the frame where she's walking down the hallway. The lighting on this. Of course.
But the day after Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine,
it's just like
Bihar
natural lighting. It looks like from the outside. They probably have a light shining on her from the front, though.
Yeah.
7-year-old son waits for her at home.
He knows what I'm doing, and he supports me. He says he's proud of me.
Bihar's military service began with the liberation of the Kyiv region in April 2022, shortly after the start of the war.
This is cool too because they got the green hue.
Yeah.
Artillery troops and was quickly promoted to mortar battery commander.
In artillery troops, I found my soulmates with whom I could build an effective unit. So when the position in the mortar battery became vacant,
that's the number one thing to winning a war.
Unit cohesion, not even like a battalion.
That's a whole component in XCOM is cohesion.
Really?
Yeah, it's not that important though. It depends.
Interesting. It would be a lot more interesting if they mixed in elements of games like Until Dawn, where you can change relationships with the select choices that you can make. That would be cool.
Yeah, it just gives you like who's compatible and like if you can like then bond them if they do enough missions together, and then as they continue using their bondmate abilities, they get more training and more bonding abilities. But it's not like it's like a kind of like attack. It's a cool mechanic that like is immersive, but
it's a side mechanic,
kind of. And it's like it just is like it's just another thing to do in the game. You make sure all your soldiers have a bondmate, and your bondmates are always together going on the mission.
I immediately transferred.
Bihar is in charge of a battery of 6 mortars.
I see it. We're about to start. What I do is I calculate all the corrections and protractors, as well as take part in building a whole motor system.
Bihar says the most important thing she learned on the job is to trust her gut.
You just get this gut feeling, and if it seems to you that something is off, you have to listen to your intuition.
I love
and that is especially true when you're...
You can't train that. That's untrainable. That's something I think that you only pick up in actual fighting.
But I just saw this comment from 10 minutes ago. Whatever happened to that big nuclear plant? I've been watching the chinchillas. Yeah. So that was like it was part of like the first like Azov battalion, like last stand. But it was mainly there was a time where the alarm did go off that they were shooting too close to it, but it's basically under Russian hands now, operated by Russia.
You're in the military.
As of January, more than 45,000 women were serving in Ukraine's armed
That's Demon
forces,
right there.
according to the
That girl.
Yeah.
Defense Ministry. About 13,400 women were in combat roles, and more than 4,000 were deployed in combat. Anna Kostychenko for VOA News, Donetsk region, Ukraine.
A free press matters. Okay, but you're owned by the American government. You're not technically a free press.
At least 20 people are dead and dozens more are wounded after a Russian missile strike on Friday in the Black Sea port city of Odessa, according to Ukrainian officials. It marked Moscow's deadliest attack in weeks. Russia has stepped up strikes on the southern.
Was that targeted civilians as well?
Oh, they always
Straight
are.
at them.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, epic.
Well, also like the big thing that Russia
Next
likes to hit
city.
is the civilian infrastructure. When winter is coming, they want to take out the power.
Yeah.
Let people freeze to death.
Drones
That's the point.
Yeah. It's so good. War crimes. It's great.
or missiles.
Yeah, specifically, what's it called when you?
Oh, Turkey's doing the same thing, right? Like, like the weather's
on.
getting cold, and they start bombing power structure in Syria.
Kurdistan. Yeah. What's it called when you deliberately inflict an environment that's
to bring about its destruction?
To bring about its destruction. What's that called again?
I think the defining in that genocide argument is more about like apartheid structures. Or sieges, blockades.
I would argue that constant bombing of civilian areas would fall
well,
under
that's
that.
the thing. That's why it's useful to use the genocide scale. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And according to them, it is a genocide emergency.
But that's why I only brought up the single article specifically, the wording specifically, because it is doing that pretty much to a T.
But does anyone not commit war crimes? Are you talking about militaries? Because the thing is that it's not like every country has a perfect track record, right? So like, for example, Australia did really well, except for one guy who got prosecuted for war crimes and he ended up getting off. Right. And I think that was a bad move by Australia. Like I helped some of the press coverage of that, looking at footage and stuff, because obviously I've experienced looking at that type of that type of footage and talking about it, But even then, the things that the soldier did in Afghanistan were dark. Like, but at the end of the day, it was just abuse, systemic abuse to bring upon civilians' deaths and executions.
Yes.
So,
where this is the actual Russian military calling in strikes on civilian populations, that's where the difference is.
And at the same time, you look at the operation to invade Iraq. One of those bombs was a missed target that hit people where refugees were, and it killed like 200 people. That was one of the most controversial things about the invasion of the Iraq War. That strike that hit that, where people were sheltering. But also at the same time, the first thing that they're targeting in that strike is the power infrastructure, right? But they're doing it as a matter not to like inflict harm upon civilians, even though obviously it's going to, but more of to as a military, your bases need power, things like that. Right. So you take out the infrastructure to isolate bases and the radar commands and stuff like that. But the difference is that when the United States then occupied Iraq, while they were still systemically killing people, right, they were still at least rendering aid, propping up a government, things like that. You know, Russia, you can't really find evidence of them actually rendering aid in their occupied areas the way the United States was. And even then, the United States wasn't that great. There's individual war crimes that happened in Iraq that were really, really bad. But you look at something like Bucha, like even like Butch is so atrocious that like the only thing you could compare it to is a war crime like the My Lai massacre, which was just massacring civilians in mass. It was nothing like torture and stuff like that, which also occurred in Vietnam, obviously in other cases. But the whole incident of Butcha is just another level of something you'd see. Like, I think a lot of militaries do better. Like, even the Iraqi military isn't terrible, even in like, and it's different when it's your own military attacking ISIS over the Americans if they hit civilians and calling white phosphorus and stuff. But the Russians specifically, like in Syria, they had this type of thing. And like when they started going after civilian infrastructure the way they did, they transferred in the general who did those bombings in Syria, who potentially might have armed Assad's planes with chemical weapons. Because if we are to believe some of the evidence that we have seen of sarin attacks, they came out of a Russian-made bomb. The airport where the retaliation attacks that Trump did was under Russian control as well.
Nearly every day this
My
month.
country hasn't done. We just killed a bunch of
Governor
protesters.
said 2
Technically,
missiles were fired
shooting
from
protesters
Russia-occupied
technically not really a war crime. It's a policing incident. That's why, like, that's the fucked up shit with Israel statistics. Like, they'll be shooting children at the March of Great Return, and they'll say it's a policing incident. I think Finkelstein may have brought that up with Destiny as well.
Crimea into a residential area, and that
Yeah, I'm not saying U.S.
rescue
troops are saints at all, as well. I don't like. I think the Kurds do a really good job in Rojava upholding stuff, even though they do use some extremist rhetoric about things. And that, but then you'll see like them giving prisoners that they just captured water and shit. But you know, Russia shows that too. But like, it's not that there's different levels of bad. Like, there's a scale of genocide that you can refer to, but the crimes Russia has done are not even like, you know, it's not something that you can see like this was worse than that. Like, the crime that they did in Bucha is so specific. It's unlike other crimes that happen. Like, the closest thing I could think of off the top of my head is like the rape of Nanking. Like,
I mean,
it's
that's
deeply
a pretty
disturbing.
serious
It's
thing.
deeply disturbing, especially the fact that people don't know what that happened and how easily
People
there's
deny
a
it.
denial
Yeah.
rhetoric and how much it's linked to Ukraine would have peace.
Yeah, that is very true. I think that's the worst part. But yeah, excluding the actual events themselves.
were killed by the second one after rushing to the scene to help. Homes, a rec facility, and a gas pipeline were all damaged in the attack, according to the Southern Military Command. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed that Russia would receive a, quote, their response for what he described as a vile strike. As one of Ukraine's biggest ports, Odessa has long been a target of Russian attacks. They ramped up after Moscow quit a UN-brokered deal that had allowed safe passage for Ukrainian grain shipments through the Black Sea. Moscow denies targeting civilians in the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which it launched in February 2022, though many have been killed in frequent Russian strikes.
I really like how the full-scale invasion has become a more used term. And not just like the war starting.
Yep, I completely agree, because it also sort of actually accurately points to the fact that they've been in the country for 10 years. So it's very important to point out.
A Ukrainian missile struck the Russian border city of Belgorod on Saturday.
This video released by Russian media outlet Osteroshno Novsty shows plumes of smoke coming out from an apartment building. A separate drone strike also set an oil refinery on fire in Russia's Samara region.
I mean, we did look at this already.
These Ukrainian attacks came on the second day.
You want to skip?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
I think we'll probably go to the Globe after this.
Of a Russian presidential election. Russian President Vladimir Putin has accused Kiev of trying to disrupt. Russia's defense ministry said it had repelled attempts by Ukrainian forces to cross the border into Belgorod region, where attacks from Ukraine have become part of daily life. The governor there said schools and shopping centers would close for safety. Ukraine has staged repeated strikes this week on Russian soil, particularly targeting oil refineries. Russia mounted its deadliest attack in weeks on Friday, when its missiles hit a residential area in Ukraine's Black Sea port city of Odessa, killing scores of people. The Kremlin is hoping for a high election turnout to demonstrate that the country is united behind Putin. The election is all but certain to hand him 6 more years in the Kremlin. Putin.
Did you see the lady that poured ink into the?
Yeah. It also showed it in the footage we were showing.
Yeah.
Putin's leading critics are in prison or have fled abroad, prompting the opposition to call the vote a sham. But overall turnout rose above 50% by the afternoon of day 2. Some of the highest rates approaching 70% were reported in the Belgorod region and in Russian-controlled regions of Ukraine.
You mean where they're bringing people
surprise
with armed guards?
Illegal and void.
Also, I think this is so weird. It's always something that you see in like other countries, but the whole like ballot box where they drop the ballot they completed into like a box, like a paper ballot, right? Is your voting like? Do you like put it in an electronic machine?
We do put it. No. We put it in a box as well.
It's like
in
that.
A box. Yeah, but it's not clear. It's like a box.
It's different in states, but.
Party United Russia said on Saturday that it was facing a widespread denial of service attack, a form of cyber attack aimed at paralyzing web traffic, and had suspended non-essential services to repel it.
It has been 3 years since Malawi's parliament rejected a motion to even debate demoralizing abortion law.
The roll R, love it. Keep it going.
Existing law, which allows abortions only if the life and health of the mother is at risk, has resulted in thousands of women like Harim Shaibu experiencing complications from backstreet abortions.
A mixture of herbs together with soap was inserted in my vagina. A few hours later, I started bleeding. And that is how I lost my pregnancy.
Oh, you went to Global News.
Malawi Ministry of Health admits statistics indicate that between 2022 and 2023, 35,000 unsafe abortions were carried out, leading women to seek post-abortion care in government health facilities.
We hear reports that people are inducing abortions on themselves,
Okay.
which tend to have
To
a lot of
interrupt such a
complications.
fucked up story. This is how like I've never voted in New York City, but like this is how it is for like most of New York, right? So they give you this paper ballot and you fill in the dots, right? And then you just put it into the machine and it scans it and it casts it, right? So then it gives you the electronic readout from the machine, but you also have the paper ballots in the machine that if you hand count them, you can just pull them out from the bottom of the machine.
Okay. Interesting.
So it's like I think it's like
this is double. It's double verification. Matching.
And I want to say when I first started voting, there was something else. I remember seeing older machines, that were like huge stand-up machines. But this way, all you do is they just give you a piece of paper and you don't even there's no curtain or anything. They just have these in school when you're bad and they put the divider around you. That's literally what they have, just tables with those, and you go in the little divider to check your ballot.
They're all
like,
literally.
I'm
cardboard,
normally like
yeah?
voting with my mom, so I'm having a conversation with her about what's on the ballot and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's say ruptured uteruses. In addition to that, they also have sepsis, whereby they tend to develop infection in the uterus or the entire reproductive system.
Women's rights advocates are continuing to push for abortion law reform that would expand the right to terminate a pregnancy. A bill would allow abortion if there is a possibility of harm to the mental or physical health of the woman, and in
Do you know where this
cases of
country is?
incest, rape, or sexual.
Malawi.
Yeah.
And it's like central lower, isn't it?
Yep. I would say that was a pretty good. It's it's one that it's easy to
miss it.
Yeah, like if you see a map of it, it's the one where you're like, oh, you know, because it's so small and it's in between. Like it's in such a unique place on the map, you know.
I pictured the other side, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, exactly.
I knew that there was massive
place.
countries because I knew that there were massive countries on one of the coasts. I just couldn't remember which.
Assault. Dr. Matthew Zingwane, the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Health, says the current law is putting lives at risk.
Our concern is the deaths that are happening amongst women in this country. And
there's a
women are
Ghana
dying.
one in there that you should
They're
follow
dying
up
when
with.
actually our hospitals can save their lives. Now, the point is, should we just let our women die when actually we can do
Very
something?
interesting.
When the bill was
eyebrow feature.
originally announced
like,
in
the like puff up on the one side, so it looks like he's just got like 2 lumps on his head.
2016, religious groups held mass demonstrations in protest and remained staunchly opposed to any liberalization.
Look, please wear a white T-shirt.
What was the country?
Ghana. It's like Ghana is not the 51st state.
Yep, got it.
Of abortion laws.
For the side of the faith leaders, there was still a lot of resistance. And so that's why we treated and started resistance and journalism. As I'm talking now, we are still doing this.
Everyone speaks English. This is like when they were doing
proponents
the
of the
down
bill
there with English people.
Yeah.
Education in remote areas.
No country that will be easy to travel to.
It's nobody's business what happens between me and my wife in my bedroom. But when you decide to bring what is supposed to remain in the privacy of your bedroom into public space, then public policy will apply to you for people who choose to have sex, men who choose to have sex with men. And so the government had to spend $200 million. We're dealing with getting enough beds for our women to give birth when they are pregnant. We should now begin to divert those resources to stitch up the backsides of men who have chosen to go and have sex with men. When they begin to have anal tears and anal warts, the people who lose their identity have lost their nation. Ghana is not the 51st state of the United States. Tell the American people, you either do business with us on our terms or you can walk. American businesses that operate in Ghana are not in Ghana because of LGBTQ. They are in Ghana because they make a profit. If you think that because we are protecting our cultural values,
I like this so much more than our rhetoric against this shit. Him recognizing that it's not rainbow capitalism already, being like, it's a profit. You want the money or not, bitch? Like, like to be like Ghana can do whatever they want at the end of the day. I say this all the time. Like I want America to exist, to be a place where anyone who is exiled from their country for any reason can find a place. And I think these countries can stay the way they are if they want their culture to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is a really good quote. We're not the 51st state. You can't tell us what to do, even though that's not how it works. The states do have independence and autonomy there, so they can't really tell them what to do there to a degree. Obviously, Florida's getting fucked right now. Well, DeSantis specifically, even though he's saying it's a win.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but did you hear me? He's like, we need beds for a women to give birth, not for sewing guys' buttholes up from having sex.
Oh my god. He is a ridiculous human being.
When they get anal fissures and anal warts.
Uh-huh. Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he did. But the thing is, this whole argument is like, you can do whatever you want in your home, but as soon as it affects the public. So I'm thinking he's going to go with, it's going to be you know, if they're doing gay stuff in public, and I was gonna be that's the whole thing where it's like you do straight stuff in public, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It
But
should
he
be.
wasn't going there. What he was going is it's affecting our healthcare system because we have to sew men's butts up.
I mean, look, if it was blanket ban on PDAs, I agree. Ban them.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Illegal.
it's like, you know, Iran. You know, you can't
No,
like
I
hold
know.
hands and stuff.
I'm joking. But at the same time, stop it.
It was a weird thing to come out of Ghana, I have to say.
Yeah, it is very strange.
Lose $100 million in profit, pack up and go. Africa must begin to assert our rights. We're not puppets and stooges of the West. It is just the sheer hypocrisy of America and the West. Qatar buys over $1 billion of military hardware every year from America. The punishment for homosexuality in Qatar is death. In Nigeria, the punishment in your law for same-sex marriage is 14 years imprisonment. The maximum in Ghana's law is just 3 years. Has Nigeria's economy collapsed? The American economy would not run, and the Western economies would not run without African raw material. Why should Ghanaian cocoa and Nigerian cocoa?
Obviously, I disagree with him because I'm gay as fuck. But you know, I think these guys making way better arguments than I hear out of American mouths.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
Like, hey, that's fair. You know, he does have a point. He's do business with Nigeria. Their economy hasn't collapsed.
Traded on the New York Stock Exchange and not on the Ghanaian Stock Exchange. I mean, a bank should not be threatening the customer and saying, "I won't give you a loan if you don't do what I want." If I don't come to you for a loan, you don't turn a profit. The CDC says that homosexuals are 400% more likely to be suicidal. The young man who walked into a school in the United States 3 months ago and shot up 22 kids was transgender. And this all came from a mental
why
disorder
are you transgender?
Bro, he used the correct pronouns.
Yeah. That's very
This
funny.
dude
I'm
is
so
way
confused.
more this dude is way more legitimate and rational about his bigotry than anyone I've heard in the
America.
I'm blown away.
A gender change or gender reassignment when he was 8 years old, even on the African continent. Which country has the highest crime
rate? That did not
rate?
happen. Wrong there.
South Africa. Why? Because they've embraced homosexuality as one of the growing
homophobe. Exactly.
this in that country. So companies like DSTV, for example, will have to be careful about the kind of movies that they show in Ghana. The kind of content you show on TV must be censored. You cannot be a social media influencer and creating content.
I thought he said DSD.
That is contrary.
Disney. Companies like Disney will have to be careful. You can't bring gay shit to Ghana. They already do. They cut the gay shit out for the international release, yet Buzz Lightyear was still banned in Qatar.
To the laws of the
land. The reason why they can be like, we put a gay character in this, so it's woke by the movie. The reason they can put like one gay scene in there is so they can cut it out for China.
Yeah. Also,
movies aren't made for you anymore.
Yeah. Also, not the biggest loss. That movie was not good.
It's not rational. I'm not saying it's rational. I'm just saying, like, the fact that he used the correct pronouns. I mean, he said they transitioned at 8. They got gender reassignment surgery at 8. Obviously, it's not rational. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he makes more sense, and I think his arguments are better made than anyone I've heard in the West. I'm not saying his arguments
he's
are
more
correct.
Based in reality than
it's like less
American.
Even though he's talking about anal fissures and getting their asses split open, and that's why he's against it.
But it's a lot more based in reality and somewhat grounded information, even if it is the wrong information, than say Ben Shapiro, who thinks, or Joe Rogan, who thinks that kids are shitting in litter boxes because he heard it on the internet once.
Well, give him a chance. Maybe he'll bring up litter boxes.
Maybe.
It's the strictest punishment in the bill. The punishment for advocacy is higher than the punishment for the act itself.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I guess advocacy for the gays.
So if you do,
this
guy's great, by the way.
The gay.
Fudge, as you're watching on the rerun here, because you're already asleep now. This is a guy that you will probably want to check out. if we want to describe who actually has my politics, this guy's the closest I've seen for my actual politics. He specializes in
remains
autonomy.
firmly focused on Gaza and Ukraine. Fears are growing about the deteriorating situation in Sudan. Racked by a fierce civil war that's escalated dramatically over the course of the past year, the country is rapidly becoming the world's worst humanitarian crisis. But while millions have been displaced and many millions more are now facing starvation, many observers are now calling it a forgotten war. So, what exactly is happening in Sudan, and why is urgent action so desperately needed?
He does a
Hello.
Q&A. He has a really interesting response.
Okay.
Since I'm introing people to this guy who you should watch, he does very specialized videos. I'm waiting for one to be out about Haiti. He hasn't done one yet.
And welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Why do some conflicts receive widespread international attention,
a Haiti video
and yet
4
others
months ago.
don't? This is a question that many observers of
update.
international relations often ask. Sometimes it might be because a situation touches on geopolitical factors or directly involves a great power or one of its close allies. At other times, it may have economic effects, such as disrupting trade routes or access to vital resources, or it may be because it threatens to spread, becoming a regional or even international war. Of course, media and policy priorities also play a role. Wars in more remote or less strategically significant areas naturally receive less attention, even if their effects are far more catastrophic than other conflicts.
So true, right?
Meanwhile, sometimes
yeah.
a conflict that initially attracts widespread news coverage
Like
will
Sudan.
disappear almost entirely from the news agenda.
Isn't it almost a year old now?
Something like that, yeah. He'll tell you.
Sudan is an excellent case in point. While international attention is focused on the conflicts in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, the country is becoming the world's worst humanitarian disaster. And yet, while the outbreak of the civil war received considerable media coverage, the situation is now receiving next to no international attention. The Republic of Sudan is in northeast Africa, covering 1.8 million square kilometers or 720,000 square miles. It's the world's 15th largest country. The Red Sea runs along its eastern coast, and to its east is Eritrea. Ethiopia and South Sudan are to its south, and the Central
Eritrea.
African Republic, Chad, and Libya
Yeah, he's
are
got
to
an
its
accent.
west.
It's okay.
Egypt lies.
No, there was a guy. One of the videos we watched the other day was calling it Eritrea.
Oh, okay. And it's okay. It's another mispronunciation joke.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm like
To its
looking for
north.
another video of his.
The
where he just
population
answers
is
a question.
believed to
Here's
be
the-
around 46 million. Although almost all Sudanese are Sunni Muslims, the country is ethnically mixed. While the majority are Arab, around a third of the population comprise sub-Saharan African groups. Sudan's history stretches back thousands of years. Once dominated by ancient Egypt, it later came under Christian Nubian rule. However, by the 17th century, Islam had gained a foothold over the northern regions. In the early 19th century, the Ottoman Empire and its Egyptian vassal state successfully expanded their reach into Sudan. This lasted until 1881, when a revolt erupted under a local Muslim religious leader. Concerned about the effects on the newly built Suez Canal and fearing it could spread more widely, Britain then stepped in to quell the uprising. Under British colonial rule, steps were taken to integrate the predominantly Arab Muslim northern provinces, which comprised most of the population, with the southern provinces consisting of sub-Saharan African tribes following Christianity and local faiths. However, as decolonization took off after the Second World War, deep divisions erupted over Sudan's future. While the South was willing to accept a united Sudanese state, it wanted a federal structure. Otherwise, it called for independence, a position that was fiercely opposed by the Muslim Arab North.
Independence, Sudanese
Matters
civil war. Hold on. Sudan comes under military rule. Okay, tensions. Here, let's jump to tensions, because this is just history.
Yeah, he sets up the whole pretext.
Although the two generals had close ties stretching back to the conflict in Darfur, tensions soon grew between them.
For anyone that wasn't aware, that was a genocide committed by the Janjaweed, which is now the RSF, and nobody is acknowledging this until recently, I think. I saw some people actually acknowledging this fact.
This guy will tell you about it.
Yeah. It literally took nearly a year for people to be like, hold on a second, and realize.
While Burhan enjoyed the support of the northern elites, Dagalo, who came from Darfur, was viewed with contempt
like this
and
stuff we say
suspicion.
in our video too. This guy was backed by the elites. This guy is more associated with Janjaweed. I didn't really want to watch this whole video. I just wanted to let people know that this guy is if you care about this foreign policy stuff, this one to check out. I think I found the part that I wanted to show. It might be a completely different video where he talks about how autonomy is possible, but we'll see if it's this one, because I could only find 2 Q&A ones, and I was scrolling through and I couldn't find any other ones that were multi-topic, right? So it's got to be this one, right?
Yeah.
A lot of interest, power. Can't use that as a get out
let me get this to the beginning of the segment.
Initiative. So there were a number of questions on the United Nations. David Kendall asked, is there a way to reform the UN Security Council General Assembly so that 5 very powerful countries that are often the focus of UN resolutions themselves, like Russia currently, and have a veto power, can't use that as a get out of jail free card? There's obviously a lot of interest in how to reform the United Nations and how to get beyond the system of politics that was created. Unfortunately, it's something that's been talked about for decades. There are ideas. I've been meaning to for quite a while to put this together into a video, because I think it's really interesting and important to take a look at all of this. But what I would say at this stage is that there's very, very little that can be difficult to see. So Benjamin Motson, a channel,
but if this is not the question, if he does not talk about currency and if they need currency and stuff, it's a different video. If he does talk about currency and independence movements and breakaway states, and he mentions currency here, this is the video I was thinking of and remembering.
Member asks, at what point does a separatist movement become legitimate? And related to this, TM Hood asks, my question concerns the legality of independence movements in different countries. In Spain, for example, the constitution explicitly forbids any area from seceding. In the UK, independence votes are sometimes allowed, but it seems to be at the whim of the government. What is the situation in other countries? Do any countries actually have constitutional provision for regions to become independent? It's so interesting how independence movements arise and how they then gain legitimacy and finally acceptance. So look, the general idea is that countries don't like to set out rules for how territories can become independent. What they prefer is a general principle that by and large, a new country can only come into being if the country it's breaking away from accepts. Now, that's not the same with colonialism. Colonialism, was considered to be, this is not legitimate. Countries have an automatic right of independence. So, I've talked about this in other videos. It's what we call internal versus external independence. So external means self-determination. I mean, internal versus external self-determination. External means a right of independence. Internal means you exist within a country, but you have a degree of self-government. Colonies have a right of external self-determination. Other territories within established countries have a right of internal self-determination. So they have a right to control their own affairs to a greater or lesser extent.
About how the UN won't allow these breakaway states in this one I'm thinking of. But I'll find it for next time to find the specific clip, because I just thought of it. Because it's a really interesting thing where he talks about currency and all the stuff.
Don't mind me just browsing the comments, seeing what the Al Jazeera comments look like.
Oh, how were they?
Looked like mostly just Random comments.
Normal?
Mostly name 4 numbers. A lot of
Yeah,
name
that's the
4
default
numbers.
for YouTube. That's the auto-generated thing.
Tankers like this are the only source of water for thousands of people in Bengaluru, widely called India's Silicon Valley. Inadequate rain, falling water levels in the Cauvery River basin, and rapid development have reduced water supplies in a city where 14 million people live.
There's no water in the taps. Borewell is also not working for the last 3 months. We have to do this. We don't.
Occupation, housewife.
Is that what it said?
Yes.
Well, it looks like it says save our bees.
Yeah.
So that's a common thing is that so especially in like more traditional like not even countries but like certain rural societies inside these
Yeah.
countries will be more traditional but you'll have that the way that the women are beginning their autonomy movements in many of these places is that it's housewives going into NGOs and being leaders of those NGOs.
No shit.
You know, and charity movements and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
So that's what I think is going on here. Is like she's a leader within this movement.
Yeah, right. So why not say person involved with X thing? Seems weird to isolate housewife.
Don't get it from the Cauvery River. It's a big, big problem.
Authorities say 110 villages that rely on groundwater supplies from bore wells are the worst affected. The Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka says nearly half of the 14,800 bore wells have dried up. Residents say authorities are not doing enough to address the problem, and that's forcing them to buy water at exorbitant prices.
There's a lot
Kiosks dispensing.
What do you want? What?
Pick a country.
Chile.
That might be in there.
All right, let's go to the next one. Africa.
Oh, this has been
This
in there
military exercise shows what teams
it's in
from
there.
23 nations have been practicing during this year's Justified Accord training, which recently took place in Nanyuki, about 4 hours outside of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi.
This story specific, I think this is relevant just because the whole like Kenyan side of the operation that was supposed to go into Haiti, and it's like why Kenya, and it's like look what Kenya's doing here. You know, I say Jordan is the one that does this a lot in the Middle East, right? So Kenya's starting to have that kind of role where they're powerful enough, they're stable enough, they have a pretty good democratic score on according to most analysis. Their economy is doing well. It's developing very quickly. It's always normally in like the top 10 for developing economies every year in Africa. So, you know, expect more of this stuff where it's going to be centered around Kenya and they're going to be more of like a powerhouse. But I've said this, I keep saying this all the time. East Africa.
Justified Accord is the U.S. Africa Command's largest exercise in East Africa.
By coming here together, we've got a unique capability to build skills, build readiness, the capacity and capability of our teams,
same people who
not only internationally, but unique to the region in order to combat violent extremism and those elements within our region that want to destabilize our communities and our governments.
In 2013, Kenya suffered one of its worst terror attacks when Somalia-based terrorist group Al-Shabaab bombed Nairobi's Westgate shopping mall and killed nearly 70 people.
The exercise Justified Accord
That's a lot.
between Kenya Defense Forces and U.S. military has been a very good opportunity to build a cooperation and relationship, and which will ultimately give us an opportunity to deal with the common threat.
One of the big things that we'll see a lot of guys fighting ISIS in Nigeria. Major lacking of the medical training that they could be saving a lot more lives.
Is a security threat in this region of Horn of Africa.
This was the first participation for Somali Danab Special Forces Platoon Commander Abdirahim Mohammed. The Danab Brigade is a U.S.-trained elite unit of the Somali Army that has been countering Al-Shabaab's attacks.
I love that they still don't use American weaponry. They still have AKs. Gangster.
This Justified Accord is interaction between
Why is
different
there a
countries.
giant mouse on the
We meet the
screen?
Rwandan, we meet the Tanzanian, The good example was now we are doing today is our demonstration. So I'm the platoon leader. So my platoon consists of the 10 Somalis, 10 Tanzania, and 10 Kenyan.
Armed forces from
Instead of those Oakley-looking sunnies, he should get some pitties. Make him look cooler.
many countries participated, including the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Rwanda, Somalia, Tanzania, and Djibouti.
Time out. That was the funniest shit. Why are you screaming, buddy? Stop screaming. You're fine. I don't know what his deal is lately. He gets into these times where I think he hurts his toe because he freaks out, and then he hurts his foot when he jumps around. Okay, anyway. They said the UK even participated, and this is what it shows.
In this photo, members of the Djiboutian Bataillon d'Intervention Rapide received feedback from U.S. Army Captain Alex Ruse, an instructor with the 2nd Security Force Assistance Brigade.
That's what really got fucking, being in Africa can get you. You can say French well, because there's so much French in Africa.
And learn from them. For example, we had soldiers from the Kenyan Defense Force and soldiers from Somalia. They were just a wealth of knowledge. These guys are in conducting operations currently.
What took a year to plan didn't come without challenges, as one member of the Massachusetts National Guard, Lieutenant Colonel Michael McNamara, explains.
The challenges were always there, getting 130 people on commercial aircrafts, moving vehicles, requesting ammunition, moving MREs, water, everything that you see down at Camp
That's
Kafaru.
big. Moving MREs
those
and
are
water,
some of the challenges that we
It's
faced.
going to be a relief as well. They're going to need.
Yes.
This is going to be like climate change is going to put a lot of challenges on these countries.
He and others told VOA that although being on the ground presents its own set of challenges, it's been easier as they've been able to share tactics and quickly learn from each other. Mariama Diallo, VOA
African
News,
Union should start
Nanyuki, Kenya.
normalizing this. Especially in East Africa where there's not a serious insurgency.
Zimbabwe tobacco auction sales started Wednesday, with the government stating this year's sales will not reach the record $1.2 billion in exports achieved last year because of El Nino-induced drought. Vice President Constantino Chiwenga says tobacco is at the core of reviving Zimbabwe's moribund economy, and its production should increase in the next growing season when government meteorologists are forecasting better rains.
Government regards the tobacco industry as a sector that has great potential to grow and increase our country's foreign exports. Yes, we have got the other sector, the mines and minerals, but agriculture with tobacco currently at the helm plays a major role in our export earnings.
Kesina Mataya, a tobacco farmer, says she wants to help the government reach its goals of building Zimbabwe's middle and upper classes.
I like growing tobacco as it gives a lot of foreign currency, and I'll be able to buy stuff and prop up myself.
I like
growing
money.
maize or other crops, you don't get good money, unlike if you're growing tobacco.
That's what most Zimbabwean farmers
Tobacco get money.
being
I
paid
like
in
money.
foreign currency for their crops, given the volatility of the country's local currency. However, UN agencies like the World Health Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization are urging farmers to move away from tobacco, given the health hazards such as lung cancer linked to smoking. Because of those risks, demand for tobacco has dropped in the last 25 years, according to the World Health Organization. Nevertheless, Zimbabwe's government wants farmers to stick with tobacco.
Tobacco is not the only product that's harmful to people. Sugar is harmful, alcohol is harmful, etc. But people still like it.
African
Peter
white
Gambara, an independent agriculture economist based in Harare, says hemp production might be a good alternative.
Yes. Grow hemp instead of tobacco. Do that. Do lots of that. More of that.
I think they should do what gets them the most money and what they want instead of what some white guy says.
True. Very true. But hemp is better. Hemp is cool.
Yeah, also Zimbabwe pins hope economy on tobacco. Zimbabwe I don't think there is hope for their economy. Your economy's fucked. You need to like start over. You need to like wipe out the wealth of everyone in the country and start from square one at this point. It is bad. So like Zimbabwe's economy is so bad that everyone actually used banking apps, right? So they were one of the countries that were talking about maybe looking at Bitcoin when fucking El Salvador adopted it, right? And it's because that they all use banking apps and use basically transition out of their currency into another currency.
Wild.
And so all the tellers, they still pay in person, right? But all of it has moved to like electronic online apps. Right, so they're all using like Apple Pay and like WeChat Pay, whatever they have there. It's all, so they were one of the first countries to completely transition to like this all digital type of banking and currency because they just didn't trust their money in the government's banks because the government's literally robbing the people. So it's like it's kind of like a cool workaround, even though the economy is still pretty shit, even with these workarounds and stuff. But the main reason the economy shit is like they found gold, right? And they were like, "Oh, this will help us. We're finally going to get gold." Nah, didn't help them because the government is still shit. And when journalists in this country fucking report on it, they fucking arrest them and shit.
Of course.
And harass them and stuff.
Yeah.
Nigerian filmmaker
How is the economy
Cass
bad?
is putting the
Rampant,
finishing
huge
touches to
inflation. It because the government is embezzling upon itself, right? So like the currency is just, it's like Lebanon, how their currency is in free fall and just devaluing every single day. Like their currency has been so devalued. It's ridiculous.
his latest movie,
I mean,
Just
Afghanistan
the
had
Two of
problems like
Us.
that too.
The project is due for release in April, and Cass says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cass launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit.
Yeah, Nigeria has a pretty good film industry.
Of wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
That's where they got with Hollywood from, because they call it like Nollywood or something.
Yeah.
So Zimbabwe's hyperinflation, the annual inflation rate has risen to 676% in March 2020. There was a bleak economic outlook due to the effects brought on by the pandemic, and it was already bad before that. So it's like it was estimated it was 500% in 2019. So another high period, it jumped up to like blah, blah, blah. Since the Russia-Ukraine conflict, their inflation shot right up from 66 to 130%. Surged again up to 191. Like it's just always spiking and going up into these high rates, but not like it was during COVID. It was really bad during COVID, so it's recovered a little. But like there was one day where it was like daily inflation rate was 98%, right? So it was like it would be like literally $1 would be $100 the next day.
I think it makes sense
that Portugal would go far right because they invented Portuguese, which is just ugly Spanish, and fascism is ugly politics. It fits. Center-right ahead with far-right Chega set for historic result live updates. Portugal's center-right coalition on course for narrow victory as far-right makes gains.
I don't
Vosh,
know.
genuine question. You call yourself gay a lot, but talk about
I
women's
don't
if
know
you're
if
into
it's
them.
fair
I
to
say
say
gay
that
to mean
Portugal
queer.
is
Queer
shifting
sounds
far
like
right. The guy who's going to be the front-running candidate there certainly has this, and this is the main problem with him, is his anti-LGBT views. I would say he has weird views. He's got some libertarian shit mixed in there, like legalizing prostitution or legalizing drugs, or one or the other. Oh God, please not, Bosch. No, you'll like it. He's going to read us an article about Portugal and then make a complete determination on how the country works.
Isn't Portugal already the country with all the legal drugs?
Yeah, that's why I said something along those lines. Like he supports one of these.
Limp-wristed DJ
But
talk to me.
again, the
I'll
thing
use
is
it when
that
talking about other people. But when I
just
say I'm
because
gay,
this
I just
guy,
mean I like.
he's too American brain, because the parliament, even though this guy has some like further right views, their parliamentary advantage isn't, their coalition isn't going to be that crazy. Like that's the whole point of like the bureaucracy and process in these countries is to make sure shit doesn't happen, which can be both good and bad. Depends on how you look at the situation and how liberal you are.
Everyone, which I do, except for you. No parasocial arena. The Democratic Alliance, an electoral platform made up of the large Social Democratic Party, the PSD, and two smaller conservative parties, was first 30.8% of the vote, followed by the Socialist Party with 28.4%. Chega was in third place with 18.6%, raising the prospect that it could play a key role in the formation of a new center-right administration. So the concern here is Chega with the far right partnering with the Democratic Alliance, because they're already partnered with two smaller conservative countries, or conservative parties. The moderate wing of fascism, but unironically this time, it was never ironic. Important note, Vosh, the Socialist Party is SOCDEM. The SOCDEMs are conservatives. Yep, sounds like Europe to me. The party broke through in the 2019 election, attracting 1.3% of the vote and gaining its first MP in Portugal's 230-seat assembly. 3 years later, it took 7.2% of the vote and won 12 seats. Which parties is this new far-right party cannibalizing off of? Like, are they pulling mostly from the conservative parties, or like are they pulling from the socialists as well? Let's do some learning. Is it Shea? There's like a Y. What is this noise? What does this mean?
I mean, just look at
National Conservative Right-Wing Populist Political Party.
Look at this, right? Look at how many seats. Right? This is the thing. It's like, this is like how these right-wing coalitions always have to be, where it's like all these fringe type of voters and stuff.
Yeah, this is how coalitions always are. They always
I
have
want to say it might be Spain that
groups.
I'm thinking of, but I swear that the right party was called Vox here, but it might be Spain. They're so similar.
It's
so.
Spain.
It's Vox is Spain?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so, but like the socialists alone, and like see, like most of these are center right. There's even this one that's
that looked like literal Nazis.
These guys. Well, this I
one of them had
highlighted far right. I was going
okay.
down and I highlighted far right. That's why. But I mean, look at there's right wing populism.
Oh, this is what Vosh is looking at the moment.
Yeah.
Is this the party? Is it?
Yeah.
Portugal, André Ventura, characterized being split between the right wing and far right of the political spectrum.
See, he's not even far right.
Nationalist, conservative, personalist roots. No state intervention in the economy. Criminality, police uses, corruption, overstaffing in civil service. Decrease in tax, life imprisonment, and chemical castration.
I think it's really only a problem if you're gay. Right now in Portugal, that this guy was elected. It's not that crazy compared to like American populists and other populists. Well,
describing itself as a strong proponent of Western civilization. Man, how can you say that from Portugal? Didn't you get teabagged by Muslims for like 500 years? Come on.
Epic.
We all know you long to return to the caliphate. All right, you come on. 700, yeah, 700 years. No, that was Spain. Where do you think Portugal is? Anti-Zygonist, anti-Romani sentiment. Oh, okay. How many Romani people are there in Portugal? I mean, I guess some at least. Lots? Really? Okay. I guess I just I know about their presence in like Germany and France and so on. I guess I never really thought about their presence in the Iberian Peninsula. The party supports integration measures for immigrants and states that all immigrants and foreign residents should be, quote, obliged to respect our rules, rights, and customs and traditions. Okay? Zero tolerance on illegal immigration, opposed to multiculturalism and its practice of Sharia law within the Portuguese legal system, but also claims to reject xenophobia on its platform. Eurosceptic, of course. The party states it supports the original four freedoms principle of free movement of goods, capital, services, and people among member states, but argues for a Europe of sovereign nations united by shared Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian principles. Deus Vult, sir. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. Wow. Deus Vult, sir. Oh my God.
French.
This is the most Roman statue Twitter avy imaginable. Yeah, dude. Greco-Roman principle. Yeah, yeah. You want some lube for your JO session? Jesus Christ.
It's also another big thing about Portugal
too. Okay.
is that it's a north
Honestly.
and south separation like Italy, and the
Oh,
south
really?
is socialist and the north is the
Interesting.
more right wing.
I didn't know that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, here's a good map. See.
Ah.
But the thing is like this party, like they're about to get like a bigger percentage. Like they say it's the third like biggest party. It's still small, but like the election is like it's gonna make them go way bigger. Like it's a huge gain. It doesn't necessarily mean that the government is going to be far right, but it is a huge gain from the right in Portugal. But the guy
maybe by Greco
resigned.
Yeah. Roman tradition, what they mean is homosexuality. So I guess this is a big tent party for the right and for the far right. The organization also highlights the presence of numerous white supremacists, identitarians, and neo-Nazis in the party's ranks. And then here's the leader, Ventura. Oh, young dude. Former sports pundit. Son of the owner of a small local bicycle shop. The petit bourgeois strike yet again. The real base of fascism. The party has pulled a lot of votes from what used to be communist strongholds in the north. Yep, happens every single time. Liberals and social democrats entrench, become institutional, and never, ever, ever address the interests of populists. So when far-right populists rise up, people who are split along populist lines, even if they're left-leaning, tend to shift over. Same shit as in Germany. In his PhD thesis, he criticized criminal populism and stigmatization of minorities and revealed concern about the expansion of police
literally
powers.
the big difference is, right, all it is, Vosh, all right, it's real simple. All right, you just have to go to the 2024 Portuguese legislative election page, and right there, it's the first two paragraphs. The big deal is that the Socialist Party lost their absolute majority. That's all. They used to have absolute majority. Now they were going to have to bring down and like negotiate bills.
Yeah, that's about it. Wow. Okay, let's move on.
Did you see that Johnny Jizzo came in and it was while I was
I heard you.
I
heard you ranting about it.
And he's like, "Oh, one-sided." I'm like, "Bro, do you even like look at what's on stream?"
He definitely
like. I don't know why he's so pressed. Like, bro, we'll bring you on if you want to stay in here long enough for me to see you instead of running away.
He seems to just run away.
Yeah, he just wants to be like, "You're a bitch," bye, and leaves. You know, I'm waiting for the one day when we get Johnny Jizzo on.
It's gonna be funny.
Here,
We're
gonna go smoke this. We're gonna go smoke this. Okay.
And we're done.
Beat that little black and tans. Oh God.
Okay, now this story's broken up, but you got to make sure after this you got to keyword search EU and Egypt because this is kind of a big deal. This isn't going to tell you anything. This is just going to show that there was a meeting and stuff. So there's a broader story here.
In the name of God Almighty. Your Excellency, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, Excellency, Mr. Alexander De Croo, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, and the incumbent President of the European Union, Excellency, Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus, Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Greece, Excellency, Mr. Karl Nehammer, Chancellor of Austria, Excellency Mrs. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of the Republic of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to welcome you as dear
Italy,
guests
Africa
to Egypt.
ambitions.
Your visit to Egypt today comes at an intense momentum attested by the Egyptian.
The EU? Because of Israel. Gaza aid.
European relationships, be it with the EU institutions or with its member states. Your visit today symbolized a phase of paramount significance in the relationships between Egypt and the European Union.
I love
we
this
have
blowing
together
that they have to
achieved
do to each other
success.
at all these meetings, right? When they're like,
Mhm.
"Oh, hang on, I have to suck your dick for like 10 minutes before we get to the point of what this is about."
Make a peculiar shift in our partnerships. A few moments ago, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, and I signed an instrument of a joint political declaration to launch the track of elevation of the relationship between Egypt and the European Union.
Okay, we're moving on. Let's
We
go to
got-
the
yeah.
actual one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to the other videos.
There you go.
Not that one.
This channel is like not like a great channel. It's just like an EU press
Yeah.
release thing. Well, that actually is what I think you.
Thank you very
were on
much.
the
What
right
I
thing
fully
I think
as well.
is the
This
one.
is just what
agree
Georgia
with
Maloney
the
has to
words
say, and she
expressed
basically
by
caused
my
this.
colleagues.
But the other one is
Well-
going to explain why they're in Egypt and what they're doing. That you just skipped over.
The 15-second one.
It was it 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did it say there?
Nothing.
No, go back to it. Look at the
It
title. Bro.
literally said nothing.
Bro, I know what I'm doing. Go. What does it say as the title?
What the $7.4 billion deal with Egypt? It didn't say that in the
To-
video at all.
Yeah. So what? You didn't read it. What does it actually say? To what? Money for what, bro?
Avert migration crisis.
Right. So like, you understand what I'm saying when it's Georgia Maloney who brought this together.
Yeah, of course it was.
So Egypt's economy is in free fall. They desperately need ways out. And since Maloney doesn't want people coming to her country, she basically brokered this whole thing, tied them in with the EU to get the EU to foot the bill for something that's going to benefit her and her
Hilarious.
policy. Right?
She's so cunning.
Thank you very much. Where I fully agree with the words
She speaks
expressed
English?
by my colleagues
Yeah.
and by Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission. I want to thank for the work that she's been doing. We have achieved a very important goal today. President
Stop
Sisi,
being
thank you very much.
Africans coming
Also-
to Europe is the important goal that we've achieved today.
You're missing it, but Baloney didn't miss it. She understands it perfectly. Watch.
For your hospitality. But I
This
think
is
that
the
being here,
most successful Italian policy in Africa of all time. Like, would you believe it? What a redemption arc for fascism in Italy. It's a joke. It's
all
a joke.
together,
Don't
to
clip
sign
shit me.
this declaration means something very important. And it is
It
the
means-
result of
it
an
means people won't come to my country.
intense and effective diplomatic work that all of us have engaged in over the past months. The joint declaration that Egypt and the European Union have adopted today is an important step towards the development of a true partnership able to address in an integrated manner all of the complex challenges of our times, from the regional ones, the development, and also illegal migration.
there it was.
I want to take also this opportunity once again to express my appreciation for the diplomatic efforts that
She's like,
President Sisi is pursuing together with the United States, with Qatar, moreover, in order to achieve a prolonged pause in hostilities in Gaza, leading to the release of the hostages and to a sustainable ceasefire. But it is also, I'm telling that also to say that I'm proud to announce that a memorandum of understanding with the Egyptian Ministry of Health was adopted today to strengthen bilateral collaboration in humanitarian assistance to wounded civilians arriving from Gaza. It is one additional piece of the wide-ranging humanitarian efforts that Italy has been putting in place since the outbreak of the conflict. We must continue to work hard to achieve a memorandum of understanding able to lay the foundation for a new, I would say, historic page of our relations, deepening our political dialogue, working
successful woman fascist, but they're too sexist.
Yes.
Together for our respective economies. And as all my colleagues said before me, it is also the best way to face the problem of the illegal migration, to fight human traffickers. The best way is to
fight traffickers. But anyway,
North Korea.
Pretty important, right? What just happened there?
Yeah, very.
If you're in the EU.
Mm-hmm. Or Palestinian.
Yeah, this is mostly EU stuff.
Yeah.
South Korea.
yeah, exactly. No, it's so true though. Like, come on, your guy is literally a rapist.
Yeah. Just sub him for anybody else. Anybody. Marjorie Taylor Greene would work.
She might do worse, actually.
Korean Peninsula and Japan. The Japanese Coast Guard added that the missiles fell into the sea minutes after launching. Well, Eunice Kim joins us live now from the South Korean capital, Seoul. Eunice, so these latest North Korean missile launches come at the same time the Summit for Democracy starts in the capital, where you are. What more do we know about the launches then?
Look at this, John.
Yeah, it's because she's in front of a window.
Right. The timing of this is quite interesting, given that we haven't seen North Korea launch a ballistic missile in more than a month now. But we are hearing confirmation from Japan that they believe North Korea
she's a news robot. The light goes on and she gets the
missiles,
signal.
while Seoul's Joint Chiefs of Staff has stopped short of putting a number on it, just saying that it detected several flying objects presumed to be short-range ballistic missiles within a 40-minute window from 7:45 this morning. Those flying objects.
I wonder what he's overcompensating for.
From the Pyongyang
this
area
tiny
into
economy
east of the Korean peninsula, traveling some 300 kilometers. Now, analysis is ongoing, but criticism has been swift, including from Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who strongly condemned these latest ballistic missile launches, saying that they pose a threat not only to the region, but also to the international community. Now,
That's
in the
absurd.
today,
Just put him in a
today, we
silo,
did,
you goose.
See from North Korea, its leader Kim Jong-un overseeing
Yeah,
several
like, why do you need to move him around? Where are you taking them? You're North Korea, bro.
Out of a new tank. And this comes, of course, as the U.S. and South Korea have been engaged in an annual large-scale military
Like, having a
drill
mobile launcher is pretty fucking cool, but also, why?
Yeah, it's like they're using, it's like Scud missile tactics.
Yeah.
Freedom Shield, which
Because
ran
then you
for
can see
11
them.
days through last
And
week,
take them on parade,
including
Jack.
practicing scenarios where Pyongyang could use its
You're not-
nuclear
you ain't-
missiles
Think
against.
about it. You just ask questions. You don't even think about the solutions, do you?
Why you send me no talkie video?
I think it does talk. But I just wanted to point out.
Could be louder.
Could be louder, too low. I just wanted to send this because I thought it was funny, because it's like this election marks 50 years
50
of
years of
Portugal's
democracy.
democracy. And like Vosh's Western brain is like, uh-oh, it's falling apart in Portugal because somebody lost an absolute majority. They're going to be fine.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
never
look.
mind. Fuck that video. Too quiet.
World news.
Wang Yi's visit was only confirmed 5 days ago. His welcome from New Zealand's Foreign Minister Winston Peters, one of the few events open to the media. There'll be no news conference. Peters says China is New Zealand's most important and complex bilateral relationship. Important because China is New Zealand's biggest trading partner. Complex because New Zealand, a United States ally, is concerned about China's spreading influence across the Pacific.
The complexity is, how do we manage relations with a very different political power in a way where our interests are still met?
They're not. You work with China, your interests don't mean shit.
There's a lot of China stuff in here, by the way.
Action point, New Zealand's interest in joining a new security pact between the United States, Australia and Britain, known as AUKUS. China's warned New Zealand that joining would put their relations at risk. The most important part of Wang Yi's trip
Also,
will come
how are we
later this
supposed to
week
change
when he
the
visits.
acronym now?
To what? With AUKUS?
NAUKUS.
ANZCUS. ANZCUS.
NAUKUS. It's just they just give him the N. NAUKUS.
Change
you can
the
roll the Z in there.
no, change the S to a Z, and then you've got AUKUS.
Yeah, NAUKUS.
New Australia, United States, UK, Zealand.
Visits Australia. Well,
or fuck New Zealand off, give it another A, and then it can be AUKUS.
Why would you give it another A?
Because that's the Maori name.
Oh,
for New
okay.
Zealand.
That's easier. That's a good point.
Yeah, it makes it much easier. AUKUSA. AUKUS.
Well,
the political debate
that's
is
the thing with
deepening.
Mike Pompeo and the Trump admin, like we pushed to get cotton banned and specifically played up to their racism about it to get it banned instead of appealing through human rights vectors.
Yeah. Easier to do it that way.
Over how to respond to China's growing military power in the Asia-Pacific region.
So I think the priority for China is obviously stabilizing the relationship with Australia, which over the last sort of 5-6 years has really had a number of different issues.
From Austin Powers.
Is it? Is that what it's
Yes.
from?
He's got the mole.
Okay, yes.
Who
says
yes,
it to him, though?
the little stick, it just comes out from under the bottom of the screen and pokes
Who
him
says
in
the thing about rat? Not that thing off your face.
That's definitely Austin Powers.
Yeah, but
it
who
could be
says it?
Dr.
Is
Evil.
Austin who says it?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's Uncle Buck, bro. You're wrong.
What are you talking about?
It's Uncle Buck.
No. Whatever that is, it's wrong.
Issues to the point where high-level communication between the Australian and Chinese governments was blocked for a good number of time.
It's 10 years since New Zealand signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with China. Since then, its exports to China have doubled.
Pause.
China's ambassador said recently.
This is gonna be kind of quiet, but it's the one that I found. So it's like, it's this Uncle Buck. It's kind of like a Big Daddy type movie.
Okay.
Except there's like multiple kids. Right, and so he's called into the school to get lectured, right? And this is how he leaves with the principal.
Take this quarter. Go downtown and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face.
The Austin Powers one is funnier.
They definitely don't say it in Austin Powers.
It's something very similar.
He's like doing it like a motion of like reacting to the mole where he's like doing a rat face. I think that's what you might
No,
be doing.
he says he gets fed up with it, and I think he says something along the lines of "I'll rip it off your face and make it into guacamole." Something
Yeah, he
along
does
those
say that.
lines.
Yes, he does say that. But nothing about
He
a rat
hopes-
gnawing it off her face.
Not necessarily.
That trade continues to flourish.
China stands ready to work with New Zealand on the basis of mutual respect, mutual benefit, non-interference in each other's internal affairs.
What benefit does New Zealand get? I wonder. Is this all so they don't challenge you with Taiwan? Sorry to break it to you.
And constructive management of differences.
Like his predecessors, New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon must try to strike a balance between his country's security alliance with the United States and its lucrative trade partnership with China.
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. Did they steal all your lamb?
Kiss.
Brown, Al Jazeera, Wellington.
With all the beef. No, they probably have cow farms and they fly it directly to China just like they do here. China owns one of the biggest cattle ranches in Western Australia, and they have a private They have a private airfield, which they just fly it out straight away. Nothing, no benefit towards Australia at all. They just fly it straight the fuck away. It's wild. Well, I don't know. Is he better than...
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Oh, you know how I showed
What's
you that
worse?
how I found that how that one girl who's owning the alphas constantly on the podcast was like
Yes.
a big feminist writer and wrote a thing about Jacinda,
Yeah.
right? Every time she posts, I always go, you should come on our show next. We're totally alpha males that you can totally own. And don't give it out, like the emoji, like the sub eyes and the fingers pointing in every time. Still hasn't interacted, but I'm gonna keep trying. Because it's gonna be genuinely funny because we're gonna go, can you explain the gender pay gap to Jack?
Oh, I already went through this with Pega, actually. It's my misconception
she
was
made
because
that story
Australia
about
actually
you?
has worker protections. What?
She made that video about you where she was annoyed about the gender pay gap.
No. I responded to it.
Oh, okay. No, I was about to say,
And
that's
had a
funny.
discussion, and we figured out that America has no worker protections or consumer protections, which is why you can get paid differently, which is very fucking retarded. Like very dumb, very, 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 very backwards. The literal
Anyway.
definition of the word retarded. I'm using it literally.
Anyway, if I can get her on, maybe one day Queen will see it.
Maybe. We'll see. Got to keep trying.
And then you can tell her why Jacinda Ardern is awful. It'll be so funny.
I will
Because
tell
then
her
you'll
why.
be like those douches in those podcasters getting owned by her.
She's awful.
Is this just gonna be text? Look, volcano.
Mm.
I threw a bunch in there. I didn't even look at them. I'm like, one of these will probably have a voiceover.
Alright. Well, there's another one here. I was playing this one first because
Another volcano in Iceland. What are we gonna do?
Volcano. I like volcanoes. Volcanoes be cool.
I don't even look at you're saying Eggman,
A volcano
Chippy,
in Iceland erupted
Stalanda,
on
like
Saturday for the fourth time since
look at it, isn't that
December.
dope?
That's according to the
It
country's
is cool.
meteorological office. Lava flowing from the volcano appeared to
Did I
slow
send you
on
that skink
Sunday,
video?
but authorities said it still posed a danger
I
to
don't know.
infrastructure. In a video shot from a Coast Guard helicopter, fountains of molten rock soared from a long fissure in the ground, and lava quickly spread to each side. The Icelandic Meteorological Office said the fissure was roughly 1.9 miles long. Ricky Pedersi, University of Iceland's leader of the Nordic Volcanological Centre, said it was only clear 15 minutes
Volcanological.
beforehand that the eruption was going to happen.
The fissure that opened up was just almost identical with the area where we had the eruption on the 8th of February. So it's in a very similar area, but the lavas are now.
Okay. Iceland, go boom, have lava. Great.
Anyway,
More
there's a
China.
lot of China stuff in there.
I'm finding it.
A
And we'll
piece of
move on to
military
something else.
history on display. A reminder of the Kinmen Islands' violent past. Kinmen native Honor Nee remembers his childhood vividly.
My house was hit by artillery shells.
What?
Doing the China stuff should clear this out enough, you know?
Mm-hmm. There's only 4 videos.
Kinmen is a front line in the conflict between communist China and democratically ruled Taiwan. The islands are just a few kilometers from China's southern coastal city of Xiamen and about an hour's flight from Taiwan.
Because of geography, we're almost one with China's Xiamen. We're very close physically, so of course we have a more Chinese way of thinking and affection toward China.
Most residents identify themselves as Kimonese or
I think
Chinese,
that list was 80
not
before. It's now down to
Taiwanese.
40, so at least half
That
has been
includes Nee,
eliminated.
who served in the army for the Kuomintang or KMT, China's former ruling government.
In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, dynasties have changed too many times. That's not important. What's important is that we need to return to our roots.
On August 23,
Return to monk.
1958, when Nee was 3 years old, communist forces started bombarding Kinmen
Boo,
with intense
communist,
artillery
boo.
fire And KMT forces on the island returned
Driving me
fire.
harder, Daddy.
The artillery fire came suddenly, so people who lived in the hills would dig holes in the ground and hide in them.
What's now known as the 823 artillery war continued for 44 days.
Jesus.
After the bombardment ended, the communist government and the KMT agreed to shell each other on alternate days. That lasted 20 years.
When I was young, I would hide in a bomb shelter, light a candle, and eat dinner at night.
The shelling ended when the U.S. switched diplomatic recognition from the government in Taiwan to that of communist China. Now tourists replace KMT troops inside military bunkers. Most Kinmen residents still support the KMT. Ouyang Zhengyi is one of the few exceptions. While he considers himself Kinmenese, he voted for the incoming president Lai Zhuge of Taiwan's ruling.
Reuters headline opening.
What?
Come on, bro.
means nothing. What?
How we start every show looking at the Reuters top 5.
Yeah, because we already watched it. That's why.
I know.
Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP.
He's more reliable and also more trustworthy.
Most DPP supporters identify as Taiwanese and want to distance themselves from China. But KMT supporters want closer ties. In order for residents on Kinmen to get to the China side, they would currently have to take a ferry. Many of the island residents prefer
KMT
a bridge built
closer sides, please.
between the two cities, but the DPP government is opposed to the idea, citing national security risks. Chinese leader Xi Jinping.
Chinese military and state-run media have accused the US of threatening global security. That comes days after Reuters reported Elon Musk's SpaceX was building hundreds of spy satellites for a US intelligence agency. SpaceX's Starshield unit is developing the satellite network under a classified $1.8 billion contract with the National Reconnaissance
Take
Office,
it away
or
from
NRO.
him.
That's according to a report released on Friday by Reuters, citing 5 sources familiar with the program. A social media account run by the People's Liberation Army.
Is
or
the thing about
PLA,
China
said the
being mad? Is this
SpaceX
what that
program
is?
Exposed
China
US
being mad about the
shamelessness
satellites?
and double standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Washington has accused Chinese tech companies of threatening US security. The editor of a magazine overseen by the ruling Communist Party was also quoted in the Global Times as saying the satellite project posed a challenge to global security and stability. Another company run by Musk, EV maker Tesla, has a large manufacturing presence in China. Neither the PLA-run social media account or the Global Times mentioned Musk or Tesla. In response to the Reuters story, the NRO acknowledged its mission to develop space-based surveillance systems, but it declined to comment on the extent of SpaceX's involvement. The world's largest satellite operator also didn't respond to several requests for comment about the contract. China has said it also plans to start building its own satellite constellations. SpaceX, NRO, and the Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for comment on China's.
Taiwan joined China on a rescue mission on Thursday after a fishing boat capsized near the Taiwan-controlled Kinmen Island. China requested Taiwan's help amid heightened tension in the sensitive Taiwan Strait. China claims democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory, despite strong objections from the island. China has also stepped up military activities near it in recent years, with almost daily breaches into air defense identification zones. Authorities on both sides sent rescue boats after a Chinese fishing boat capsized just over 1 nautical mile west of Taiwan's Dongting Island, Taiwan's Coast Guard said. Deputy Captain of the Kinmen Coast Guard, Chen Qianwen.
Our department immediately set up a contingency centre and directed the Kinmen Coast Guard to send 4 patrol boats to the rescue. After the patrol boats arrived at the scene, it was confirmed that there were a total of 6 people in distress, and at present, with the joint efforts of the search and rescue units of the 2 sides and the garrison of Dongting Island, 4 people were rescued, of which 2 were alive and 2 show no signs of life.
Taiwan's Kinmen Defense Command said it had not received any request from Chinese authorities to search the island, but that any survivors found would be handed to the Coast Guard. Last month, China's Coast Guard began regular patrols around the Kinmen Islands close to its coast, after 2 Chinese nationals died while trying to flee Taiwan's Coast Guard after their boat entered prohibited waters. Last week, Taiwan's top China policy-making body urged its giant neighbour not to change the status quo around the waters there by sending Coast Guard boats into restricted areas, saying tension should be controllable.
They're asking them not to change status quo after they were the ones who changed the dialogue in their fucking thing.
We begin
But,
our report.
You know, I
with
said how I
Senator-
can hear
Senate
people
Majority
down the
Leader
street
Chuck
just 'cause I'm
Schumer's
like
demand.
the hill that goes to the street, like how it is,
yeah.
it like booms up to this big window.
Uh-huh.
So like it's not that far, but it's a decent way away. Like it sounded like somebody was like slamming the door outside of my house, right? Because like I've lived in a house where I could hear my driveway, but nothing else.
Yeah.
And like I got up and looked, and they're like literally at their car, like, and they just slammed the door, and I could hear it all the way
Like down the
Like
road.
somebody, no, it sounded like it was literally in my driveway, though.
Oh, that's wicked.
That's why I got up.
That's just how it echoes.
Yeah, it just comes right up the hill.
If there are a lot of trees and shit, a lot of like flat ground up the
No,
hill.
it's just the road.
Okay, that makes sense. then.
The hill is super steep where I am.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Like it's
For a
like
change
my
of
dad
leadership
didn't want to
in
mow
his-
the lawn, and like the HOA is like a cunt about it, right?
Uh-huh.
Oops, I mean I can't say that word. So he just planted a bunch of wildflowers that don't grow over a certain height anyway.
Oh, that's
So he doesn't have to
hilarious.
mow this little, like it's like a vertical drop to the street.
Yeah.
It's so steep.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Israel.
They can do it.
Delivering remarks from the Senate floor Thursday, Schumer asked the Israeli government to hold an election to determine the country's path forward amid its war with Hamas. He also said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is one of several obstacles in the way of peace in the conflict. Scott McFarlane is on Capitol Hill with the details.
You go to the Gaza
Nearly
place?
half a year into the war between Israel and Hamas.
Got to hit the Israel hospital.
Majority Leader
Oh
Chuck
yeah.
Schumer, one of Congress's staunchest supporters of Israel, uncorked a blistering criticism of the Israeli leader.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way.
In a 40-minute address on the Senate floor, Schumer called
40
for new
minutes?
elections
Fucking
and
hell.
new Israeli leadership.
He has been too willing to tolerate the civilian toll in Gaza, which is pushing support for Israel worldwide to historic lows.
Some of the Israeli conscripts should use their freshly acquired conscript stuff to solve that problem.
Never gonna happen, I don't think. But
No, probably not, but that would be great, wouldn't it?
I think they should get rid of conscription altogether in Israel.
Oh, I think conscription should be gotten rid of entirely. I think it should be completely illegal globally. But, you know.
Schumer's words come amid growing concerns among Democrats and potential Democratic voters about Israel's aggressive military response to the October 7th attack by Hamas,
You mean
and
October 3rd?
Netanyahu's resistance to let more humanitarian aid into Gaza. More than 31,000 Palestinians have died, and Gaza is on the brink of famine. President Biden has voiced his own
Look how
frustration
well
with
he's walking. Look at him
Netanyahu, but
go.
has never called to replace him. White House officials who knew in
He
advance
should.
what Schumer would
He
say
should
have
call.
expressed deep concern about Israel's plans to conduct a ground invasion of the crowded city of Rafah. Israel's ambassador to the U.S. called Schumer's comments unhelpful and said Israel is a sovereign democracy.
This is not only highly inappropriate, it's just plain wrong.
While congressional
Shut up,
Republicans
Dominionist.
blasted Schumer for undercutting a U.S. ally.
It is grotesque
Oh my God! Now
and
you.
hypocritical for Americans who hyperventilate about foreign interference in our own democracy to call for the removal of a democratically elected leader of Israel.
And Scott McFarlane joins me now from Capitol Hill.
Trump
There
never
you are,
did anything
Scott.
like
Schumer, said in his own words that he is the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in the United States. He's a defender of Israel. Does this allow other criticism from other lawmakers because Schumer was the first to make this very strong set of remarks?
Sure does beg that question, John. He's the leader of the Democratic caucus. He is, by nature, supposed to be speaking for the 51 Democrats and independents who caucus with Democrats here at the U.S. Senate. It's unclear how many members of his caucus share
There
that
he
view.
is. Senate
But you have to
Dracula.
surmise at least some do, and that somebody had to lay down a marker and say this publicly because of the political realities, in addition to the
And
much
it's like,
larger
because then it's like, oh, you're
humanitarian
calling
realities.
the
There's
top Jew in the Senate Dracula. Oh, clearly because he thinks Jews suck blood. No, I think he looks like Dracula. Look at him. Does he look like Bela Lugosi? He's like old as fuck, retired from movies, now working in the Senate.
Concerned Democrats are going to see an erosion of Democratic base support this year because of concerns about what's happening in the Middle East. And Chuck Schumer has lent voice to those concerns that do exist in communities throughout the country.
Schumer also said that if the
Okay, so moving
coalition
on.
that's in power now
Yep,
stays in
gotta get
power,
that.
that, quote, the U.S. will have no choice but to play a more active role in shaping Israeli policy. What does he mean by that, do you think?
American controls the world, doofus.
The majority of Israelis, this is a wake-up call.
Yeah,
to,
I was
Senator
interested to see
Schumer.
what these.
The
I don't know what the bias is on these guys, but they seemed like pretty like pro
Scripps News.
NATO.
I've heard of them before.
Yeah, they are the ones who did that story on Demon and the Witch.
Okay, that's where I've definitely heard them before.
So let me see where
Definitely
they
it
actually
was.
funded fund, because they definitely
majority
seem,
of
Yeah.
I want to see what their bias actually is.
Okay.
Israelis support the policies of my government. It's
Hi,
not a fringe
everybody.
government. It
Actual
represents the
Nazis.
policies
Bro, you can't say
supported
that.
by the majority of the people. If Senator Schumer
Don't you see this swastika?
Okay, come on, bro, you can't say shit like that.
I couldn't even say it with a straight
You
face.
can't say shit like that. That's illegal.
Fucking stop me.
He's not opposing me. He's opposing the people of Israel.
Actually,
All right, Israel
they have Mossad. I'm sorry.
Correspondent Sarah Coates joining us live now from Tel Aviv with more. Sarah, this back and forth happening as Israeli forces really are continuing their operations in Gaza, including attacks at hospitals. Can you catch us up to speed on those efforts?
Certainly, there's been an operation ongoing at Al Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, the largest hospital in the Gaza Strip since the very early hours
This
of
the only
this
one still
morning. The
operating?
Israeli military
This is-
releasing a statement around an hour or
Yeah,
so
so I
ago
was just
saying that it
looking
now
up
has
this
a
the
full
people covering this, right? See where this one before it came. Launched 2006. So these guys used to be the retirement living TV. Targeted at a demographic of aged 50 years or older. Right? And so it says they sponsored NASCAR and stuff.
Okay.
Exclusive distribution agreement with Canadian company S Vox. I don't know if that had anything to do with the regular Vox, but this one, it used to be called Newsy. I've definitely seen that logo before. Like this is the Newsy logo. I've definitely seen this before. But they're literally a free distribution company that relies on like Roku and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
They're a free over-the-air network. In Atlanta, Georgia, but I didn't see anything about like where their biases lean and stuff.
I guess we'll find out.
control of
Maybe they don't have them, and because they're a free to air thing, they don't have it.
that medical facility, calling on Hamas members to come out and
Aussie bird.
surrender. The army also says that since this morning, it's killed some 20 Hamas operatives, including senior commander Fiek Mabu, who is allegedly the internal security operations commander. So this is very, very tense, of course, in that northern part of the Gaza Strip, given that this is an area where many displaced people are sheltering. We've also heard from the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, who says that the IDF is not targeting civilians nor doctors. Have a listen.
Our war is against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza. We seek no harm to the civilians that Hamas is hiding behind, which is why we will conduct this operation with caution and care while ensuring that the hospital continues its important functions. There is no obligation for the patients and the medical staff to evacuate the hospital, but there is and will be a passageway for other civilians to exit the hospital. We call upon all Hamas terrorists hiding in hospital, surrender immediately. Medical facilities should never be exploited for terror. Hamas must be held accountable.
Let's talk about the negotiations over a ceasefire and, of course, that hostage deal. Where do they stand right now?
They're bad. Not
We
good.
do know that the Israeli delegation headed up by the Mossad chief, David Barnea, has just landed in Doha. They were given the green light to go there very,
What's
very
this
late
accent?
last night by Israel's security
She's an
cabinet
Aussie.
and are expected to be there for quite
Fucking
some
awful.
time. We are
You see
hearing
why I say that women with Australian accents are fucking awful?
No, I thought it was quite charming.
I fucking hate it.
that the Egyptians, the Qataris, and also US representatives are on the ground. And for this range of, this phase of negotiations, I should say, they will be indirect.
She got a hint of British there as well. Only the British really say negotiations.
Fancy.
Negotiations.
Directly negotiating with the head of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Yahya Sinwar. And this is why it is expected to take some time, because he's believed to be hiding in these tunnels underneath the
You got
Gaza
that
Strip
Zaza?
with very little in terms of communications. Now, the Israelis will be putting forward a proposal which could see a pause in fighting.
Boss
for
Hamas
some
is in the
6
tunnel under the
weeks,
hospital.
with the
Okay, where have we
return
heard
of
that
35
before?
to 40 Israeli
Everywhere?
hostages. And if that happens, then some 1,000 Palestinian prisoners could be set free. But really, the big stumbling block that we've been seeing time and time again is the end to this war. Hamas has been pushing for a full ceasefire. Israel says that simply will not happen, as this would leave
Hey,
Hamas in
that's
power in the
interesting.
Gaza Strip.
That
So
is-
certainly,
That is not a narrative that normally US they keep saying that Biden even said it's disagreement over the period, or the ceasefire period, right? Biden hinted at that and implied that, and now Hamas straight up said it's because we want a permanent ceasefire,
Yeah.
right? And so I don't see a lot of US reporting saying that. What are you laughing at? What are you bro? You're laughing while a genocide is on screen right now.
I looked up the journalist.
The what?
I looked her up.
Who? The lady who was talking?
The journalist.
Yeah, and
one of the first articles is TV news reporter denies sending scathing message to accused killer. The news says the comment says, "I hope you enjoy getting raped in jail, you putrid piece of shit."
She said that.
Yeah. She denies it, but it's on Facebook and it's her. I would just say, yeah, I sent that. Fuck that guy. It's hilarious.
He's
I'm just
laughing
trying to
at
see,
Yahya. Is that Boss Hamas? Was Yahya Boss Hamas? That's what anytime it's there's a serious Hamas threat. Okay. Boss Hamas, here it comes.
Channel
Shut
news
up, bro. I fucking just shut up.
So, okay. Damn, she has a lot of credits.
we will be monitoring this ongoing situation as it happens, guys.
Sarah Coates reporting from Tel Aviv. Thanks so much for that.
She's the Tel Aviv
In the day's other headline
correspondent. So she's probably a free she's probably not signed
Free agent,
specifically with
yeah.
that network.
Mm.
And
Does a
she,
bit of everything.
Yeah. That's normally how we do it.
Mm.
Israeli troops say they've conducted a raid at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza today, killing 20 terrorists, as they termed it.
Palestinian health authorities
Interesting,
say,
as they've termed
several
it, he
people
threw in
were
at the end
killed,
there.
As Tony mentioned, the IDF says this was,
Even the
quote,
media
a
is starting to get a little bit more,
Yeah.
neutral, I guess we could say, more towards the center of the
Interesting.
situation.
Her LinkedIn is in French.
That makes sense.
USQ, University of Southern Queensland. Hmm.
A lot of stuff.
ICE operation based
a lot of work is done out with French and stuff.
Yeah. This is journalist anchor Australia, Indonesia, Qatar, Israel, Palestine.
Yeah. So like France does a lot of media stuff.
Yeah.
So like you sell a lot. France, Germany sell a lot of shit to them, and then they do it in their language.
She's a correspondent in Paris for Feature Story News.
There you
Whatever
go.
that is.
On
Some French
intelligence
thing.
that the hospital was being used as a base by senior Hamas leaders.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
boss
President
Hamas.
Biden had a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today. They discussed the situation in Rafah and the humanitarian crisis in the enclave. The two leaders held the call a day after Netanyahu pushed back on calls by Senator Chuck Schumer and other leaders for him to step aside. Netanyahu says most Israelis support his policies, including Israel expanding its operations into Rafah.
That is supporting the policies of going into Rafah, destroying a quarter of the remaining Hamas terrorist army.
Bro,
That's
yeah,
like leaving
and a lot of Nazis supported getting rid of the Jews. I don't give a fuck. Like, oh no, I guess, yeah, they'll say a lot of Russians support the invasion of Ukraine too. Okay. Like, I give a fuck.
Quarter of the Hamas, of the Nazi terrorist army in Germany, and saying, no, we're not going to finish the last quarter, and we're not going into Berlin. Most Israelis overwhelmingly support the position that we have to go in.
Let's bring in Raphael Cohen. He is the director of the strategy and doctrine program at the RAND Corporation's Project Air Force. Raphael, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. So, you know, Israel's position is that there are battalions of Hamas in Rafah, and you can't stop a fire until you put out all of the fire. So they must go in. Apparently,
there is.
Oh, you want to hear what Rand Corp
No,
has to
not
say?
really. I don't care. We have to move through
Okay.
it. So
great.
I really don't want to hear what Rand Corp has to say at the end of the day.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday pushed back fiercely against what he described as international pressure over the war in Gaza. At a cabinet meeting, he said to our
Jack,
friends in the
remember when you
international
learned that they
community,
called
I
their
say,
currency
is your
shekels?
memory so short, so quickly.
Dude. I lost my shit. I lost it. I legitimately thought that was
You
just
bet that was
like
just what
a
anti-Semites were
Nazi
saying.
thing. Yeah, I legitimately thought it was just like a Nazi thing that they're like, haha, Jews like shekels. It's the actual fucking currency. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Okay, Nazi.
Can't. It's
Okay,
still
Nazi.
so funny. Because I was just completely under the impression that it was like a legitimate thing that only like Nazis and white supremacists did as like a meme. And no, not true.
Forgot about October 7th, the worst massacre
See, I'm
committed
not the
against
only one.
Jews since the Holocaust.
This is
Had he
that's a
repeated
good
his
question. I
determination to
don't
send
know. I
forces
don't know what
into
the
Rafah,
opposition
the
says.
city on the border with
But I
Egypt,
think
overrun
the
by
thing is
civilian
for the opposition is that it's just like in Pakistan, right? So like the opposition, they had the backing of the US, so that gave them the confidence to go through it. Like if you look at Biden, he talks about like ousting Erdogan through the democratic process by emboldening the opposition. So this is a strong US type, you know, they're like putting the finger on the scale, heavy implication that like we will be with you. We're with you. We're right here behind you. We never leave people in the dust when they make a move and then we're not there. It never happens with us. We're the best. And you know, that kind of pressure will come. So it would probably see more influence towards that, especially because the staying involved with this is just going to hurt the Democrats' reelection numbers. So they got to be breaking on it now. And I think they realized that after the uncommitted movement. What I would expect is them to finish their like building operations, you know? They have like they're building like a divide in Gaza. That's what I would expect at this point, for no matter who goes in. Oh, you were laughing at his comment, not me bringing up another comment to respond to.
The only difference is my reaction was recorded.
Was it? Was it on stream?
refugees
I think it was, yeah. It was on one of them. I can't remember. It was like it was like one of the first ones.
Who fled their shattered homes elsewhere in the
So
Gaza
funny.
Strip. He said, "No international pressure will stop us from achieving all the goals of the war, eliminating Hamas.
You know who says
freeing all
this?
of our hostages in Asia."
Erdogan before he moved in and fucking killed my buddies.
Yeah, wow.
Right after Trump said, "I would totally obliterate the economy of Turkey if
Basically
Erdogan
the
did
same
anything."
thing,
Ensuring that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel. In order to do that, we will operate in Rafah too. Earlier on Sunday, Netanyahu also hit back at a speech made last week by the U.S. Senate Majority Leader
He
Chuck
should.
Schumer. The Democrat and long-standing supporter of Israel stunned observers when he directly criticized Netanyahu.
The fourth major obstacle to peace is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
And called for new elections in Israel. Speaking on CNN, Netanyahu said Schumer's comments were, quote, totally inappropriate.
That's probably like
But
I can't think
Netanyahu's
of
facing-
another like that's like a really significant thing for the U.S. to publicly do that
Yeah.
shit,
Yep. Very much so.
especially coming from their token Jew.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They love that guy. They love everything he says.
Hey man,
and now
he
not
helped
allowed.
legalize weed
Bad.
here. I mean, it was really Como who
Did he
did
actually?
it, but yeah, it's a long story, but he's always supported weed, right? And so like Como finally did it as a economic incentive with COVID and shit. Right before he got kicked out.
Pressure from inside Israel as well.
Election now to change the prime minister and the whole ministers.
Thousands of Israelis in Tel Aviv called for an
No,
election
but I'm sure that
now
happened.
during a protest against
I
the
don't
government
remember
on
much.
Saturday night. Hamas fighters killed 1,200 people in the October attack, according to Israeli tallies, triggering a massive assault on Gaza.
See, they
The
said
Gaza
according
Health
to
Ministry
Israeli
says
tallies, we
Israel's
can't
air
get
and
mad at
ground
Hamas
campaign
run
in the
hospital
enclave has
things
killed more
anymore.
than
If they're saying according to Israeli
31,600
tallies,
people.
like get
Most
over
of
it.
its 2.3 million residents have been driven from their homes, and aid agencies say the population is on the brink of famine. Israel's allies have piled pressure on Netanyahu not to attack Rafah, where more than 1 million displaced people from other parts of the devastated enclave have sought shelter.
We cannot stand by and watch Palestinians risk starvation. That's not us.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz met with Netanyahu
The
in
Germans
Jerusalem
are
on
like
Sunday and said
super
he supported Israel's right
pro-Israel
to
just
defend.
because it's like compensating for the Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
So like them to say anything criticizing Israel is really huge too.
Big, yeah.
Defend itself, but that along with the military objectives, there were humanitarian needs as well.
Take the ground offensive in Rafah. The military logic is one
What?
consideration, but there is a humanitarian.
Can't hear, but I know
logic
he's
as well.
criticizing it, so that's all we
How
really
should
need,
more
right?
than 1.5 million people be protected?
German,
Where should
Porsche,
they go?
Scholz said he
BMW,
pressed
Finnish.
Netanyahu about the need to provide comprehensive humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza.
Silly Germans. All right. Let's do some happy videos.
Yeah, go to the mainstream list. I don't know what we did here. I'm trying to delete them as we go, but we jumped around, so it was hard to figure out where we went.
Security
there.
camera footage that may show who worked on the door plug which blew off an Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX in January have been overwritten. That's according to a letter Wednesday from National
Speaking German or
Transportation
English? I
Safety
think he
Board
was speaking
Chair.
English, but it was too quiet to hear.
All I heard was
mumbling.
German rumbling. It's not very important, Germans. Meh.
Jennifer Homendy to US senators. The question of who exactly worked on that component of the plane when it was repaired last year has kept federal officials puzzled amid growing scrutiny of work practices at one of the world's biggest plane makers. Homendy said, quote, "The absence of those records will complicate the NTSB's investigation moving forward." Last week, in a Senate committee hearing, Homendy had said she spoke to Boeing CEO David Calhoun and asked for the names of those who performed repairs on the door. Calhoun said he was unable to provide that information. She said he told her Boeing has no records of the work being performed. A Boeing official told Reuters
Strange.
on condition of anonymity, the standard practice at Boeing is to overwrite security videos after 30 days, but declined to answer additional questions.
After
the
30
NTSB said
days.
last month 4 key bolts were missing from the door plug
4
that
is a
blew out
lot.
on the plane. It turns out the documents detailing the door
Yeah,
plug
literally
removal
the
that
4
were
of the
required by
bolts
Boeing's
that literally
practices
held it
were
on the
never
plane were
created,
gone.
according to
They
a
were
Boeing
never
Out of
sent
what?
in.
4 out
No,
of
no,
what?
these were the 4 bolts that were essential to keep the door on the plane. With if even one of these bolts may have held the panel on, but
And
all
all
4 were
4 of
missing.
them were loose.
Yes.
Epic. That's
Gone,
very
not
cool.
loose, gone. They weren't there.
Gone.
They were never put
Yeah.
in.
Ah. How many
Oversight on
flights did this
maintenance,
plane do?
and then the record and the footage of it is deleted.
Ah, great. How convenient.
to a senator.
They're so fucked. This might be the biggest downfall of a manufacturing company ever. Like, this is going to be big.
They'll get bailed out again, just like they were a few years ago, just to end up doing this type of shit.
I don't think
Capitalism.
people will sit by and let that happen.
But they need their air travel and haircuts.
Yeah, there's Airbus. Pay the French.
On Friday, at last week's hearing, Homendy also criticized Boeing's lack of
Now, ideally, you would carve up Boeing, and you would you carve up Boeing and you carve it up to all the other active manufacturers and stuff.
And you could even divvy it out to the military industrial complex and give them all a hand.
Do you know what is their 3 letters for the stock? BOE.
BOE. Probably. Like, it would just make sense for Boeing to sell their civilian market, or the US break it up in a trust break, and or nationalize Boeing. Yeah, do that. Fuck it.
Yeah, I could see him doing that. Just
cooperation with investigators and failure to disclose some documents. She called it absurd that the NTSB did not have a 25-name list of door crew at Boeing's 737 factory 2 months later. However, hours after Homendy made those comments, Boeing provided the list, according to an NTSB spokesperson. The Federal Aviation Administration has grounded the MAX 9 for several weeks after an audit found production issues with the jet. The Justice Department also opened a criminal
investigation.
Have you touched on Boeing news yet
Let's see
today?
what
No, I
Hassan
have
has to
not.
say.
Boeing
their
whistleblower
stock isn't
found
that bad
dead
if you
in the
look at
U.S. John Barnett had worked for Boeing for
It
32
never
years.
recovered after the 2020 crash that it has here. It's not that bad. It's I mean it's down a lot. It's definitely doing bad, but not compared to back here.
Yeah, okay.
Like, it's just like it's not even at its lowest peak since then yet. See, these 2 peaks are still lower than it, so they can fall more. They can sink harder.
They sure can.
Until his retirement in 2017. In the days before his death, he had been giving evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against the company. Nothing to see here, folks. Very normal. Who amongst us has not actually whistleblown and then ended up killing yourself while you were working on a court case against the company that you were whistleblowing on? Boeing said it was saddened to hear of Mr. Barnett's passing. The Charleston County coroner confirmed his death to the BBC on Monday. It said that the 62-year-old had died from a self-inflicted wound on March 9th, and police were investigating. Mr. Barnett had worked on the U.S. plane giant for 32 years until his retirement on 2017 on health grounds. From 2010, he worked as a quality manager at the North Charleston plant, making the 787 Dreamliner a state-of-the-art airliner used mainly on long-haul routes. In 2019, Mr. Barnett told the BBC that under pressure workers had been deliberately fitting substandard parts of the aircraft on the production line. He also said he had uncovered serious problems with oxygen systems, which could mean one in 4 breathing masks did not work in an emergency. He said soon after starting to work in South Carolina, he had become concerned that the push to get new aircraft built meant the assembly process was rushed and safety was compromised.
There's even a Charlie clip Boeing is getting so big right now in the news.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The voice critical one?
Yeah. Well,
We'll do that
above
one.
that. The
Oh,
cockpit
you want the
mishap.
cockpit? Yeah.
It's so you're gonna laugh
later
so hard
told
at
the
this.
BBC that the workers had failed to follow procedures intended to track components throughout the factory, allowing the defective components
I
to
mean,
go
you won't
missing.
laugh hard.
He
You'll be
said,
like,
in
wow,
some
that's
cases, substandard parts had even been removed from scrap bins and fitted to planes that were being built to prevent delays on the production line. He claimed that the test on emergency oxygen
what's
systems
also
due to be
funny
fitted
is,
on the 787 showed a failure rate of
wasn't the guy who
25%.
built that sub buying shit from Boeing? The sub that imploded?
Maybe.
I think
I'm not actually sure.
So what if Boeing killed that guy too? and all those people because they like lied about the shit that they were selling him.
Fucking hell! Imagine if that came out. That would be wild.
Meaning that 1 in 4 could fail to deploy in a real-life emergency. Mr. Barnett said he had alerted managers to his concerns, but no action had been taken. Boeing denied his assertions. However, a 2017 review by the U.S. regulator, FAA, did uphold some of Mr. Barnett's concerns. Dude, whistleblowers kill themselves all the time, especially when there's an active DOJ investigation into the company. I just want to mention something that makes this story a little bit more interesting. The Department of Justice launched a criminal investigation into Boeing literally like 2 days prior. The Department of Justice has officially launched a criminal investigation into Boeing. It's established that the location of at least 53 non-conforming parts in the factory was unknown and that they were considered lost. Boeing was ordered to take remedial action. On the
See, he like does that. He does really nice. The zooms ins are like nice transition, and he puts the like little articles in and stuff. This is the person who actually gets paid.
New details on that in-flight plunge on a Boeing 787 that
I think that was.
You remember this one? This plunge that just happened that injured people?
Yeah, yeah. You told me about this. Yeah.
Do you know what caused
it?
it?
Was between New Zealand, right?
Yes, we covered this, right? So
yeah, you told me it was their programming, their AI. That
no, that's not that's what I suspected to happen. It's even dumber.
Okay. Epic. Let's fucking
injured
go.
about 50 people. Boeing is telling airlines to check a specific switch in the cockpit as the NTSB now joins the investigation.
It was insane. I thought I was dreaming.
It was the moment that terrified passengers this week. Video shared online capturing the sudden dive of a LATAM Airlines 787 Dreamliner.
We are now safe now. We are now safe now.
Now this morning, Boeing sending airlines an urgent reminder to inspect switches on pilot seats on those Dreamliners. Here's why. The Wall Street Journal saying a flight attendant hit a switch on the pilot's seat while serving a meal, causing a motorized feature to push the pilot into the controls and push down.
Why is that a feature on your plane? Why is that a feature on the plane, right? Why is that there, right? So I'm not sure if they covered in this, but I just picked one, right? And I watched a few of these. This might be the one if I picked correctly. It was added so long ago.
Oh my
This
God.
switch is supposed to have a cover on it, like it's a switch that you flip up and flick, right? And it's supposed to be used so when the pilot gets out of the seat, they can like push the seat forward.
Yeah.
But instead, it flung him forward at such a degree, so fast that they went 50 feet instantly down into a nosedive.
That's insane. And injured people on the plane.
Yeah.
Awesome. They should all sue Boeing. Every single one of them.
Like that's not
Every
even like
person.
this isn't even like we forgot to put the plug in shit. That is just like a major design flaw.
Yeah. That's nuts.
Like why do they have this feature? So they can move this, so if the pilot's not in the chair, they can get like more space in the cabin or something.
Very necessity.
But like why can't you just like what's wrong with like an analog switch, you know, like the car lever that most have?
Yeah.
Like some of them have the electronic thing that takes forever, you know?
Yeah, just
It's like
pull
bitch,
the
give me
lever
the
up and-
lever. It just fucking goes back forward.
Yeah.
It shoots
How
up.
hard is it? Insane.
Like why is this a
Are
feature?
not supposed to be pushed while a pilot is sitting in the seat.
When that happens, everybody in back
so
that
why
isn't
can you
buckled
push
in
it if
is
a
a
pilot
zero
is in
G,
the
a
seat?
negative G, and getting
Yeah, there
bounced
should be
off
a
the seat.
The dog.
If there's weight in the seat, it can't move.
Isn't that wild?
Problem solved.
We can have like my dad's truck, right? He has to fucking well, now the dog's dead, but they have a new dog, so he'll probably still do it. But the dog would sit in the passenger seat and the truck would sit there doing the seatbelt alert, right? So you had to always keep the passenger seatbelt plugged in so the dog wouldn't be setting off the seatbelt alarm the whole time.
Yeah.
Like if we have that technology in a fucking Toyota, what are we doing, Boeing?
Sending passengers and crew flying out of their seats hard enough to crack the panels overhead. At least 50 people injured.
We dropped and it happened in a split second, and then suddenly
Oh my God.
all the devices and bags were
So many
up
red
near the
flags
roof.
on this
and
guy.
I got
then
flung. I got
next
so many
moment,
red flags
everything
on
was,
this guy, bro.
scattered on the ground. It was people scared, screaming, crying,
The shirt,
and
the facial
lots
hair,
of
the
lots
hair,
You
the
know
hat.
what he looks like? Have you seen Flight of the Conchords?
Like this guy, lot to process here.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let's see if I
Yeah, because a woman put that switch there. She didn't have a man to have the good thinking.
He reminds me of Brit.
No. This is all right. We've been covering this a lot, but depending on where you are, you might not be able to get these things. But John Oliver has a Boeing story, and Frontline
it's him.
PBS did a Boeing story. Frontline PBS Boeing story was so illuminating. So the reason why the planes have been falling is because Boeing built a system into the Max jet line that they didn't tell the pilots about, and it's because the plane was so much heavier that it would stall if it put it at a certain angle. And turns out just Mylar being on this sensor will cause it to err. So if they hit a balloon, which happens all the time, the sensor will then choke up, and the pilots will continually try to pull up and pull out of this system, and it won't let them. It's literally an onboard computer system that's been crashing the planes into the ground. That's the issue at Boeing. What are his pronouns? Probably what if he wants to be called
Chili
something, it's
bun.
going to be daddy.
It's a chili bun. Some
What were you
jandals.
doing with the cameras just now? Fucking with the cameras?
I was saying he looks like one of the guys from Flight of the Conchords.
No, you were just
Lots of injuries.
yeah.
Boeing
The
telling
company
ABC News that for the switches
company
on
had to
flight
pay out
deck
for all
seats-
these people's deaths, like those Ethiopian
Mm.
airliners and stuff. But yeah, if you really want to get the full Boeing story, besides what we've covered, because I think this is the best story that's in the world right now. Everyone should be covering this. It's so
Yeah.
interesting how deep it goes. Plus, they're killing whistleblowers and shit like
Mhm.
over this shit.
It's quite the saga. One for the history books.
Allegedly,
We are recommending operators perform an inspection at the next
this is literally
maintenance
what that when
opportunity.
they crashed the plane
Now,
in
Boeing-
Ethiopia, they said you can press these two switches to override
Mm.
MCAS, right? And I think it was Frontline that discovered this, but on the black box, they discovered that the pilot did exactly what he was trained to do to override the MCAS system.
Yeah.
But by the time he had hit those switches to override MCAS to pull out
Was
of
too
the
late?
dive, they were going so fast that it was impossible to pull out of the dive.
No shit.
So literally, even if you do the right thing, if an MCAS error was happening, the plane would still crash.
That's wild.
Boeing's alert to airlines suggests that they too believe
It
this has to
doesn't.
do with
That's the
switch
thing
on
is
the
this.
pilot's
So
seat. It
you
is
got to watch.
critically
You got to
important-
really watch the Frontline thing to really get into it. But they promised these airliners to save money. You would not to be have to be retrained on these planes. They would fly so similar. So they literally put this computer system, and then it was in there, right? And because the FAA is also implicated in this corruption, even though they're ones investigating them, right? So the Congress gave FAA the override to basically pawn off all this safety work onto the airline manufacturers themselves, undercutting the actual process for safety altogether across all airlines, right? And then Boeing comes in and they start undercutting everything. They told the whistleblower was talking about how they made sure that he couldn't have a paper trail to report errors in person, right? So they like specifically knew it's literal negligent homicide, mass negligent homicide. They knew this would happen and they did it anyway. It's so fucked up. Like they would have to recall the entire plane fleet.
Yeah. And if car companies have to do it for safety faults, Boeing should 100% definitely do it. It's much more dangerous having planes that are unairworthy than it is having a car that is unroadworthy.
All the Maxes are grounded, and I think
Good.
that's going to be for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Good. They should be. At this point, it should be illegal to fly a Boeing passenger jet in the sky.
That we understand what led to this. And I know everyone's always asking me what's going on with Boeing. I actually looked at some of the data. It's not that we're
Times
actually
of
seeing
India.
more
I want to
incidents
get
with
off my
Boeing,
plane.
at
Why
least
many
compared to last
passengers
year,
are unwilling
but
to
we do
fly
see that
Boeing.
all the eyes of the world are on Boeing right now. And so any incident is going to be taken very seriously.
And it's also a reminder, I know you've reported on this before, why you need to wear your seatbelt at any time you're in the seat.
Yes.
So that doesn't happen.
Yep. Exactly. Gio, thank you for that.
Yeah,
everyone,
blame the
George
people
Stephanopoulos here. Thanks
blame
for
the
checking out
people
the
who got
ABC
hurt
News
for not
YouTube
wearing their
channel.
seatbelts at the end there. Okay.
Ooh. Sound, please.
Item 129.
Nice.
Launcher closure door open.
This is the one. This has been in there for so long. I don't know how you skipped over this for months.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know because I fucking should have clicked this. Like,
Yeah,
I
you know,
would have
like
expected me to
everyone
click
wants
this.
to talk about North Korea's nuclear tests.
Yeah.
You know, anytime they do one, it goes on the news. Nobody even cares that this happened. That's a fast fucking rocket, bro.
It really is. I mean, it's an ICBM.
Did they speed that up? Like,
I don't
know
think
it's
so. Hold on,
propaganda,
let me
but
check.
damn, that was
Let me check.
really
Nope.
fast.
Let's watch that again.
You know, probably because they're launching out of a silo instead of the back of a truck, like a loser.
I should press play.
Open.
That's so fast. Holy shit. Like, we literally watched the one of North Korea. It took off maybe a quarter of that speed.
Look at how fast it's going through the clouds, though. That's insane.
That's awesome. Like, I will never not be awestruck by military shit. It's just sick. Rockets and guns.
This is
and
literally a
bangs.
nuclear missile too. This is the
Yeah.
this is the missiles we launched to bomb Russia.
Yeah,
You know,
this will
this
be
lit-
the planet destroyers. Yeah. Nah, no, this one is not nuclear. It's a inert missile, I believe, is how they do it.
Mhm.
Or it's like a no payload. It's just a dead rocket that they launch into the water, basically. So fast. But imagine seeing the launch of all of them. That would
Mhm.
be fucking terrifying. It's like, well, I got 30 minutes to live.
It's not like you could see them all launch at once either. You
No,
know?
but you would see them in the sky, that's for sure. You would 100% see them scattered through the sky. Especially if they were launched at night.
Mhm. I mean, they'll be at night somewhere in the world where they're going. Either launching at night or arriving at night.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Earth is round.
It is fairly fucking terrifying, though. It's fucking terrifying.
How long? What does it say? Is the only land-based
minutes.
ICM in service?
Yeah, Minuteman 3 is the only land-based ICBM in service in the US. The rest are on submarines. So these would be the new missiles that go in the silos to replace the old ones that have sat there for 60 years.
You just take the warheads, put them in a new missile head.
Huh?
Just take the warheads, put them in a new missile head.
Yeah, pretty much. 3 nuclear warheads.
Yeah, most of the time nuclear missiles have multiple warheads in them.
Yeah. A lot of them work like cluster bombs, I think.
Mhm.
Where they have like individual
They normally have
clustered
4. They're 4 to
warheads,
3,
yeah.
3 to 4.
Emmanuel. You're on missile already? Yeah, I can get the data part out of the way. Hey, don't put anything in front of there. Too far!
Wait, is
Yeah,
this? Oh, this is is this a trailer launched one?
No, they're bringing in the missile. Right?
Oh, they're loading it into the silo.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
That's what I think is going on. I mean, skip to the, there we go.
got it. That's what I was skipping to.
Maybe it does. Maybe it's a trailer that attaches to the top of the silo, I think.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. Yeah. That's sick. Dude, you notice how small this looked when it was open? When we saw it at the very start? Right? Look at how small this shit looks.
Looks like
Right?
Power Rangers.
It looks tiny. That's how big it is. That's insane.
Theo says.
are you guys doing in here?
Yeah, lifted from the trailer into the tube.
Cool.
I'm guessing they built it so like these guys are literally learning as they go while transferring a nuclear missile right now.
Yeah, love it. Bolts and clamps. Yeah, propaganda view, boy.
Wait, the missile actually has an American flag on it, or is that just like the launch tube?
It looked like the actual missile. Yeah, actual missile.
Cringe.
Number one. Funny how rough and raw it looks on the outside unless you're far away. It's just rivets and raw steel.
Well, I
'cause
was
doesn't
saying it
need to
looks
be
kind of
anything else.
dirty. Look at that shop light they have lighting it. That's so funny.
At least
Couldn't
now
hire a guy
everyone
to
knows
do
if you
voice.
see a truck that looks like that, it's carrying a nuclear missile.
Couldn't get a guy to do the voiceover.
I guess not.
Chinese company who made this.
2 turnkeys.
Yeah, most of them are always 2 turnkeys.
They're
Look,
showing
their
the
patches
initiation
like a
launch
skull and
sequence.
crossbones. Jesus Christ, what is that technology in front of that man? See, yeah, I love how they vent that shit out the side of the silo when they do the startup.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That is
very cool.
so
Dude,
fucking
it's
fast,
so
bro.
fast. Look how
That's
quick it's
fucking
moving.
insane. I've never seen shit move like that from like other Russia says they have a hypersonic missile.
Yeah.
It's like come
I
out
mean,
of your
if
silo
that's
like that
if
shit.
that's just the normal booster, and that's not even a hypersonic
Well,
one.
that's its starter boost, and then it kicks in. You hear it crack. It
yeah.
gets really bright because it's
Yeah.
hitting the second booster.
Yeah, it's
and
hitting
it
the
just
solid
shoots
fuel.
into the clouds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You can catch me. Anyway, missiles are cool.
That's way cooler than SpaceX.
I know, space is pretty cool. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no.
Oh yes, I was waiting for you to see this too. I cannot wait to see what this is.
Advocates harnessed Hollywood influence in an attempt to shape public behavior and save lives.
Well, now they're hoping to use the big screen to try to reduce gun deaths. This new tactic modeling gun safety. CNN's Josh Campbell reports.
Oh?
Drop the weapon! Gunfire. Danger. High energy. It's another episode of the hit CBS show SWAT.
Hey, baby.
But something in this scene is
baby.
different. Can you tell?
Your day get any better after I saw you?
No, actually, it got worse, if you can believe it. But
It
did
filmed
send
him
mother
locking
a
his
cop
gun
to
away in a
roll.
safe.
You know what? Not
Good.
against this. I'm not against this.
Good. I'm honestly, yeah. It's also something for the characters to do. It's like how you make them light a
Yes.
cigarette to
Yeah.
instantly put it out right after.
Yeah,
Like-
you can use it for dialogue and motion
Yeah,
too,
exactly.
as they're
Hey,
doing.
make it. It's him coming
Great.
home. Hello, boom.
First thing
intro
he
the
does.
dialogue. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like
Because
throwing your
realistically,
jacket
if
into a
you if
closet
you've
or
got an
something.
EDC on you, you're going home. You're not keeping it on your hip. You're putting it away.
Mhm.
Realistically, that's how I would think anyway. Right? You've got your own. You've got your house gun. Right?
Were you
That's
expecting
your
this, or were
outside
you
gun.
expecting liberal
No.
bullshit? I was expecting liberal bullshit.
I was, honestly expecting sort of crappy Hollywood injected. "Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it's
guns
the
are
title.
bad,
That's why it says,
okay."
here's how Hollywood's going to
Yeah.
combat gun violence.
How'd the rest of your day go?
Did you spot it? Look again.
Yes.
Well, they're no child,
Oh my
so it made
God.
it all worth it.
How
Safe
could you
gun
miss it?
storage. On that same Sony Picture set, SWAT showrunner Andrew Detman says in the past, the officer may have just set his gun on the counter.
Yes.
But now,
that actually happens a lot in shows. It's actually something that I have picked up on because it always comes back in the show to be like, oh, my gun's here. I'm going to go get it, right? That's always how it's set up, where this is more of a TV show. So in a TV show, it makes more sense. A movie, less so.
It also just like learning gun safety, not flagging people on the show and stuff,
Yeah, that's also very important.
It's just
that is
people are just
something-
more aware of guns,
Yeah.
especially with Call of Duty and video games and stuff, and John Wick.
But that's actually a very interesting point because I would argue that every single movie that has firearms in it, everybody's getting flagged. The amount of times that I see military movies
because
where
they
they're
shoot
like
each other in
kneeling
the
down
movies.
and their rifles are pointed straight at their buddy's head.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you doing? You would get
Well,
shot.
John Wick, he only flags people to shoot them.
Yeah, because he's got good gun safety and great trigger discipline.
Yeah, and he also uses the rifle that killed Bin Laden.
Yeah, and he also speed loads a Benelli M4, which is fucking gangster. And he actually did it. He learned how to 3-gun
I don't
reload
care.
a shotgun, which is gangster.
I
It's
actually
so
didn't. I
cool.
watched the first one. I said, oh, it was all right.
It's very cool.
It's
great
a
movie.
good stunt sequence, I guess.
Yeah, it's just a stunt reel. All 4 movies are just stunt reels for everybody
Yeah, I
in
could
it.
care less.
Yeah, they're good movies. Oh, solid.
Gun safe opens, he puts the gun away. It's nice and safe before he heads back to talk to his wife. It's a very routine part of his life. Come home at the end of the day, store your weapon so that it's safe now that he's got a toddler in the house.
That's a game changer.
the new approach is one of the successes of the show gun safety campaign launched by advocacy group Brady United, which is now partnering with studios across the country. After first meeting at a White House roundtable with actors and writers last year,
I mean,
their
this is what
initiative
I've been
calls for
saying too.
Yeah, I mean, this
If you
is
really
great.
want to get a handle on gun violence and gun control,
Mm.
you need to learn. And like I always say, yes, this is so smart because, like I've said, is like this is what the deal is.
Yeah,
Like if we want to address mass shootings, we can address mass shootings. But when we're quoting gun statistics and gun deaths in America, this is what's doing it.
Yeah.
no guns on kids shows, rethinking whether guns are needed in adult shows, and if they are, showing proper storage and handling.
We lose
No, I
8
didn't see the
kids a day
speech. We showed them
immediately
showing their
during the
grass off,
epidemic
though.
to family fire. That's because of firearms in the home that are not safely stored.
While guns can be politically polarizing, this show believes encouraging the safe storage of firearms shouldn't be controversial at all.
I agree.
This is not part of that larger gun debate. We have
Good.
our audience is very much on both sides of that issue. This, to me, I hoped anyway, seemed like this is just a common sense issue, right? So it's safely. Don't leave it out.
Common
in the
sense
house.
gun law. Yep.
And if they see their favorite characters doing
No,
it on
not
a
even
regular
gun laws, just common sense.
Well, that's what they always say. Is it's common sense.
Yeah,
gun
the common
laws.
sense gun laws by
I know.
people who are mostly liberals are never common sense. It's fucking
know.
dumb. You
I
end up
know.
with laws like the Australian laws where shotguns.
That's why
are
I'm saying,
important
look,
for
it's
everybody's-
actual common sense.
Yeah, this is actual common sense, not leaving a loaded fucking gun where a kid can get it. It's pretty fucking common sense, but apparently Americans can't get it through their skull. Oh, if you leave gun
You're
with
infringing on
bullet
my
in it,
freedom. You can't say
and
I need a beer on the way home. It's customary
get
here.
gun, pull trigger with active gun.
Totally
Bullet fly
out of our common
Why'd
sense.
this happen? Oh my god.
Totally out of our common sense.
Like, just self-regulate, and if you're that dumb, don't buy
Well,
a gun.
the thing is that it will if we put it into memetics like this, it will self-regulate enough where
Yeah.
the law will come and it won't even really be necessary. Like
So
it'll
why is
just
the
be
law coming? It shouldn't even be bothered with.
because then it actually
shouldn't
has a
be
punishment
opposed.
for people who aren't doing it.
But it should be. That's completely pointless.
It's just like how
because
seatbelt
then
laws
people
exist.
actively-
Everyone was wearing their
actively
seatbelts
won't
before
do it at
seatbelt
that
laws,
point.
though.
Because if the state's like, you can't do this now, they're now saying that what you've been doing can now be punished,
They
even
just
though
passed
you've been
it.
doing it.
They literally just passed these laws on one
No,
thing we
I
looked
know.
at the other day, and you
I
supported
know
it.
in Minnesota, because it's like, okay, there are certain ones like, having firearms in a gun safe, but also not all of them because
Well,
home defense.
laws theoretically should only pass because the public is in support of them.
Yeah, but if the public's already doing this, the laws shouldn't exist. That's my entire point.
Yeah,
The
I'm
why
just
you
saying it's
legislating
going
that
to
is
happen
already
though,
existing.
is what I'm
I
saying.
know, and what I'm saying is that everybody who is already doing that thing should
But
oppose
it doesn't
that
matter what you're
law
saying because that's not the world we live in.
purely. Yeah, fuck the world we live in. It should change. Because if something is
It-
already being done by people, then it shouldn't require a law. So if I am already doing it, why are you legislating me? Fuck off. It's completely unnecessary. It's just the government overreaching to make sure that they can have a say over what you're doing, even though what you're
Mhm.
doing is in line. But if you don't magically do it one day and they catch you, go fuck
The
yourself.
reason why Jack is
That's
pressed
why
here
it
is
shouldn't.
because this is why his guns got taken away.
No,
is
no,
because
no, no.
one
It's
day
not.
he made a
It's not.
mistake on how he
No, no,
stored
no,
his
no, no,
guns
no,
and
no,
let
no,
some
no,
guy
no,
touch
no.
it.
That's not what it is. It's not. This is
Okay.
this is actual
Uh-huh.
arguments. This is idiotic to suggest that something that is already being done to then get legislated to then make it illegal is idiotic. Beyond idiotic. It is the definition of government overreach. It's legislating something that doesn't need to be legislated. It's like saying, oh, you must walk on the footpath. Most people walk on the footpath. Why are you legislating it?
You
Fuck
also
off.
can't jaywalk.
Jaywalking shouldn't be a crime. Oh, you've dedicated crossing lights, but there's no cars on the
Well, if
road, so I
anyone
have to
can
walk
cross where they
100
want, then
meters
it's gonna
up
be
the
like
road.
India where the cars are weaving in and out of each other.
Why should I have to walk 100 meters up the road when no cars are on the road and I can just cross the road?
Okay.
And then that be illegal. And
Well,
then
because
that
then you're
have me
holding
be
up
punished
traffic.
for it.
It's jaywalking is only a thing in like metropolitan
New York
cities.
City. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Well, New York
I
City
know.
is what's interesting. Philly is interesting because of the way they do their lights.
Mhm.
So they don't do them overhead. They do them on the street corner, and if it's green for both pedestrians and cars.
That makes sense.
So it's like, because they're both going the same direction.
And you have to give way to pedestrians?
Not necessarily. It just means that you're going in the direction of traffic.
Epic.
Also, a lot of cities don't allow left turns. I'm not sure if Philly's one of them. New Jersey definitely is. I hate driving in New Jersey.
Mhm.
And when I say city, I'm obviously talking about New York City, the Jersey
Yeah.
side of New York. It's so
I mean,
annoying.
This is already this is what I'm talking about, right? It's this kind of thing that it's like, why further legislate it? It's fucking dumb.
Well, to
It happened
prevent
in
mass shooting.
Australia. It happened in Australia with lever action shotguns. So some
Yeah, those are the most
Karen,
dangerous kind.
yeah, some idiot Karen was like, lever action shotguns are so dangerous. They can fire so many rounds. Look at this video of a lever action rifle being fired really, really fast. And then they're like, oh, you know what we should do to prevent lever action shotguns from being used in crimes? Never have been, by the way. We should make it so lever action shotguns with 7 bullets in a tubular magazine is in the same category as an
Tubular.
unregulated AR-15. That's Australian
You have a
legislation.
video about this, bro.
That's how dumb it is. That's how dumb legislating something people
We have a
already
video
do
about
is.
this, bro.
It's a wider point. It's a wider point that nobody should be letting governments legislate shit that is already agreed upon in the unspoken social contract between people. It's just insane that
That's why
anybody
you
would be
don't have
okay
to
with
wear a
this.
helmet or a seatbelt in New Hampshire.
You shouldn't have to.
But it's beneficial to the insurance companies, so that's why the law is there. Just like how it will be beneficial to the insurance companies for these gun safes and gun safety things.
Sure.
And that's why it will pass, because insurance
Fuck the
companies
insurance
incentive.
companies.
No, someone's anti-capitalist
Maybe
now.
that influences them some way.
Okay, settle. Here we go. Quiet, please.
Inside another soundstage, we watch as the SWAT crew filmed scenes with star Shamar Moore.
It's not the government's problem. Like, a population's intelligence is not the government's problem. Like it's
too
just
simple, huh? Sometimes naive.
no, it's just like yeah, people don't understand the contract. You're right.
That's Leviathan theory.
It's I don't know. I just
Outdated.
I don't
There is
think
no,
that.
there is no social contract. The government broke it.
Yes, they did. They broke it when they
There is
formed.
no social contract. It's bullshit. Fuck
I'm saying
Leviathan
there's
theory.
social contract between people, not the government. Is
Oh,
what I'm saying.
okay, that's different.
Yeah, that's how I was
Yeah.
using it. Sorry,
We
I
should
should have
not shoot
clarified.
each other. That's the social contract.
Yeah, like I should have clarified that. But it's like, it's just this. I don't know. Just don't think that people should be putting up with the government being like, we're just going to legislate everything you do. Oh, breathing, you're not allowed to breathe anymore. That's illegal.
Mhm.
You breathe, you
Well,
die.
you know, Al Gore says if you hold your breath for 1 hour a day, it will help with climate change.
Or we've heard statistics that more people look up to their favorite actor than a lot of politicians. What's that
Ooh,
like?
whoa! Somebody look up to actors instead of fucking politicians? Whoa!
He's a gun owner too, and with a young daughter both on and off screen, modeling safety is a badge he's willing to wear.
Big badass Hondo, and I get out there, and I take down bad guys. But when I come home, I own a firearm, but it's safe, it's protected. If I can use my platform to affect change or affect optimism, or to
Here's how you help people with guns. It's 3 things: education, training, and I lost it. There's a third one. I'll think of
He's
it.
being
But
paid to say this.
he's also being paid, yes. But mostly just
Anarchist
education and
or
training.
social libertarian. I mean, I'm more of like an autonomous type person than an anarchist. You know, like I support Catalan because I think they should have autonomy, not because they have good politics.
But yeah, like most things can be fixed with education. If you teach people about guns and education includes safety training and shit. Huh?
Yeah, did education help DARE? Or did that cause more kids to do drugs?
What the fuck is DARE?
It's a
Is that like Harold?
It's a Reagan policy.
Is that like Harold?
But they had we didn't have DARE when I was. They made their own system called Code, which was done by our local police to do it. So I mean, this is just this is just what it's all about.
Was it like this thing of Unspeakable Horrors? Hold on.
Oh, sorry, I already switched
This
it.
one.
See,
Was it
they got
like
it. They got it.
Was it like this thing of Unspeakable Horrors?
I mean, like, see that. So kind of, there's multiple aspects of it. So DARE is one thing, right? So it's like to resist drugs and violence, right? Okay, what stands for drug abuse resistance education, right? And drug abuse,
Okay.
this is a big, like, you'll hear like Nixon say like drug abuse. It might be a Nixon policy actually. Because they say drug abuse, right? So they literally, it's just teaching you what different drugs are, and like it's shown that it's saying a just say no. It's an abstinence only culture education, but for drugs, right? And it statistically showed that it did not work. Just say no didn't work, just like how abstinence only things didn't work. But then there's also Scruff McGruff the crime dog.
Yeah, I know about Scruff.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this guy before because
Yeah.
this guy's also a homie. But did we look at the robot that they have?
I don't think so.
Okay, trying to find it. It's like you go to the fair and they like give like the troopers a fucking Scruff McGruff robot, and it like rolls up to you and talks to you and shit.
What the fuck?
It fucking ran over my foot when I was a kid. This is it right here. This is the fucking robot. Right. It comes up to you and fucking talks to you. It tells you not to do drugs.
Oh my god.
When you go to the state.
All right, do the last video.
Okay, so remember how I kept saying there was new polling about groypers and stuff, and I couldn't remember what it was from. And then I was looking through the stream list, and I was like, "Oh, why is this here?" Oh, I remembered because it was from this. It was from PBS, which might claim us. So that's why we're ending with it.
There's a slight decline in that support.
So if they do
William
claim us,
Brangham
it's
takes
over.
a closer look.
But this is going to
Throughout
be the last thing.
2023, the Public Religion Research Institute, or PRRI, interviewed over 22,000 adults for what it calls its American Values Atlas. Last week, the organization released its findings on views about LGBTQ rights in the US. The survey showed for the first time support fell for key policies regarding LGBTQ rights. Backing for same-sex marriage dropped 2 percentage points.
Not much.
Support for non-discrimination protections dropped 4 points.
Not much
And
either, but still.
opposition to people refusing services based on religious grounds dropped 5 points. To help us understand this data, we are joined by CEO of PRRI, Melissa Deckman.
I miss him.
You've been doing this
Patrick
survey for
Bet-David.
years, and this being the first time you've seen a downward tick in those numbers, how do you explain that?
Yeah, we were somewhat surprised to see after several years of
Fascist.
support among Americans for LGBT
What?
rights that we saw a decline. But
Why
if
is
you
this happening?
Look under
What?
the hood, so to speak, and look at the
What-
data.
oh,
more
the
Why is
closely,
support
it's
dropping?
Really largely driven
Yeah,
by
no, it's so
party
interesting what she
polarization.
says.
And so we saw much steeper declines, for example, among Republicans in terms of their support for these issues, whereas Democrats tended to stay relatively stable. And I think what's happening is that you see many Republican leaders in red states.
So I was like, this is how neutral PBS is, right? So they just said it dropped by these points, right? And then the expert comes out and says, yeah, it was only the Republicans that dropped. The Democrats remained stable. So all those percentages that they presented, like it was across the board because they're PBS.
It was
they're
just
neutral.
Republicans.
Yes, yes.
Really trying to amp up the volume, so to
That
speak,
is
on
hilarious.
LGBTQ rights, and really trying to claw back some of those rights across the country. And I think that's had a spillover effect nationally in terms of the attitudes of Republicans, especially on issues with respect to LGBTQ rights.
In your survey, you're talking to people who both affiliate with a particular religion and also non-religious people as well, correct?
That's right. So our surveys are done among Americans nationally. One great thing about the AVA is we also have enough data to look at opinions in all 50 states. But essentially, we get a snapshot of all Americans, including people of faith and people who are unaffiliated. I think it's also important to bear in mind that despite these
I love
declines
that.
that we've
People
seen,
of faith.
the vast
People of faith. Please.
People of faith.
Self-delete.
I was gonna
Like-
say I love it because it sounds like such
No.
woke language, you
It
know?
sounds-
It's so funny.
I fucking hate it. I hate anything that puts people of anything. I'm just like, stop it. Just
like
stop.
I'm a person of faith, but I wouldn't consider Buddhism a religion.
Sure.
I mean, some Buddhists
Just
do,
call
I
yourself
don't.
spiritual. Problem solved.
I think
the
that-
word
but
already
then-
exists.
But then, look, see, it needs to be as broad encompassing as possible, right? So it's like when you use people of color, it's like broadcasting all people because it's weird to just say minorities, right?
Yeah,
when you
just
can
say all
people
but
of color.
whites.
Yeah. Well, then
Non-white.
non-whites, they used to say that, but then they stopped. They wanted that because then that became racist, you know. And then
Sure.
you know,
But
at
somehow,
one point,
people of color isn't
yeah,
racist. even
yeah.
though
Well,
it's just
I was gonna say it goes back and
restructured
forth.
colored
It's like
people.
the
Like, what the
racist
fuck are we
term then
talking about?
becomes okay because the
what?
the dog whistle becomes more racist than the racist term, and it goes back and forth.
It just doesn't make any sense. It's literally just a restructured same phrase. It
I
just,
don't know. I like it. People of faith,
I don't know.
and then
I'm
she
just
said
gonna.
people of faith and what?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do.
I
I'm
think
just gonna
also
call
get
people
a
by their
snapshot
name.
of all Americans, including people of faith and people who are unaffiliated. I
Also,
think it's also
honestly, we cannot call Scientology a religion. It's a cult. It's people of faith, if they're anything. Mormons,
Actually,
people
no.
of faith.
No, my argument, it is a religion. Their cult leader is dead. It's now a religion. That's how
It's-
religion works. If your cult leader dies, you're a religion. It's
That
that
is a
simple.
good point. That is a good point. But technically, the first Muslims were still with the Prophet. So
true.
important to bear in mind that despite these declines that we've seen, the vast majority of people of faith continue to support the rights
Stop
of
it.
LGBTQ Americans, especially with
Just
respect
stop.
to same-sex marriage and
Why are
non-discrimination.
you being respectful to Christian fascists?
Well, because they survey them, so they need to be. It's just a surveyor. Plus, it's PBS. They're not gonna. I mean, PBS will do reports from either side, but anyway, I
So
forgot
why
what I was
not
gonna
just
say.
say religious and
For someone who
irreligious?
Because this is how they do their surveying.
Silly.
Look at
is
this
all
and
I'm
think,
saying.
oh, a 2% decline or a 5%
Goofy.
decline is not that substantial. Why does this really stand out to you?
I think it stands out because with respect to LGBTQ rights more generally, there has been a growing increase in support among Americans. And part of that is a reflection of the fact that more Americans, especially
Why are
younger
they still saying
Americans,
the
are
acronym? That's offensive.
identifying as
Just say queer.
LGBTQ. So younger Americans,
People of
more
gayness.
Americans have friends.
That's the thing. Queers come back now, right?
No, I know. And queer is like still an insult in so many regions of the world.
Yeah.
But
Well,
why
I
not
mean, if
call
I
the
had it
LG?
my way, I'd be calling everyone an F slur because it's just hotter, you know. That like neg talk when you're playing with
what?
them.
Ah, I should have let you finish.
Well, so I think what I'm doing it based on is the bite model, which I think is the most. It's like it's the most elaborate system of determining. Well, they don't call them cults; they call them high control groups in the model, but they mean cults. And if you apply that model to something like the cult is really not just because cult could be anything, right? Especially you'll have it back in the day. It'll be cult of this, cult of this, cult of the lamb, stuff like that, where it's just like small religious tribals. But nowadays, that's what I consider it. Is it has to be like passing on a certain scale of the bite model, which Scientology does. It's definitely a high control group.
Friends who are LGBTQ.
And so does
They
Mormonism.
themselves are LGBTQ. They have colleagues. So there has been this assumption that as we become
People of
more, I
same-sex
think,
attraction.
I also
accepting
say
of
that,
LGBTQ Americans in our daily
Liz's TikTok
lives,
isn't a
that it will
cult.
just
I
naturally
mean, have you
lend
seen her
itself to
jean dress?
people being more supportive of protecting the
It's
rights
awful.
of LGBTQ Americans.
She never shows her
But I think
arms
this
and shit.
data shows you that that's not necessarily an assumption that is true. And so it's something important to monitor and keep aware of.
What is bite?
I mean, is it perhaps also possible that as
Why do you keep saying
people
these
start
acronyms that I
to
have no
identify
fucking
more
clue what you're talking
publicly
about?
and assert their rights and
I don't remember what it is, but the bite model, it's literally the 4 categories that they judge these high control groups on. I'm pretty sure.
Ah, okay.
So
Okay. That makes sense. Continue.
a more prominent place in society, that we could be seeing
there's this
the
guy I keep
traces of
trying
a
to get on
backlash
who's
here.
done a really good
I
video
think
on it,
that's
by the way.
exactly what you're seeing.
Okay.
One of the things that we analyze in the report is we look at the relationship between Christian nationalist views and support for LGBT rights. And as you might imagine, Americans who have a tendency to support Christian nationalism are far less likely to support the rights of LGBT Americans, in part because of the theological opposition to the idea of really homosexuality and being queer to begin with. And so I think that there's that important relationship there that we have to really keep in mind.
Can you talk about, are there other below the top lines here, other data points that were of interest to you?
We were really surprised in our findings that younger Americans have trended downward with respect to support for LGBTQ rights. If you look at our data, we find that roughly 1 in 5 Americans age 18 to 29 identify as LGBTQ.
Okay, this is the part where I said it's all gripers, but real quick, this guy right here, I want to do an interview with him specifically about the bite model, but it's John Lewis, spelled like this, this is like a Philadelphia thing to say it like this. But it says no one in a cult thinks it's a cult, and this is just about being like he uses specific language to not get flagged by the Mormon church, knowing how they are, and describes like why the church, the Mormon church, the Church of Latter-day Saints qualifies as this model, and he goes through the entire model to talk about it and stuff.
Are
Really
they the
good
Jehovah's
video.
Witnesses?
No. Mormons.
People?
Church of Latter-day Saints is
I
the
thought
Mormon.
I thought the Jehovah's Witnesses were
Jehovah's
Mormons.
Witnesses are a different thing.
Okay.
They're actually a legitimate, recognized thing. They're called something as well, that the Church of like something.
Is it the Church of Latter-day Saints? Church of Latter-day Saints? Get Jesus to help you. You need Jesus. The Jehovah's Witnesses kindly dropped this off for me today.
Oh, you're missing the Groiper part. Shut up.
I can't see it.
I didn't share it again.
Have a tendency to support Christian nationalism are far less likely to support the rights of LGBT Americans, in part because of the theological opposition to the idea of really homosexuality and being queer to begin with. And so I think that there's that important relationship there that we have to really keep in mind.
Can you talk about, are there other below the top lines here, other data points that were of interest to you?
We were really surprised in our findings that younger Americans have trended downward with respect to support for LGBTQ.
That is weird.
Look at our data, we find that roughly 1 in 5 Americans aged 18 to 29 identify as LGBTQ. But yet what's happened over the past couple of years is that there's been a slight decline among younger Americans. I think the assumption was that because younger Americans are more likely to identify as queer, that we'd always have younger Americans being more supportive.
Oh no. I think you missed me mocking the Kiwi guy.
Really party population that is driving down support
hear that?
among younger Americans for example.
No,
So
what'd she say? I
one
missed
number
it.
really stands out to us. If you look at young
The
Americans
Groipers.
decline among younger Americans. I think the assumption was that because younger Americans are more likely to identify as queer, that we'd always have younger Americans being more supportive. Again, though, you have to look under the hood. It's really party polarization that is driving down support among younger Americans for same-sex marriage, for example. So one number really stands out to us. If you look at young Americans' attitudes about same-sex marriage, in 2020 among Republicans, 2/3 supported same-sex marriage rights. But in last year's data among Republicans age 18
But look
to
at the
29,
age bracket.
Okay.
Groipers.
Yeah.
it's less than half. That's a really big cratering of support. I think there was often an assumption among many political analysts that younger Republicans would moderate the party with respect to things like LGBTQ rights or even abortion rights or climate change,
Nick
etc.
Fuentes is
But
that
what we're finding
influential,
in this
bro.
data is that younger Republicans are very conservative socially.
So interesting. For people who are LGBTQ or work to help solidify their rights, what does this survey data tell you about what work lies ahead for them?
Well, I think there's the survey data really points, as we like to say, the canary in the coal mine idea that you can't assume that such rights are going to be held in perpetuity or will increase. And
Yeah,
can't
you got to
also
use a
assume
gun to
that
hold your
because
rights.
the vast majority of Americans support these
Canary in
rights,
a
that
coal
those rights
mine
are
is
going to be
right.
legally protected, especially in wake of the Dobbs decision. There's now a
Who's the
conservative
gay
majority
canary,
on the Supreme
though?
Court, and there's indication that
That's
Who's
the
the
dying?
rights of
This is
same-sex
the
marriage are going
canary.
to be on the line. You're going to have
Yeah.
It's
legal
a phone
challenges from conservative
stuff.
groups who are going to be fighting to roll back those rights. And I think that this is just a good reminder that those rights shouldn't be taken for granted, that it's going to take political organizing, and that elections have consequences.
Yeah.
All right, that is the
100% true.
CEO of PRRI, Melissa Deckman. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
The next story is also really cool. I figured you'd like it.
The fiber Kevlar is stronger than steel, and it's revolutionized everything from body armor for the military and police to sports equipment. Its inventor is the subject of tonight's Hidden Histories for Women's History Month. Here's Ali Rogan.
A woman made it?
Skis,
Oh, this is one thing about this really
brake
good
pads,
Just cars.
racing sails,
Carbon fiber.
spacesuits,
I think this was a
Carbon
fantastic looking
fiber.
suit.
and perhaps most
Carbon
famously,
fiber.
the bulletproof vest.
Carbon fiber.
These products and many others are made with Kevlar, a strong, lightweight fiber invented by researcher Stephanie Kwolek in 1965.
Nice.
It all began when DuPont Chemicals asked researchers to make a fiber
Boo.
that could withstand extreme conditions.
When I first watched this, I was like, oh, DuPont, gross.
What I mean, it was almost like had the consistency of water.
Synthetic fibers start in liquid form and are spun into a strand.
So when I asked the technologist to help me with the spinning, he refused because he said, this will never spin. It's too fluid.
I don't work with a
it
woman.
probably has particulate matter in it because it's cloudy and so forth.
But Kwolek was convinced it would work and persuaded him to give it a try.
Look at look at him.
The
Is
Kwolek
that the
was
dude who
convinced it
she
would
made spin it? He looks
Yeah,
upset.
he's so unhappy. Fuck this bitch.
work and
You know what
persuaded
I mean?
him to give it a try.
Well, the
Right,
results
well,
came back and they were sort of unbelievable.
The fiber was lightweight, heat resistant, and 5 times stronger than steel.
There, of course, was immediate excitement because
Carbon fiber.
everybody realized the potential of this discovery.
But Kwolek did not set out to become an inventor. Growing
Oh,
up
that's
outside
me, that
Pittsburgh, she
Kevlar.
considered
That's funny.
fashion, inspired by her mother, who sewed. Later, as a bright student, she thought about teaching. By the time she
Imagine
started
becoming a
college in the midst
seamstress
of
and
World
then
War II,
inventing
she was
bulletproof
determined to go to
material.
medical school. She chose to major in
soft
chemistry
armor.
at Carnegie
You
Tech,
invented
now
soft
called
armor
Carnegie
because you
Mellon
became
University. But when she
a
graduated, her
fucking
plans changed
sewer.
again.
Since
The
I could
seamstress.
not afford
Wicked.
to go to medical school at that
Wicked.
time, I had to go out.
Right? Isn't this a great
That's
story?
awesome.
And seek employment.
She got several job offers, but one stood out for its interesting work and for paying men and women the same starting wage.
And so I
Starting
took
wage.
the job with the DuPont company. The only problem was
She
that I
helped
became
poison
so
the river.
enamored of the work that I totally lost interest in medical school.
When she started, DuPont's research laboratory was in the middle of a race to discover fibers that would revolutionize not just fashion, but war and space travel.
Miss Gloria
Nice
Glamour
success.
thrills to the ultimate in hosiery.
Just a few years earlier, the company had created the first synthetic fiber, nylon.
No baggy knees or
No
deforming
shit.
wrinkles during the life of a nylon stocking.
That fiber's success and
Yeah, this
wartime
is the thing that really irks me about cotton. Like, I
Yeah.
think cotton is definitely more comfortable than any synthetic fiber, like
Oh, yeah.
polyester and shit. But the fact that how much suffering
Yeah.
and
It's
damage
hard to go
cotton is
past it.
caused
Yeah.
when there's synthetic alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
rationing of natural materials like silk and rubber set off an intense
Silk is nice.
competition between companies like
Mhm.
DuPont and Monsanto.
There was
I
tremendous
still like
interest
cotton the most.
in new fibers and new ways
From what I've
to
heard,
make
cashmere
fibers.
is
Over the
like
next
pretty
2
fucking
decades,
good
the
as
group
well.
created the methods and techniques
very
that would be used
expensive.
to make
I like a
spandex,
specific type of like t-shirt cotton.
Mm.
new polyester and acrylic fabrics,
These curtains are made of Dacron polyester fiber.
and the flame-resistant Nomex. But there was another, stiffer, stronger fiber waiting to be discovered, Kevlar.
Carbon fiber.
In 1964, Kwolek's research group was tasked with finding a fiber to make durable, lightweight tires to improve fuel efficiency in cars.
It got to be a race, but it was
Lightweight
a very,
tires, you
very,
fools.
very secretive race. So
Make a
that
lighter
very
car,
few
you
people
dipshit.
outside of our laboratory knew, what was going on. But it still was a lot of fun, particularly if you won.
And they did. Kwolek cracked
Just
the problem in
so much
1965,
passion in her
discovering
work.
a
That's why
version of
she
the
got,
polymer that could be
you know?
spun up into a
Yeah.
fiber. Fiber B, as it was known internally, became Kevlar, the basis for a whole family of products. Kwolek spent the rest of her career at DuPont. She mentored other women in her field and worked to introduce
Nice.
young people to science, writing letters and giving lectures.
No.
I really did not think of the bulletproof vest. We had Dr. Joe
Those are cool.
Rivers, who at that time was already looking for fibers to use in making bulletproof vests. And I remember the very first time that I spun the 14B that he came over and he said, if you can possibly spare a tiny bit of that fiber, I would like to test it and see if it'll be useful in a bulletproof vest.
She was named on a total of 28 patents and won several
Epic.
awards for her work, including the National Medal of Technology.
He's so
Kwolek was
short.
inducted into the
Cars
National
are
Inventors
cool.
Hall of Fame in 1995.
Cars go
At the time,
vroom,
she was
pop
only
and
the
bang,
4th female inductee.
make cool
But to
sounds.
Kwolek, her
and
crowning
shit.
achievement was making Kevlar possible.
I was fortunate enough to do something that would be of benefit to mankind.
True.
It's been an
You know
extremely
how many lives
satisfying.
this shit has saved?
Mm-hmm. So many.
And especially taking pressure off of the natural fabrics like cotton, right? Well, that's a lot of lives alone being saved there by going into just not even Kevlar, but just, synthetics in general.
Fine discovery. I don't think there's anything like saving someone's life to bring you satisfaction and happiness.
Kowalik died in 2014 at the age of 90, but her greatest invention is still saving lives today. For PBS News Weekend, I'm Allie
And it
Rogan.
will for the foreseeable future.
35.1 of all chemists.
That's more than I thought it would be.
Pretty high for that industry. Anyway,
that's way higher than I thought it would be.
That's it.
That is all. Yeah.
Look at how perfectly that timed out. Just under
So
6
long,
hours.
Bowser. Socialism is a cocktail that never should be tried.
No, it's turpentine.
None of those ingredients